Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 22.
Chapter 526, Resolution. Batna exclaimed in surprise, "Your blindfolded walk that day was quite effective." The destination was Demon Warlock Berman's next target. Without waiting for Lumian's response, the adventurer mumbled to himself in puzzlement, "Are you abblessed of luck?" "No, abblessed of calamity," Lumian replied inwardly. As thoughts raced, Batna suddenly formulated a new hypothesis. Could this be Demon Warlock Berman himself? He had investigated the explosion scene, returning to flaunt his prowess at the crime scene and blindfolded himself to randomly choose the next victim. Such an explanation seemed far more plausible than being blessed with luck. Lumian glanced at Batna's tense expression and smiled. "Don't tell me you think I'm Berman? How long have I been in Port Farum?" "That's exactly it. Something happened the night you first arrived in Port Farum." Batna didn't dare vocalize it. "When the Quartier de Black Pearls exploded, I was still praying in the cathedral," Lumian said with amusement, providing an alibi. Batna pondered for a moment and relaxed, but confusion still lingered on his face. Lumian sighed and inquired, "Yesterday, I didn't expect to encounter anything related to the Demon Warlock while walking blindfolded. I just found it fun." He spoke the truth. However, he couldn't shake the suspicion that the corruption caused by 0-01 might be more severe than he had imagined. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Trier, a seal from the Fourth Epoch, had effectively suppressed the pre-existing issues within him. The excuse of finding it fun barely convinced Batna. He felt that Louis Barry was undoubtedly such a person. Yet, the other party would sporadically set traps just for the amusement of it. Anyone treating him as an idiot would end up becoming one. "Perhaps I was truly blessed by luck yesterday," Lumian concluded. He then recounted his hypothesis about the Demon Warlock's connection with Fidel and expressed regret, "Unfortunately, I didn't believe I'm that lucky." Lumian's reasoning convinced Batna that Demon Warlock Berman's continuous evasion and access to resources stemmed from his close symbiotic relationship with Fidel, a prominent merchant. The subsequent tragedy likely resulted from the pressure exerted by the official Beyonders investigation, leading to internal strife. This ruled out the possibility that Louis Barry was a Demon Warlock. He had just arrived in Port Farum a few days ago, and Berman had been here for a long time. What a shame. Batna sighed. If I had sold the clues about the Demon Warlock's close connection to Fidel to the authorities beforehand, I could have bagged a hefty bounty. It would have been at least 5,000 Vril d'Or. Batna shook his head. "No, without evidence, the authorities won't buy it. Can't tell them we stumbled on clues blindfolded, blessed by luck. They'd just cuff us for being fraudsters." A chuckle slipped from Lumian's lips. "Can't you fabricate some evidence to back the clues? Say you spotted someone suspicious at Fidel's back door, maybe the Demon Warlock. Let the official Beyonders confirm it themselves. They'll uncover the truth in due time. That'd work?" Batna's mouth hung slightly agape. "Why not?" Lumian grinned. "If you truly found the Demon Warlock, tell them not to sweat the details. Just ask if the clues are legit and if they helped capture the Demon Warlock. If they miss Berman, it's a small scam at worst. Few days of hard labor for you. Official Beyonders can take tips from adventurers without solid certainty, right? They'd miss genuine info otherwise." Lumian's words left Batna silent momentarily before he blurted out, "Don't tell me you've got Islander blood?" Deception seemed to be his forte. Lumian casually replied, "Knew an Islander in Trier, quite the con artist with rich experience and techniques." With a flicker of interest, Lumian raised his left hand, pinching his left eye socket. Glancing at Batna, he asked, "How long have you been adventuring? Why still so green?" "Over a year," Batna defended himself. "It's just that I stick to the rules with authorities. I'm more adaptable when dealing with pirates and others. Adventurers slipping clues to authorities also dabble in deceit, right?" Lumian grinned. "They scam if they can." he suspected Batna's strict adherence to rules came from a well-bred background, a notion confirmed by the other party's attire and appearance. Observing Batna's silence, Lumion finished his remaining salted coffee and glanced back at the lively open-air market. Try not to go to the morgue, cemetery, or other places for the time being. Just as Batna was about to ask why, he instantly grasped the advice's true meaning. Without Fidel to provide resources, the demon warlock might feel compelled to take action. At noon, Lumion returned to room 5 of the Flying Bird's first-class cabin. He noticed the master bedroom had undergone a transformation with a change in carpet, bed, wardrobe, desk, and other furniture, replaced by various ornaments. However, the distortions and cracks in the metal walls had only been partially repaired, not fully restored. Before long, his messenger, Penitent Banefell, emerged from the void and handed him a letter. Franca, based on your latest account and my discussion with 007 last night, I suspect that Demon Warlock Berman had been compelled to switch sequences. He was originally a warlock, but to revive his wife, he switched to the neighboring death pathway. He went half-mad, becoming half-human and half-monster. Though this could be explained as a warlock receiving an evil god's boon, your situation doesn't align. No cases of Beyonder powers from two pathways fusing and mutating have been documented. This was evident in your clash with Berman. The Eye of Illusory you mentioned has the Eye of Mystery prying, revealing the side of reality, but it also displays the death pathway's suppression of the spirit body or even enslavement. As far as I know, the death pathway gains an Eye of Death ability at sequence 8 Gravedigger. Did it fuse with the Eye of Mystery prying, forming that distinctive Eye of Illusory? As Lumion read, he suddenly recalled the appearance of the Eye of Illusory. Embedded vertically in his forehead, illusory and blurry, a deep purple bordering on black, with numerous pale white patterns, undeniably a fusion of the Eye of Mystery prying and the death pathway's abilities. Lumion's gaze shifted downward as he continued reading. White feather-like fur, decaying wounds, control over various undead creatures, unstable emotional states, and extreme actions, all indirectly confirming my hypothesis. The origins of the old blood are rather peculiar. I've conducted magic mirror divination several times and consulted various entities, but all I've gleaned is that it stems from the depths of the spirit world. No further information. It seems the irreversible half-mad Berman had some other fortuitous encounter. Unstable emotions. Extreme actions. Irreversible half-madness. Lumion mulled over the descriptions and let out an inaudible sigh. How determined and desperate must Berman have been when he chose to consume the death pathway potion. Wild Beyonders didn't know they could switch to neighboring pathways at a specific sequence. They believed once a divine pathway was chosen, it couldn't be altered. Forced consumption of potions from other pathways led to madness or death. Moreover, Mystery Prior and Death weren't adjacent pathways that allowed switching. Berman wouldn't have drunk the death pathway potion without a resolve bordering on death, all to revive his wife, even at the cost of his sanity. Lumion sensed he might have made the same choice in such a situation, hence his conflicting emotions. Franca's letter ended with reassurance, don't fret over the aftermath. Berman's mental state will soon cause him to resurface without Fidel's support and restraint. He might succeed once or twice in gathering materials for experiments, but it won't last. Official Beyonders will eliminate him within weeks or even days. Lumion glanced at Penitent Banefell, yet to depart. Help me deliver my reply to the sender. Swiftly, he penned a line, I'll kill Berman as soon as possible. Before long, Penitent Banefell returned with Franca's reply, why? Lumion wrote on the same piece of paper, I wish to punish him for his crimes. He paused for a moment before continuing, and end his pain. Folding the letter into a square, Lumion handed it to Banefell and glanced at the messenger. Don't you find it troublesome to send letters back and forth? It wasn't concern but puzzlement. After delivering the letter, Penitent Banefell didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited for a potential reply. This time, Banefell didn't remain silent. He replied in a deep voice, being busy makes me feel better. It's better to have something to do than always watch the darkness. Lumian listened quietly without responding, watching penitent Banefell turn and walk into the void. He empathized with those words. Franca didn't stop Lumian. Her reply was concise and forceful, "Be careful." Phew. Lumian exhaled and walked to the living room window, casting his gaze at Port Farum bathed in the blazing sunlight and the distant Andatna volcano. Chapter 527, Immersion. Under the sunlight, Port Farum appeared to be tinged with a golden hue, and the air seemed to carry the sweetness of cane sugar. Lumian lingered by the window, contemplating the whereabouts of the demon warlock. During his rescue the previous night, Berman had slipped into a deep coma, unable to direct the undead creature he controlled. Therefore, the undead being must have relied on its instincts and routines to transport Berman to a safe haven he frequented. Ordinarily, Fidel's residence would be his top choice. Yet, when Lumian scoured the premises, there were no traces indicating Berman's return. His initial assumption was that Berman had employed the undead creatures to eliminate Fidel's family, attendants, and servants. Recognizing 16 Rue Correas as a battlefield and unsafe, they likely sought an alternate hideout. Where could that be? From his traveler's bag, Lumian retrieved the information Franca had provided about Berman and the rest of the details gathered from Philip, Batna, and the others. He read through it again, attempting to immerse himself in the mindset of the demon warlock, simulating his thoughts, actions, and motivations. Berman hailed from Fog Province, also known as Winter Province, situated in the northern part of Intis. Bordering the Fasak Empire, the region had relatively rustic folk customs, with a penchant for strong liquor. His wife, Helen, a Port Farum native without islander heritage, had a grandfather who worked as a cane sugar merchant traveling between Port Farum and Port Lusur. Unfortunately, he encountered pirates, losing most of his business and relying on a plantation he had previously acquired. Born and raised on that plantation, Helen witnessed its sale due to conflicts among her father's generation after her grandfather's death. Her family received a portion of the money and relocated to Port Farum. After her father's passing and her mother falling ill, she became an adventurer and crossed paths with Berman. Both had experienced fortuitous encounters during their adventures, gaining superpowers. They even acquired property in Port Farum, planning a future away from the adventurous life as they grew older. Several years ago, they, along with a group of fellow adventurers, rented a boat to explore the seas for treasure. Unfortunately, they encountered sea monsters, and only Berman and 2 others survived. Following this tragic incident, Berman's attempts to revive his wife took a progressively desperate turn. Treasure hunting at sea? Are there really that many treasures at sea? Lumian mumbled, convinced that it was highly likely Berman was still in Port Farum. This place held his dearest memories, remnants of the years spent with his wife, Helen. When selecting a hiding spot, he would instinctively lean towards this area. With this in mind, Lumian continued reading the latter part of the intel. As anticipated, Berman's past dangerous experiments had unfolded near the Fog Sea archipelago, encompassing other islands and the villages and towns along the northern continent's coast. If he connected them into irregular concentric circles, the center would be in Port Farum on St. Tick Island. Berman uses Port Farum as a base for resurrection attempts in various places. Lumian pondered. He hasn't stirred trouble in Port Farum before, so why the exception this time? If I were Berman in his half-mad state, I'd treat Port Farum as my spiritual home, a haven of beautiful memories. Typically, I wouldn't disrupt the order here. I might even secretly maintain it and handle some audacious pirates and adventurers on the sly. Lumian analyzed thoughtfully. He had substituted Port Farum with Cordu. Believing that if his sister's death had no connection to Cordu and the peace remained, anyone daring to disturb Cordu's daily life and alter the situation would be his enemy. Frowning slightly, he sensed there might be crucial details unclear about the previous night's explosion. There could be a reason why Berman killed Fidel and his family beyond a mere disagreement. Fidel, having collaborated with Berman for years, should have known about his unstable mental state. How could such a shrewd merchant not consider the potential repercussions of his words on the demon warlock? Moreover, Berman aimed to eliminate the adventurer Louis Berry to conceal his collaboration with Fidel. If Fidel was already dead, why silence Lumion? Perhaps, Fidel had assumed he could persuade Berman to wait a few days before acting, only to find Berman already in a deranged state, driven by instinct. After careful consideration, Lumion decided to re-enter Port Ferrum and visit Berman and Helen's former residence. Even though Berman had sold it long ago to fund his resurrection experiments and it was under official beyonder scrutiny, there remained a possibility of discovering crucial clues. What if the mad Berman insisted on returning to his previous abode? Instructing Lugano to keep an eye on Ludwig, Lumion descended to the deck and encountered Philip. The Flying Bird's security supervisor regarded Lumion with a mixed expression. Without mentioning the room that seemed to have been bombarded by cannons, he stated, "I'll distribute the remaining repair fees to the participating workers and attendants." The implication was clear: I've already compensated those who need to be silenced. You can take a share yourself, Lumion replied with a smile. Philip shook his head and sighed. Not having any more incidents like that on the way from Port Ferrum to Port Santo would be the best reward for me. I'll do my best, Lumion sincerely assured him. He refrained from making promises, acknowledging factors beyond his control. He also looked forward to reaching Port Santo without trouble and beginning the hunt for the key members of April Fools, Bard and Ultraman. Philip gazed at Lumion for a few seconds, as if contemplating whether to report him in advance. He sighed again. The port lockdown will be lifted tonight. The Flying Bird will set sail again tomorrow morning. Don't miss it. Lumion nodded and asked curiously, "The demon warlock has been apprehended?" "No, but it's pretty much confirmed that it has nothing to do with the ships at the port." "Nor is he hiding here," Philip replied nonchalantly. "Berman even killed the prominent merchant Fidel's family last night. They seem to be in a cooperative relationship. Perhaps Fidel wanted to betray him." At this point, Philip gave Lumion a sharp glance. "Last night, the battle in your room, could it be related to this? What kind of connection do you think there will be?" Lumion asked, amused. Philip pondered for a moment and couldn't make the connection. Observing this, Lumion waved his hand and donned his golden straw hat. He descended the gangway to the docks and left the port district. As Lumion reached Sun Square, adorned with numerous wanted posters, he was approached by an islander man with brownish-black skin, sunken eyes, and a deep-set gaze. The man handed him a folded book with a plethora of words and crude patterns printed on it. "Traveler, this is Port Ferrum's travel guide. It lists scenic spots, unique delicacies, and sexual entertainment venues," the islander introduced with zeal. "It'll make your stay here more enjoyable." Lumion played along and asked, "How much?" "It's free." "I'll give it to you for free," the islander exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. "The government prints these for tourists, hoping for a positive impression of Port Ferrum." "Awesome." Lumion accepted the guidebook with an expression of pleasant surprise and unfolded it. The guide detailed scenic views and recommendations from various shops, sugar cane outlets, sexual entertainment venues, renowned eateries, and more. Suddenly, Lumion swiftly drew his revolver and pressed it against the islander's forehead. The islander froze, stunned. After a few seconds, he stammered, No charge. I'm not lying." Was this minor situation worth a gun being drawn? "I'm going to call the police." Lumion smiled and inquired, "What's the connection between these recommended shops and you?" "No." The islander felt the chill of the gun and carefully changed his words. They paid us to recommend them. Some of them are owned by our partners." "How many are legitimate shops?" Lumion pressed, undeterred. 90%. Just as the islander finished speaking, Lumion cocked the revolver's hammer, sending a clear message. He hastily added, 90% of them are connected to us." Lumion chuckled, continuing with another question, "What about the scenery?" 50%. Only the plantations and primitive tribes are connected to us." The islander trembled in fear. Lumion shook the travel guide and smiled at the islander. "Show me the real ones." The islander quickly pointed out different parts, worried that the gun might misfire. Only then did Lumion stow away his revolver and take the guidebook to the open-air market on the other side of Sun Square. He had engaged the islander partly to frighten the swindler and partly because a new idea had struck him. For Berman, who had resided in Port Fairham for many years, were some of the delicacies and scenery here also part of his cherished memories? During setbacks, when he killed his best partner and faced defeat in battle, would he, driven by madness and paranoia, seek out places with beautiful memories to draw strength and recharge? Lumion believed if he were in Berman's shoes, he would have done the same. Reason might suggest that he could be tracked and discovered, but half-mad individuals often ignored reason. Therefore, whether it was the moonlit scenery of the lighthouse, the setting sun behind the volcano, Repto minced pork, Gaspero's seafood rice, or Saint Tick chocolate ice cream, all could attract the covert patronage of the demon warlock. In his current state, there was a high chance that he wouldn't meticulously erase his tracks. Adjusting his golden straw hat, Lumion made his way through the open-air market, heading toward the cliff mountain outside Fairham, where Port Fairham's lighthouse stood. Chapter 528, Treasure Legend. The crash of azure waves echoed against the cliff's base, creating a cascade of white flowers in their wake. Approaching the lighthouse, Lumion pondered its rumored history, a relic left behind by the Intisians upon their arrival at Saint Tick Island, his gaze fixating on the distant sea. The night's crimson moonlight, still hours away, refrained from casting its dreamy glow, rendering the scene quiet and undisturbed by tourists. Circling the lighthouse reminiscent of Roselle's era, Lumion observed for nearly 15 minutes, fruitlessly searching for any sign of the demon warlock. He didn't anticipate a direct encounter with Berman, it wasn't yet the time to admire the moon. Lumion simply sought to discern if Berman would visit to reminisce about the past and his wife after waking up last night, a moment of solace to steady his heart and find the strength to persevere. The lighthouse guardian, with a pipe emitting the aroma of roasted tobacco leaves, offered a friendly reminder, "Kid, there's nothing much to see here during the day. It's a whole different story at night." Lumion smiled and inquired, "Do people come in the middle of the night?" "Indeed," the 50-year-old guardian boasted. "Those Trier playboys love bringing their dates here to bask in the moonlight." "Any mysterious figures, perhaps someone donning a hood and pretending to be a warlock?" Lumion pressed on. The lighthouse guardian's face betrayed a nostalgic expression. "Sometimes. Thought it was a ghostly silhouette a few times." "Did such a figure visit late last night?" Lumion queried, a subtle curl forming on his lips. There was nothing wrong with his speculation from his immersion. Perhaps his similar experiences allowed him to better understand Berman's mental state and paranoid thoughts. The guardian replied, "Can't say for sure. I didn't see anything." Lumion didn't press further. He decided to return in the early morning hours, the enchanting few hours beneath the moonlight. Over the next 3 hours, he explored the truly renowned gourmet restaurants in Port Fairham. Despite asking similar questions, Lumion obtained no valuable information. It became apparent that demon warlock Berman exercised restraint under normal circumstances, avoiding impulsive actions. He seldom frequented crowded places, and when he did, his disguise was impeccable. By 4 p.m., Lumion reached Port Fairham's modest steam locomotive station. He spent 3 vril d'or for a ticket bound for the Andatna volcano mine. If he aimed to witness the sunset there, the journey had to commence now. Whoosh! Clunk! 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 The iron-black carriage belched thick smoke as it lumbered along the railway sleepers. Gradually, it gained momentum, akin to a colossal giant overcoming inertia and mobilizing its components. Seated by the window, Lumion held a golden straw hat, quietly admiring the vanishing plantations. Shortly before 6 p.m., the train halted outside Andatna's volcanic mine. Adorning his straw hat, Lumion bypassed the mine entrance, opting for a nearby trail leading to the volcano's summit. As the greenery dwindled, grayish-black hues prevailed. Occasional red rocks punctuated the landscape. Approaching the mountaintop, desolation intensified. Grayish-black gravel lay dormant in the hushed wind. Without the shelter of foliage, Lumien's vision expanded. The peculiar grandeur of this place seemed to embody the vastness of desolation and silence. Following the tourist-worn grayish-black path, Lumien advanced step by step toward the volcano's mouth, revealing coal-black surfaces with reddish depressions. The temperature inside was notably warmer. Unbridled winds stirred, sending grayish-black gravel airborne, causing human forms to sway. In this spectacle, the nearly setting sun bathed the desolate surroundings in a golden-red glow, intensifying the sunken redness. Pressing down on his straw hat, Lumien ventured 200 to 300 meters along the volcano's crater. Abruptly, the mountaintop wind subsided, and the suspended gravel settled in eerie silence. Lumien immediately spotted a figure standing silently on the grayish-black diagonal wall outside the volcano's crater, bathed in the last radiant sunlight. Cloaked in black robes and a deep hood, the figure attentively watched the gradual descent of the golden-red sun. Lumien's expression remained unchanged as he advanced step by step, refraining from initiating an attack. Sensing Lumien's approach, the hooded figure turned around, unveiling a pale white face marked by decaying wounds and a wide swath of fur. It was none other than demon warlock Berman. Perhaps influenced by the serene scenery and haunting memories, Berman, known for his madness, spoke wearily, "You've actually found this place." Lumien, who had been securing his golden straw hat against the strong wind, chuckled self-deprecatingly and responded, "If not for my illusions and hope, and if I didn't have numerous enemies awaiting my discovery, I would frequently return to Cordu and the nearest high mountain pasture. The grass there is vividly green, vast and expansive, with pale yellow flowers in full bloom. Countless sheep roam about. The sky mirrors the brilliance of gems, and the occasional drifting white clouds resemble sheep grazing on the ground. At night, the stars emerge, densely packed like diamond gravel at the bottom of a clear river. Standing amidst the blazing sunlight and the vast, silent grayish-black surroundings, Lumien couldn't help but reminisce about Corda village and the alpine pasture. Berman didn't interrupt. After Lumien finished speaking, he wore a dazed expression and uttered with a smile more pained than joyful, "Helen and I thought we could come here to watch the sunset whenever we pleased since it's just a ticket away. But she never came again. And you don't even need to take the steam locomotive." Lumien sighed slowly and said, "What happened back then?" Berman's face contorted in distortion, the agony evident in his expression. "We were deceived. Something was wrong with the treasure map. We encountered real sea monsters. Damn the islanders." Helen always believed they resorted to deceit and thuggery out of necessity. All the respectable positions were held by pure Intisians, but we treated them well and placed our trust in them. Yet, they colluded with others to betray us for money. I'll kill him, those deceivers, and every islander." Lumien chuckled and remarked, "Some of the self-proclaimed noble Triarians are swindlers, while others sell their bodies. I don't generalize against islanders, but I remain cautious of specific individuals." Suddenly, Lumien felt inspired. "Was the islander who betrayed you from the Marauder pathway?" "Yes." Berman's face twitched with unrestrained anger. "Was it a swindler acting?" Lumien asked cautiously, "Did he have a tendency to wear monocles or pinch his eye socket?" He pointed at his right eye. "No." Berman seemed perplexed by Lumien's question. Lumien heaved a sigh of relief. "What's his name? Did you manage to kill him?" Berman's pale face suddenly flushed, and decaying liquid dripped down. "His name is Mark Benito. After that incident, he vanished. I never found him." Lumien chose not to provoke Berman further and inquired, "Which treasure were you seeking back then?" "In the depths of the Fog Sea, there's an island. The inhabitants there don't age or truly die." Berman recalled the treasure rumors he had gathered. "There's reason to believe that something incredibly precious is hidden on that island. We didn't want to become enemies with the islanders. Our only hope was to infiltrate the island and steal some ageless medicine." His words were somewhat disorganized, skipping over details. It bears a striking resemblance to the legend of the Fountain of Unaging, Lumian remarked after pondering. The Adventurer series has already hinted that the Fountain of Unaging is a falsehood. Ignoring him, Berman continued, we found some evidence and obtained a treasure map to the island. To our surprise, the map was a forgery. The sea monsters wrecked our ship. In order to allow me to utilize that special witchcraft, Helen stood in front of me. I witnessed her torn into two by the sea monsters. I saw despair in her eyes. Berman panted heavily, unable to continue. And then, you switched to the death pathway? Lumian changed the topic. Berman's icy flaxen-colored eyes gleamed. That's correct. Only death, who controls the death domain, can bring Helen back. In the treasure legend, many details suggest that only death can achieve eternal life. Understanding the mysteries of death is the key to true resurrection. It's not that the islanders won't die, they can be revived. Do you genuinely believe in that treasure? Lumian already had an answer in mind after posing the question. The partially unhinged Berman clung to every lifeline, trusting every rumor that promised to bring Helen back to life. I do. Berman nodded and spoke with a deep voice, that's because I encountered people from that island some time ago. There really is such an island. There are truly islanders who don't age or truly die. Really? Lumian blurted out. Berman's eyes burned with fanaticism as he declared, I wanted to capture him, but he defeated me. Instead of killing me, he sympathized with my plight and imparted some knowledge about the death domain. There's a way to bring Helen back to life. That cursed swindler. Fidel's attendant is nothing but a swindler. I didn't intend to rush the resurrection ritual. I wasn't fully prepared, but since he's a swindler, I'll kill him. All islanders are swindlers. They all deserve to die. Is he truly from that island? Or could he be another swindler? Lumian realized that the incident with the swindler, Roddy, had triggered Berman. There was also the influence of that islander. Lumian narrowed his eyes and inquired, what's the islander's name, and what does he look like? Berman suddenly became cautious, scrutinizing Lumian. What brings you here? Observing Berman's reaction, Lumian sighed and, with abnormal composure, said, I'm here to kill you. Berman was taken aback before bursting into laughter. For what? A bounty? Discarding the golden straw hat in his hand, Lumian lowered his body slightly and replied in a deep voice, punish your sins and put an end to your suffering. Berman ceased his laughter and raised his hands with a cold expression. Bring it on, then. Chapter 529, Irrational. Berman's raised hands released a sprinkling of fluorescent powder. His body began to fade, growing more transparent, as if he had transformed into a being from the spirit world, difficult for ordinary people to perceive. In the blink of an eye, the demon warlock vanished. Lumian made no move to intervene or evade potential attacks. Calmly, he retrieved the flawed boxing gloves adorned with iron-black spikes from his traveler's bag and wore them. Completing this preparation, he suddenly knelt on one knee, pressing his hands to the ground. Crimson flames erupted in all directions from Lumian's body, accompanied by a series of explosions. Amidst the rumbling, flames surged, dominating the grayish-black wilderness. Berman's black-robed figure materialized in midair. He slowly floated towards Lumian, narrowing the distance between them. Lumian's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Berman. Spirit World Traversal. Without hesitation, Lumian, holding a crimson fireball in his left hand, harumphed. Two beams of white light shot out from his nose, targeting Berman. Floating in midair, Berman didn't lose consciousness as before. His body swayed, forcefully turning around to observe Lumian descending into the sea of flames on the ground. An illusory vertical eye, dark purple and nearly black, materialized between Berman's brows, reflecting Lumian's figure amid pale white patterns. Almost simultaneously, a lanky black shadow emerged from within Berman's body. Nearby, arms made of bones or decayed flesh and pus extended from the void, encircling Berman's transparent and thin form. He hadn't used witchcraft to quietly approach Lumion and strike. Instead, he had clandestinely swapped his spirit with the undead under his command, setting a trap to entice the enemy into deploying that peculiar spell to attack his body. In such a scenario, the absence of one's spirit body meant immunity to abilities targeting the soul body. Berman could then seize the opportunity to use the Eye of the Spirit to intimidate the enemy and create an opening for the manipulated undead. This time, he refrained from delving deeper into the secret of the other party's spirit body. His goal was to uncover its vulnerabilities, strike with a lethal blow, and absorb the corresponding mystical knowledge. Having suffered greatly from the spell of Harumph the previous night, he had used this ability as a breakthrough from the beginning. In an instant, Berman's spirit completed the exchange with the lanky shadow and returned to his body. Simultaneously, Lumion experienced once again the sensation of his spirit being intimidated and suppressed, as if frozen. Terrifying arms covered in festering warts or with eyes extended from the void, reaching out for his body. At that moment, the crimson fireball in Lumion's left hand erupted. Boom! The explosion's force was mostly mitigated by the flawed boxing gloves, but since they weren't fully covered, the exposed part of Lumion's left palm was turned into a bloody mess. An intense and familiar pain shot through his brain and spirit body, bringing him back to awareness. Seizing this moment of clarity, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder again, vanishing above the sea of flames and disappearing from the strange undead arms extending from the void. Likewise, he remained vigilant against Berman's Eye of Illusory. The crimson, nearly white fireball in his left hand was structurally unstable. He had to divert his attention to maintain it, and he couldn't sustain it when affected by the Eye of Illusory, leading to its natural disintegration and a self-inflicted awakening. If this failed to disrupt the Eye of Illusory's intimidation, the sea of flames below served as Lumion's second preparation. The residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right hand was his last resort. Upon vanishing, Lumion reappeared behind Berman once more. Prepared, Berman raised his hands and scattered a tree-like powder. Crackling sounds followed as silver-white lightning struck Lumion's head, as though a stone ruler had unleashed divine retribution from the sky. For most Beyonders, this would be enough to paralyze and make them tremble incessantly. Yet, Lumion showed no such signs. Instead, he appeared like a reflection in the water, shattered by the lightning. The real Lumion was curled up at the bottom of the figure. Berman had struck the phantom created using the Ni's face. The Ni's face was essentially an illusion, but it couldn't be cast on others or items. Lumion had to rely on himself, pretending to be a root system with branches and flowers above, forming a derived illusion. There was no fundamental difference between this and using the Ni's face to make himself taller and bulkier. Amidst the crackling lightning, two crimson fireballs materialized beneath Lumion's feet and behind him. Rumble! The fireball exploded, propelling Lumion towards the levitating Berman. Berman, being close proximity, couldn't dodge the swift Lumion in time. He could only slightly turn his body as a bone spear sprouted from his shoulder, its tip unusually sharp. A grin spread across Lumion's face. He didn't evade, allowing the bone spear to pierce his right chest. With a resounding thud, he swung his left fist, delivering a powerful blow to the side of Berman's face. The demon warlock's head twisted, revealing deep blood-stained, pus-filled holes on his face. His eyes burned with rage, as if he were witnessing the murder of his wife. The black mark on Lumion's right shoulder emitted a dim light once more. His figure vanished beside Berman, dissolving into the encircling lanky black shadows and other undead creatures, leaving behind the bone spear stained with his blood. This time, Lumion reappeared dozens of meters away, at the edge of the sea of flames. The wound on his right chest was grotesque, blood dripping from it. In his hand appeared a dark red bone flute with a hole in it. Symphony of Hatred. Lumion brought the bone flute to his lips. As he retreated, he played a mournful and haunting melody. Once again invoking the Eye of Illusory, Berman, who was on the verge of catching up, was frozen in astonishment. Even the undead ceased their movements. Suddenly, blood and pus seeped from Berman's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, as if a muffled and invisible explosion had occurred within him. His anger, paranoia, and thirst for revenge were fueled by the symphony of hatred. This inflicted a severe blow on him. Lumion refrained from playing the symphony of hatred from the outset because Berman differed from other Beyonders. Others needed to identify the problem, but with Berman, there were too many uncertainties. His mental state was extremely unstable, burdened by severe psychological issues. His overwhelming desire to revive his wife and seek revenge on the Islander swindler was palpable. His body had undergone modifications from the death domain, and Lumion had inflicted significant injuries on him the previous night. There were substantial hidden dangers. Faced with such an adversary, Lumion himself was uncertain about the outcome if he were to unleash the symphony of hatred through the shepherd's flute. It might be manageable if it only triggered desires and emotions, but if Berman's mental state lost even the most basic restraints, the demon warlock could potentially lose control on the spot, transforming into a monstrous entity with mixed abilities. Such a monster would likely be even more challenging to deal with than Berman. Hence, after the spell of Haram failed, Lumion promptly shifted to using flawed boxing gloves to kindle Berman's corresponding desires and emotions. This strategic approach increased the likelihood that when Lumion eventually used the symphony of hatred, it would exploit the target's emotions and desires, inflicting severe harm. Observing Berman descend into the sea of flames amid the eruption of emotions and desires, Lumion executed another spirit world traversal, appearing in front of him in an instant. Bang! 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 He extended his arms, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Berman's body. On the surface of his flog fists, a crimson fireball, almost white, compressed layer by layer. Bam! 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 Flog tore at Berman's flesh like a two-headed python. Rumble! Crimson fireballs erupted around Lumion, with no concern for waste. They formed a barrier, preventing the lanky figure, strange arms, and other undead from interfering. One punch, two punches, three punches. Lumion's eyes were fixed on the mangled Berman. At that moment, he reflected on the village destroyed by Berman and the innocent lives lost because of him. How many were beloved wives, waiting husbands, dependent parents, and cherished children? Cordu had been annihilated due to the ambitions of the evil gods. What about the innocent? Lumion's eyes gradually turned crimson as he clenched his fists. This time, he didn't empathize with Berman. Instead, he placed himself in the village he had destroyed and the lives he had taken. Wasn't Cordu like this back then? The ambitions of these evil gods are to blame. In just a few seconds, Berman snapped out of his pain and emitted an evil, cold, and incomprehensible voice. The sound seemed to peel away Lumion's flesh, exposing his spirit body to the perilous sunlight and the grayish-black gravel. Lumion's movements slowed, and the grotesque arms finally reached in, dragging Berman away from the area. Phew! Lumion exhaled and recovered. He didn't pursue. Instead, he gazed silently at the void ahead, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Rumble! Amidst the sudden eruption of intense flames, Berman's body materialized, shattering from an explosion. Fire infusion. Hunter's fire infusion. In truth, Lumion hadn't acted rationally. His optimal strategy would have been to seize the moment when Berman's emotions and desires were ignited and strike at his vital points with the symphony of hatred, delivering a decisive blow. However, he yearned to repeatedly pummel the hidden version of himself that terrified him. With a thud, Berman's head clattered to the ground. In his daze, he caught sight of a slender figure with black hair, blue eyes, and a delicate face. It was his wife, Helen. You're back?" Berman couldn't help but smile and extend his arm. He no longer had an arm. Gradually, he lost consciousness. Darkness enveloped his vision, as if sunlight lurked deep within. Demon Warlock Berman, dead. Chapter 530, Beginning. Lumion observed Berman's head, frozen in surprise and relief. He removed the flawed boxing gloves and the symphony of hatred, as well as ended the knee's face. Donning the silver lie earring and retrieving a white bandage, Lumion wrapped it around the burn wound on his right chest and his bloody left hand. Crimson flames surged around him, engulfing his dripping blood and splattering flesh. Throughout this process, Lumion gathered the nearby corpse fragments that Berman had scattered and piled them beside the head. He had been calculating the time. If Berman's Beyonder characteristics still hadn't materialized, he would have to move the corpse pile to the forest beside the Andatna volcano. This was because the flawed boxing gloves attracted the attention of certain hidden entities, enabling them to command dangerous creatures to attack. In the past, Lumion would have had to leave the scene as soon as he finished using the flawed boxing gloves, but the battle lasted only a short time. The flawed boxing gloves had already been stowed into his traveler's bag, allowing him to wait a little longer. Lumion observed various colored light spots, light purple, pale white, and pitch black, emerge from Berman's head and the scattered corpse pile. Among the items on the ground and torn clothes, Lumion found a diverse array of objects. There was a miniature brain, blood-dyed and resembling brass, a retractable pitch-black telescope, ointment and powder in metal canisters, a short bone scepter, a peculiar badge encircling the sun with bones, a soft-cover notebook in an iron box, an ordinary-looking golden ring, and scattered gold and silver coins. The deposit certificates and paper cash had likely been destroyed by the explosion and the inferno. Lumion carefully stowed each item away, sensing that 3 possessed superpowers. Merely coming into contact with them triggered various adverse reactions. Thankfully, I had no intention of prolonging the battle with Berman from the start. Him using these mystical items later would have been troublesome. To deal with such a half-mad and resourceful enemy, I must end the battle swiftly and deny him a chance to recover. Some items were likely gathered by him, while others might have been taken from Fidel. Lumion concluded, finally picking up the dented and cracked iron box. Inside the soft-cover notebook lay a blood-stained treasure map. With a brief glance, Lumion suspected it to be a sea map leading to an island in a specific sea area. It contained records of weather patterns and markings of safe sea routes. Could this be the fake treasure map sold to Berman by Mark Benito? Lumion mused. Flipping to the first page of the dark soft-cover notebook, he encountered scrawled words, "My mind isn't reliable all the time. I tend to forget many things. I must record all relevant knowledge and prevent them from being forgotten." Lumion refrained from delving deeper. He carefully stowed away the fake treasure map in the soft-cover notebook. Lumion noticed an ordinary-looking golden ring adorning Berman's left ring finger in the corpse pile. It bore a striking resemblance to the gold rings found in the pile of spoils. They varied in size, texture, and quality. Lumion instantly grasped the situation. He removed the golden ring from Berman's finger and tied it to another golden ring with a piece of wire he had on hand. He approached the grayish-black volcano's crater and silently tossed the rings into the reddened depression. At that moment, Berman's Beyonder characteristics fully materialized, merging with parts of his corpse, resulting in 2 distinct items. One was a light purple transparent left eye, while the other was a pale white right eye veiled in darkness. Lumion carefully stowed away the 2 Beyonder characteristics, taking hold of Berman's head before vanishing from the spot. Silently, the remaining parts of Berman's body ignited, enveloping the grayish-black volcano in crimson flames. More than 200 meters away, Lumion retrieved the golden straw hat that had been blown by the strong wind. As he secured it on his head, he swiftly disappeared. This time, he appeared on the road outside the Andatna volcano's steam locomotive. Lumion glanced up at the grayish-black volcano's crater, witnessing the golden-red sunset, resembling flowing lava, receding faster than expected. The mountaintop swiftly darkened. In the Cathedral of the Fool in Port Ferrum, not far from Quartier de Black Pearls, Lumion, adjusting his golden straw hat, approached the towering half-giant bishop donned in a half-top hat and black trench coat. In a deep voice, he said, "I want to repent." The half-giant bishop, with light blue eyes and a towering stature exceeding 2.5 meters, regarded Lumion for a moment before nodding. "Follow me." He led Lumion into a specialized confessional, a windowless, pitch-black chamber. I don't wish to repent in the dark, Lumion calmly said, removing his golden straw hat. The half-giant bishop ignited the candles, sealing the door shut. Pa! Lumion tossed a head with pale white fur and vacant eye sockets to the half-giant bishop's feet. Did you commit murder? The half-giant bishop inquired in a mellow tone, giving the head a brief once-over. No, I just want to help him repent. Lumion gestured towards the bloody head, oozing yellow pus. He's Demon Warlock Berman. Berman? Only then did the half-giant bishop closely inspect the head, recognizing distinct features. He fell silent for a few moments before stating, "You want the church to assist you in claiming the bounty from the Intis government? As I mentioned, I'm here to repent for him. His bounty is part of his penance." Lumion's voice remained unchanged. The half-giant bishop struggled to comprehend. Lumion retrieved most of the items acquired from Berman from his traveler's bag, leaving behind the dark softcover notebook and the fake treasure map. Clatter. These items, some endowed with superpowers, some valuable, spilled onto the ground. They're also part of Berman's penance, Lumion explained simply. I want to use the bounty and the money exchanged for these items to establish a charity fund to compensate those who have been harmed by Berman, or their relatives. If there's any excess, please use it to help the homeless children. The half-giant bishop, sporting a top hat and trench coat, fell silent for a few seconds. The Demon Warlock bounty stands at 600,000 Vril. These items hold considerable value too. Together, they could fetch nearly 1 million Vril. It's a substantial sum for anyone. Enough to ensure you don't have to take further risks. Are you certain about donating it to us and establishing a charity fund? Lumion didn't directly answer the half-giant bishop's question. Instead, he reiterated, this is Berman's penance. All right, since you trust our church, we'll comply with your wishes, the half-giant bishop, named Tice, said. Remember my name and feel free to monitor the charity fund's progress closely. Lumion gazed at the fool's sacred emblem in the confessional, pressed his hand to his chest, and gave a slight bow. Praise the fool. He then closed his eyes and prayed, Great Lord, I implore you to punish the world for their sins and watch over our compensation. This isn't atonement, it's self-punishment. Lumion repented earnestly for a while before straightening up. He opened his eyes and turned to leave. What shall be the name of the charity fund? The half-giant bishop hurriedly inquired. Lumion took a deep breath and replied, Helen, the Helen Charity Fund. Do we need to inform the authorities about who killed Berman? The half-giant bishop cautiously asked. No need, but there's no requirement to deliberately obscure the clues for me. Lumion didn't look back. He put on his golden straw hat and exited the Fool's Cathedral. That night, Lumion once again entered the bar beside Sun Square known as Pelican. Batna Kant, as usual, sat at the bar counter, sipping on golden Psalm sugar wine. Beside him was a girl dressed as an adventurer with adorable facial features. Lumion walked over and joined Batna and the other patrons. He smiled and snapped his fingers at the bartender. A glass of golden Psalm. Batna glanced at him and remarked, Someone's in a good mood. Indeed. Lumion received the golden syrup from the bartender and tapped the table with the bottom of the glass. Then, he stood up and raised the glass. Everyone, I've encountered two things worth celebrating today. He spoke with enthusiasm and joy. The first is that I completed a commission worth more than 100,000 Vril. Impossible. Batna and the female adventurer beside him exclaimed in unison. This bounty was even higher than Black Baronet's bounty. How could it be accomplished in a day? Moreover, Batna knew that Louis Barry's employer, Fidel, was already deceased. How could he have received a new commission? Lumion continued in a passionate tone, To celebrate this, I'll treat everyone at the bar counter to a glass of golden Psalm. Nearly 10 adventurers and patrons expressed admiration. One of them teased, Regardless of the truth, I believe you. The others chimed in. Lumion's smile widened. Second thing to be happy about, I've woven a tale to deceive a group of fools. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone at the bar counter froze. Lumion glanced at them and continued, "But it's true that drinks are on the house." The adventurers and patrons booed, expressing that if they could drink for free, they didn't mind being fools. Thus, Lumion spent 96 licks, or 4.8 vril d'or, treating the 12 people at the bar counter to a glass of golden psalm. Observing Louis Barry, Batna silently muttered, "He's genuinely happy." Late at night, aboard the Flying Bird, Room 5, first-class cabin. Lumion returned to the barely habitable master bedroom, ignited the kerosene lamp, and retrieved the dark soft-cover notebook and the fake treasure map he had obtained from Demon Warlock Berman from his traveler's bag. Chapter 531, Depths of Death. Bathed in the yellowish glow of the kerosene lamp, Lumion perused Berman's notebook. The pages chronicled the erratic musings of a mind teetering on the edge of instability. Once life slips away, spirits journey to the spirit world, except in rare cases. If I can craft the right summoning chant, a spirit guide's power could pull Helen's spirit back to our reality. That's step one toward bringing her back. Upon seeing this, Lumion indiscernibly shook his head. If only resurrection were that simple. He turned the page. New mystical knowledge gained. In ancient times, intelligent beings ventured into the underworld after death. Those deeply devout or exceptionally impactful could ascend to the corresponding deity's heaven. However, during the fifth epoch, a surplus of undead lingered beyond the underworld. I'm uncertain if Helen's spirit has entered the underworld or returned solely to the spirit realm. When summoning, I must address these separately, mixing them would guarantee failure. Despite the sea monster's formidable might, they lack the power to confine a soul. No similar occurrences manifest in that sea region. For now, special circumstances needn't be considered. Additionally, Helen wasn't a fervent follower of the eternal blazing sun. I encountered Helen again. But she's entirely lost the memory of me. Her form and essence are gradually fading away. In a few short years, she'll transform into just another undead. I have no more than 5 years. How can I reawaken her consciousness and recover her memories? Merely providing a vessel capable of housing a departed spirit doesn't seem sufficient. Don't forget the moonlit waves by the city's lighthouse. They bore witness to my proposal and Helen's acceptance. Don't forget Gasparo's seafood rice, it's Helen's favorite. After every adventure, when we returned to Port Farum, she always suggested indulging in it. Don't forget the sunset at Andatna Volcano. That's where we met and vowed to revisit often in the future. Even as we age, we can't let that romance fade away. Don't forget. Don't forget. Don't forget. My head hurts. I raised a town, leading to the deaths of 200 to 300 people. The sight of those couples, parents, and children perishing didn't bring me joy. Instead, my heart plunged into darkness. I acknowledge this as my sin, an irreversible mistake. I'm aware that I'm no longer the Berman you once liked. Yet, I harbor no regrets. Swindlers, curse them. Ending these swindlers has rekindled a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Helen, if you were still alive, we might have had our own child, right? Why do those evil warlocks always employ infants, children, and their remains as essential ingredients for the creation of their dark arts? I've become even more evil than them. Helen, I've lost my way. All my endeavors have ended in failure. Helen, I aspire to acquire the Sequence 5 potion formula and ingredients for the death pathway. Helen, Fidel intervened. He warned that it would turn me into a monster and erase my original memories. Helen, I refuse to forget you. Helen, please forgive my cowardice. Helen, I actually encountered that islander from Resurrection Island. It truly exists. Harrison defeated me, but he spared my life. He questioned why I had forcibly transitioned to the death pathway. He revealed that my previous attempts were misguided. True resurrection isn't that straightforward. He explained that within the depths of death lies everyone's mark. Only by bringing forth the corresponding mark into reality and utilizing it as a foundation to reconstruct spirit and flesh can we achieve genuine resurrection, retaining our original knowledge and complete memories. Helen, I'm overjoyed. I glimpse hope in reviving you once more. Harrison imparted knowledge about the death domain to me. It's through understanding this knowledge and reclaiming their mark that he and his kin can undergo repeated deaths and resurrections, escaping the clutches of mortality. While they seldom depart Resurrection Island, it's not an absolute. Travel-loving islanders like Harrison have ventured to different lands, leaving the Resurrection Island legend imprinted in the memories of a select few humans. Those with sinister motives compiled this information into a sea map for Resurrection Island. The treasure map Mark sold us is counterfeit, but parts of it trace back to the genuine one. Harrison, in his quest, left Resurrection Island to eliminate the authentic map and eradicate all who know how to reach that sea and discover Resurrection Island. Helen, armed with Harrison's information, I attempted to summon a spirit from the depths of death. I succeeded, conjuring an evil spirit named Arden. As it was feeble, I easily vanquished it, collecting its blood for the ensuing ritual. Helen, forgive me. I couldn't rein in my emotions. Ever since encountering Harrison and gaining the knowledge to truly bring you back, impatience has seized me. I can't control my emotions. Those islanders are swindlers deserving of death. I ended the life of a swindler and numerous others. I refuse to squander any more time, hastening the ritual. Helen, I'm sorry. I failed again. I wasn't adequately prepared. Helen, have I lost my sanity entirely? A mere retort from Fidel triggered a frenzy, leading me to slay everyone in the house. He must perish too, the one who dared to threaten me and Fidel. Helen, I've failed. It's been a while since I sustained such severe injuries. My body is largely undead. These wounds aren't fatal, but I lack any allies. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Helen, I've missed you once again. Lumion reached the conclusion of the dark soft-covered notebook and fixated on the sentence for an extended moment. It was as if he had transformed into a statue. After a few minutes, Lumion couldn't resist raising his right hand to massage his temples. The marks from the depths of death, Resurrection Island, and Harrison inundated his mind, prompting a sudden regret for not seeking Franca's assistance. To ensure a clean demise for Berman, he never intended to channel the demon warlock's spirit from the outset. This meant he had no plans to return to Trier and bring Franca to his current location. However, his instinct now urged him to delve further into the resurrection method outlined by Harrison. He desired an understanding of the island where inhabitants experienced repeated deaths and rebirths. Phew. Lumion closed the notebook and exhaled, making an effort to recollect his knowledge of death-related mysticism. He recalled hearing the words death and mark conjoined. Madame Magician had mentioned the term death mark while answering a question about the tutor figure at the Samaritan Women's Spring. Is this a concept distinct from remnant spirits and imprints, directly linked to resurrection? From the depths of death. What lurks within the depths of death? What I now know that is explicitly tied to death, the underworld, the Samaritan Women's Spring, the river Styx connecting two worlds. What a pity. I wonder what Harrison from Resurrection Island looks like. Berman's recorded knowledge is in disarray. It seemed he wrote whatever thoughts occurred to him. Without him, organizing a complete resurrection ritual and the corresponding principles proves exceedingly challenging. No, not just challenging. Impossible. Berman only documented what he feared he might forget. The remaining knowledge is entirely absent. Lumion rubbed his temples once more and unfolded the counterfeit treasure map. After careful scrutiny, he couldn't discern which parts were authentic and which were spurious. He intended to send the map to Franca and Jenna at dawn, employing them to employ mysticism to differentiate between the real and the fake. The next morning, Lumion wiped his mouth with a napkin and observed Ludwig grappling with the breakfast dishes. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed on the door. Please come in. Lumion gestured for Lugano to open the door. Do you really think I'm a servant? All right, providing the money makes you the boss. Lugano criticized, leaving the dining table to open the door. It was Philip outside. Philip entered the room, smiling at Lumion. "We'll set sail in 2.5 hours. If you have any special items you want to buy, do it as soon as possible." "I don't," Lumion replied with a smile as he stood up. Philip glanced out the window and said, "By the way, you might not be aware, but the demon warlock has been apprehended." "Is that so?" Lugano looked surprised. Over the past few days, the most popular topic among the passengers on the ship was demon warlock Berman, who had caused them to stay in Port Fairham. Seeing Lumion raise his eyebrows in inquiry, Philip said with a relaxed expression, "Not only was Berman apprehended, but he was also in the state of a corpse." "Who's behind this?" Lumion asked, his curiosity piqued. Philip shook his head. "I don't have all the details yet. What I do know is that it's closely tied to the Fool's Church. The adventurer Gehrman Sparrow is said to be their messenger. Could it be that the adventurer took matters into his own hands?" Lugano asked eagerly. At sea, he naturally heard about faith in the Fool and had no doubts about it. Sailors, passengers, and dock porters would tell him about it. Hard to say. But anyone capable of taking down a demon warlock has to be at least as formidable as a pirate admiral. Philip sighed deeply. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from the gangway. Passengers destined to board at Port Fairham were finally given the green light to board the Flying Bird. Lumion approached the window and spotted a familiar face. Batna Kant. He and the adorable-looking female adventurer climbed aboard the deck together. Lumion pushed open the window and called out, "Batna, are you guys headed to Port Santa as well?" Batna looked up, surprised, his eyes fixed on the rooms on the top floor. Spotting Louis Barry, he grinned and replied, "Absolutely. I'm off to witness Port Santa's sea prayer ritual." Chapter 532, Real Map. Among the nations of the northern continent, only the Lord of Storms and Lowen wielded authority over the sea. Yet, sailors, sea merchants, and adventurers loyal to other deities sought to evade shipwrecks, brutal weather, and the need for specific protection. This led to various compromises and unique circumstances. Certain churches established subsidiary gods, angels, and saints endowed with storm and sea-related powers for followers with corresponding concerns. Take, for instance, the sea god of the Church of the Fool. In some churches, believers were tacitly permitted to hold a partial belief in the Lord of Storms. Other churches turned a blind eye to the folklore beliefs flourishing in ports and islands, allowing the performance of specific rituals without requiring the presence of clergymen. The sea prayer ritual of Port Santa in the Fanapotter Kingdom fell into the latter category. Its folklore was believed to trace back to the Fourth Epoch. This annual event, overseen by the Church of Earth Mother, was modest and confined to this port. It lacked any widespread publicity. In essence, nearly nobody, neither the locals of Port Santa nor the merchants, adventurers, or pirates frequenting the shores of the Fog Sea, was aware of such a sea prayer ritual. After gathering the pertinent details, Lumion made an initial assessment that either Bard or Ultraman, the culprits behind the sea prayer ritual pranks, were likely locals of Port Santa or actively engaged in maritime affairs. Considering that Bard's work, Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles, had been specifically handed over to Trier's underground booksellers for publication, Lumion leaned towards the belief that Ultraman had been the instigator of the problems at Port Santa's sea prayer ritual. Despite the fact that Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles seemed more suited for sale in Intis, Lumion reasoned that if Bard had a permanent residence in the Fanapotter Kingdom, it would be wiser to publish it under the Fanapotter Kingdom's name before discreetly selling it to Intis. This precaution was to avoid drawing the attention of Intis's secret police. Many Beyonders had underestimated the vigilance of ordinary police officers and investigators, resulting in unwanted attention and arrests by official Beyonders who got wind of the news. Upon learning that Batna and his female companion desired to witness Port Santa's sea prayer ritual, Lumion waved with a grin. "Me too." He stepped back from the window, biding his time until nearly noon to compose a letter detailing his recent encounters and the handling of Berman's legacy. After folding the letter and wrapping it within the folds of the fake treasure map, Lumion summoned Rabbit Chassel once again. the rabbit-like spirit creature still sported its gold-rimmed glasses and a small, blurry half-top hat. Silently observing for a few moments, Lumion then handed over the items destined for Franca and Jenna. "Thank you," he said politely. "That's basic courtesy." "No need to thank me," replied Rabbit Chassel, removing his half-top hat and executing a slight bow. Lumion's lips twitched as he witnessed the mutated rabbit of knowledge disappear from the room. He was worried that this rabbit might unpredictably draw its gun and finish off the sender at any given moment. The next time around, he resolved to caution Jenna against imparting such dangerous knowledge to Rabbit Chassel. Trier, within the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. Franca glanced at Rabbit Chassel, adorned with its half-top hat and gold-rimmed glasses. Leaning closer to Jenna, she whispered, "Isn't it too dangerous to let it read the Adventurer series?" Jenna smiled and replied, "Don't you find Rabbit Chassel adorable? Furthermore, a messenger can encounter danger. Reading more about Gehrman Sparrow might make it stronger." Franca had only briefly raised the issue but shifted her focus to unfolding the fake treasure map and letter, reading it with earnest attention. Wow, Lumion's efficiency is impressive. He aimed to punish Berman for his sins and managed to complete the hunt in less than 12 hours. The Beyonder characteristics didn't form sealed artifacts with mixed abilities, instead, they emerged and merged separately. Could it be because Berman no longer harbored madness and paranoia before his death, and his emotions had calmed down? Heh, there's no need to inform 007 so quickly if we encounter similar cases in the future. Lumion might resolve it himself within a day. Everything will return to normal, and world peace will prevail. That way, 007 won't blame me for always causing trouble for him. Franca had previously informed Jenna that the code name of her collaborator among the authorities was 007. So fast? Demon Warlock isn't weak. Jenna couldn't believe it. That was a criminal with a bounty of 600,000 Vrildor. All the Vrildor she had seen so far added up to less. Lumion's bounty amounted to less than 100,000. Franca pursed her lips and remarked, "Think about his experiences in Trier and the items and abilities he possesses. He's simply a supermodel, all right? If he were to be released, it would be equivalent to a dimensional reduction strike on Beyonders without any special traits. He wouldn't be much inferior to most Sequence 5 Beyonders." Jenna recalled the dangerous situations she had faced alongside Lumion and nodded in agreement. "What do you mean by dimensional reduction strike?" Franca, slightly surprised by Jenna's question, took a moment before explaining, "It's akin to an adult bullying a child or a demigod bullying a low-sequence Beyonder. Furthermore, think about it. A half-mad Beyonder like the Demon Warlock is mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and physically problematic." He was completely countered by Lumion's symphony of hatred. When facing him, all you need to do is be wary of the strange combination of abilities and avoid provoking him into a monster. Lumion has the experience, so he won't be careless. Jenna muttered, "Now that you mention it, why do I feel that killing the Demon Warlock isn't too difficult?" "You can't put it that way. It can only be said that the forced switching of pathways will indeed make one very powerful and dangerous, but it also has huge flaws and many problems. It's easy to target," Franca corrected her before continuing reading Lumion's letter. After she was done reading, Franca sighed with excitement and said, "The sea sounds so fun, and the scenery is beautiful. If it weren't for the mission, I'd want to be an adventurer at sea and hunt pirates." Jenna, leaning against the sofa and reading the letter from behind, felt a longing in her heart. Who wouldn't love to travel? It was just that they hadn't had the luxury before. Franca regained her composure and clicked her tongue. Lumion is truly generous. He actually donated all the bounty and spoils of war to establish a charity fund. Sigh, actually, I understand his thoughts. Until now, she had been covertly providing for the family of her body's original owner until now. As Franca and Jenna conversed, they both performed magic mirror divination. Their answers were unanimous, the map was real. Whether it's Berman or the Immortal Islander, Harrison, they both admit that a portion of this map is fake. It can't help adventurers reach Resurrection Island, and they might even encounter great danger along the way. What's fake about it? Franca pondered, casting her gaze at the treasure map. On the map, the location marked as Resurrection Island lay deep within the Fog Sea. The westernmost colonial island of the Intis Republic, Baraka, was still quite a distance away. Can't distinguish the fake parts? Lumion shook his head after receiving the reply and continued reading the information about spirit world creatures in his hand. His primary focus was to find any introduction to the ardent evil spirit that Berman had summoned from the depths of death. Lumion flipped through the information until evening, satiating his hunger in his room. Grabbing the golden straw hat he had recently taken a liking to, he descended to the deck and entered the bar. By that time, the Flying Bird had already departed Port Farum. As expected, Batna and his female companions sat at the bar counter, engaged in animated conversations with the surrounding passengers about Demon Warlock Berman's demise. We don't know which adventurer did it either. If it hadn't been officially announced, we wouldn't have known that Berman had been killed. No one in Port Farum's adventurer circle knew about it in advance. Batna held the landy proof and said excitedly, to think that such a powerful adventurer remains hidden in Port Farum. Indeed, we can't be arrogant or conceited. Perhaps the tramp sitting by the roadside is a powerful figure. Spotting Lumion pushing his way through, Batna whistled. You're staying in first class? Are you that rich? I'm not considered rich, Lumion replied with a smile as he settled onto a bar stool. I just feel that accidents can happen at any moment at sea, and I can be killed by pirates at any moment. So, why not try to pamper yourself? What's the point of saving up money when you're dead? Since you're an adventurer, you have to lead a carefree life because who knows if there'll be a tomorrow. Since you're an adventurer, you have to lead a carefree life because who knows if there'll be a tomorrow. The female adventurer beside Batna whispered Lumion's last sentence, seemingly touched. Batna took a sip of the landy proof and chuckled. However, the prerequisite is that you have some savings. Otherwise, if you end up having fun today, you'll go hungry tomorrow. Man, 600,000 Vril. I wonder which adventurer obtained Berman's 600,000 Vril. And the items on him. Batna revealed a yearning and envious expression. Lumion picked up the absinthe he had just requested and took a sip, savoring the faint bitterness lingering in the fragrance. In the following days, the Flying Bird calmly navigated towards the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Philip, the security supervisor, found it surreal. Is the bad luck over? Did the major problem disembark? Did Demon Warlock Berman's death stem from the major problem entering Port Farum? Just as Port Santa was only a day away, Philip observed his subordinate deliver a telegram. Boss, it's from your comrades in Port Farum. The subordinate handed the folded telegram to Philip. What happened in Port Farum that requires me to be informed? Did the major problem cause trouble in Port Farum and trace it to the Flying Bird? He unfolded the telegram and scanned its contents. The adventurer who hunted Demon Warlock Berman is suspected to be on your ship. His name is Lewis Berry. Chapter 533, Forgotten. His name is Lewis Berry. Philip's gaze froze at the last sentence. Him? He killed Demon Warlock? Suddenly, Philip recalled the tragic scene of Room 5 in the first-class cabin as though it had been shelled. Could it be that the clash between Lewis Berry and Demon Warlock Berman had caused this devastation? Rumors circulated that the Church of the Fool exchanged Berman's head for a bounty the following day, but procedures like that didn't happen instantaneously. A delay of half a day was ordinary. Did Lewis Berry truly kill Demon Warlock? Is he truly that formidable? I couldn't discern it at all. I understand he's a magnet for trouble, and various details attest to his strength and unpredictable nature, but the notion of him vanquishing Demon Warlock caught me by surprise. And he appeared unscathed. He even contained the battle's impact within a single room, ensuring no one overheard anything. Could he have also been the one who frightened off Bone Splitter Basil? No, he was near me and didn't make a move. Unless Basil knows him and comprehends his danger? A person capable of eliminating Demon Warlock is indeed capable of deterring Bone Splitter. Even though Basil might not be weaker than Berman despite the relatively low bounty. Lewis Berry, however, possesses the ability to silence Berman without a trace. What caused the encounter with the Death Navigators? Philip muttered silently. Though he couldn't fully embrace the idea that the young man who always boasted in the bar with a smile was a powerful enough adventurer to vanquish Demon Warlock, Philip hesitated to harbor too many doubts. "Boss, should we expose Lewis Berry's identity as a fake?" the crew member who had delivered the telegram asked in a hushed tone. Philip instinctively raised the paper bearing the telegram and delivered a light smack to his subordinate's head. "Do you have a death wish?" "I've emphasized repeatedly, when faced with anomalies on the ship, turn a blind eye unless it's an immediate crisis, and wait until we reach our destination." Philip pondered for a moment, concerned that his subordinate might act in error due to misunderstanding or disbelief. He clarified deliberately, "We're still at sea. Even if we report the false identities now, confirming Lewis Berry's true identity and existence won't save or aid us unless someone departs from Port Santa. Yet, such inter-country cooperation requires days of prior communication. By the time assistance arrives, Lewis Berry will likely have disembarked. Moreover, verifying his real identity takes time. To blow the whistle successfully, we'd be risking Lewis Berry noticing and retaliating. Is it worth it? I prefer to preserve the peace of these past few days." The crew member pondered for a moment and ultimately concurred with the boss's decision. Philip breathed a sigh of relief, tearing up the telegram and casually tossing it into the trash can. "Inform the recipients and translators of the telegram to keep this information under wraps," Philip instructed before leaving the room and descending the stairs to the deck. Just as he was contemplating the romantic plans for the evening with his newfound lover, his thoughts came to a sudden halt when he spotted Lewis Berry, the central figure of the telegram. There he stood by the shipboard, his gaze fixed on the gently undulating blue sea, idly twirling a golden straw hat in one hand while holding a glass of light golden champagne in the other. As if sensing Philip's gaze, Lumion turned around, locking eyes with him. A subtle smile played on Lewis Berry's lips as he raised the champagne glass in his right hand, as though toasting him, before taking a leisurely sip. Philip's body tensed, determined to conceal any change in expression. Is Lewis Berry merely extending a greeting, or does he possess knowledge about the telegram and my decision? Wah! 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 White-headed seabirds soared gracefully under the pristine, blue sky, their cries distinct from those in Port Gaudy and Port Ferrum. At times, they glided low, skimming past wooden fishing boats adorned with billowing white sails. Fishing, a vital industry in Port Santa, instilled both fear and reverence for the sea in every fisherman's veins. While they could have children who strayed from the beliefs of the Earth Mother, they couldn't bear descendants who dared to blaspheme the sacred sea prayer ritual. Lumion, taking in the scenery different from the Intis Port and Port Santa's gradually rising mountain range in the distance, silently offered praise to the fool. The journey from Port Ferrum to Port Santa unfolded surprisingly uneventfully, no storms, no pirates, and no encounters with beyonder incidents. This respite allowed him a few days of tranquility. Lumion finished 2 foundational Highlander textbooks and perused information on spirit world creatures. He failed to find a description of Arden, the evil spirit from the depths of death. Whether Madam Magician omitted the information or remained unaware of it remained uncertain. "We'll be entering the port in half an hour." Lumion, who had been taking respite for the past few days, cracked his neck from the living room window of cabin 5 in first class. Here lay potential clues about the key members of April Fool's, Bard, and Ultraman. Of course, it could also be a trap. Lumion's body trembled slightly, filled with anticipation. Finally, the flying bird smoothly docked at Port Santa. Lumion, hand in hand with Ludwig and trailed by Lugano carrying their luggage, made their way towards the gangway. On the deck, they encountered Batnacont and his companion Nolfi, already awaiting their turn. Perhaps influenced by Lumien's words about seizing the moment as an adventurer, Nolfi, who had initially insisted on separate cabins, had moved in with Batna 2 days ago. Batna's face radiated a flush of confidence as he waved and exclaimed, "Lewis, you don't strike me as much of an adventurer. What adventurer brings their child out to sea? Isn't it a common task for adventurers to protect their employer's children?" Lumien retorted with a smile. In a sense, the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was indeed his employer. Batna, eyeing Ludwig, dressed in a young gentleman's attire and carrying a distinctive red school bag, found Lumien's explanation reasonable. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, how could the child's parents be so nonchalant about entrusting their son to an unfamiliar adventurer? At the same time, he's my godson, Lumien added. Understanding dawned on Batna as he gestured towards the harbor below. "Where do you plan to stay? Shall we attend the sea prayer ritual together?" "I'm not sure yet. If the gods will it, our paths may cross again." Lumien's demeanor shifted upon arriving at Port Santa, his nerves tightening. Casual disclosure of his whereabouts was no longer in his plans. Batna, accustomed to Lumien's occasional seer-like words, detected nothing unusual. He sighed and said, "I hope our paths cross once more." With a casual wave, Batna led Nolfi toward the ramp. Lumien smiled and offered a parting reminder, "Do you know Highlander?" "A bit," Batna replied, gesturing toward Nolfi, whose adorable features, black hair, and brown eyes spoke of her mixed Phaenopotter and Intis heritage. "Her mother is a native of Port Santa. She carries blood from both Phaenopotter and Intis. Port Santa local. That explains your desire to experience the sea prayer ritual after learning about it." Lumien held his silence, watching as Batna and Nolfi descended the gangway with their suitcases. Not only is Lewis generous and warm, but he also has a knack for humor. "He appears quite professional," Batna commented before leaving the port district. Glancing back at the flying bird, he said to Nolfi, "He didn't disclose their lodging just now. Clearly, he's unwilling to unveil his employer's circumstances. He likely came to Port Santa to escort that child home." Nolfi nodded gently. "You shouldn't have asked. An adventurer's companions are only in the present. We might not cross paths again in the future." "Ha, you've been influenced by Lewis's life philosophy." Batna noticed a paperboy approaching and suggested to Nolfi, "Grab a few newspapers related to maritime rumors. We've been at sea for days, and we're out of the loop." Nolfi shared the same idea, using Deegan copper coins she had exchanged prior for 2 newspapers. Standing on the street, she unfolded the coastal port favorite, 5 Seas News, and began reading its contents. Batna, unfamiliar with Highlander, patiently waited for Nolfi to digest the news and relay the information to him. Suddenly, Nolfi's eyes narrowed, and her grip on the newspaper tightened. "What's wrong?" Batna asked curiously. Nolfi hesitated before sharing, "There's a rumor in Port Farum that the adventurer who hunted the demon warlock is named." "What's his name?" Batna pressed. Nolfi fell silent for a few seconds before saying, His name is Lewis Barry." "Lewis Barry?" Batna was taken aback. Lumien, Ludwig, and Lugano patiently waited for most passengers to disembark before making their exit. As Lumien stepped off the gangway, his attention was drawn to a woman in a black nun's attire and matching hat. Carrying a brown suitcase, she turned into a fork in the road. Could it be the weeping woman I glimpsed through the mystery-prying glasses? Lumien pondered, averting his gaze thoughtfully. As he moved forward, his mind raced with plans for the immediate future. Firstly, he needed to find an inn in the harbor district. Secondly, he had to compose a letter to Madame Magician, notifying her of his arrival in Port Santa. The situation involved celestial worthy and potentially played into Loki's schemes. Carelessness was not an option. Write a letter to Madame Magician. Write a letter. Lumien's pupils dilated as he sought to discern if the world ahead was real. Throughout his days aboard the ship, he kept forgetting to write to Madame Magician. He had intended to consult his major arcana card holder, questioning the significance of the frequent occurrences related to the flying bird's calamities. Yet, he had completely forgotten about it. Chapter 534, Over the Mountain. It was today, amidst Lumien's contemplation of his next moves, that he seemed to snap out of a dreamlike trance. The recollection of his intention to write a letter to Madame Magician, now forgotten, hit him like a bullet. The realization was more unsettling than a battlefield injury, sending shivers down his spine and causing his hair to stand on end. Had this situation escalated, he might have perished without even realizing it. It feels like déjà vu. That's right. In Dardel, Lugano and I had unintentionally overlooked the option of escaping. We were searching for a pretext to enter the town and investigate derangement. As Lumien's thoughts raced, a sudden revelation struck him. The woman he had seen weeping on the flying bird was the source of derangement, a humanoid sealed artifact that had escaped its restraints. After leaving Dardel, she had reached Port Gotti and boarded the flying bird. Could she be instinctively influencing the minds of those around her, erasing thoughts that might pose a threat? But that would require her to monitor everyone's psychological activities at just the right time. Or, as Anthony had speculated, did she naturally implant mental cues, causing observers to overlook her existence? Even if glimpsed, the memory of her would fade later. Simultaneously, any communication with high sequence beyond her powers would be actively forgotten or abandoned. This classification wasn't determined by her but by the individual's self-awareness. If they believed the person to be a high sequence beyonder, then so they were. Once she disembarked and ceased planting those natural and persistent cues, the overlooked issues could be recalled through other connections. Fortunately, the sealed artifact remained dormant on the flying bird. Otherwise, I might have lost control and transformed into a monster. Apart from me and Ludwig, she also played a part in scaring off Bonesplitter Basil. Heh, it's quite funny from the perspective of the notorious pirate. Choosing an ordinary merchant ship for plunder, Basil found himself faced with 3 escalating waves of malice upon surfacing. A hornet's nest stirred into action. In that scenario, he had no other choice but to escape. Were the strange Death Navigator fish also drawn by her presence? Initially, Lumien felt lingering fear, but soon a sense of joy washed over him. This revelation confirmed that his contribution to the calamities on the flying bird was minimal, just as Aurora had suggested. Throughout the journey, only the demon warlock incident could be attributed to him. Lumien could accept such frequency. With determination, Lumien retrieved a post-it note and fountain pen, hastily scribbling a memo: find a nearby motel and write to Madame Magician. Focus on the death mark and the humanoid sealed artifact. After folding the note and stowing it in his pocket, Lumien utilized Lugano's interactions with the dock's inhabitants to discreetly inquire about nearby motels. Lowering his voice, he addressed his left chest. Temoboros, you actually failed to notice such a dangerous sealed artifact nearby. Temoboros's majestic voice resonated. Why should I warn you? Lumien criticized. Oh, you've learned the art of sophistry. He turned to Ludwig, who was nibbling on a long piece of bread. I wonder if this kid's lack of awareness stems from the Church of Knowledge's seal or a belief that there was no danger since the woman hadn't gone mad. I don't have to dwell on it for now. Averting his gaze, he waited for Lugano to gather directions before leading Ludwig toward the exit of the port district. Port Santa stood divided, its territories sliced into thirds. 1/3 bustled with the comings and goings of fishermen, surrounded by a vast open space. Nearby, 3 ice mills hummed with activity. The remaining 2/3, a realm reserved for merchant ships, witnessed a constant influx of passengers. Mechanical cranes labored tirelessly, lifting smelted steel, forged swords, and woven wool into the undercabin. Amidst the pungent scent of fish, Lumien maintained an outward calm. Sometimes, his gaze wandered to the distant mountain range, other times, he scrutinized the billowing black smoke drifting from the southeast, carried downwind by the breeze. Tasking Lugano and Ludwig with selecting 2 candidates each, Lumien delegated the decision-making. Ultimately, they settled at an unassuming motel named Salo. In Highlander, Salo translated to sun. Although the Fanapotter kingdom didn't subscribe to the eternal blazing sun faith, instead venerating Earth Mother, the prevalence of sunlight in their environment resulted in the frequent use of words like Salo and Soros, sunlight, in various place names. Lumion removed his golden straw hat, shielding him from the October sun, and secured a suite from the motel's owner, a gray-haired, tall figure with prominent cheekbones and a thick beard. The cost, 1.5 gold rizit per day, or 3 vril d'or. Official currencies in Fanapotter included rizit, seta, and degan. Legend had it that before the kingdoms split from the south-central regions, the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom jointly governed the land. Unlike the Loan Kingdom's unconventional gold pound system, Fanapotter's currency was designed by scholars from the Church of Knowledge. 1 rizit equaled 10 setas, and 1 seta equaled 10 degans, denominated as 5 degans, whole degan, half degan, and a quarter degan. Currently, 1 rizit was roughly 2 vril d'or, making 12 rizit equivalent to approximately 1 gold pound. Having exchanged for 1,000 rizit, Lumion held a variety of setas and degans in his possession. After settling the bill and ascending to his quarters, Lumion's attention was drawn to a young girl with long brown hair and freckles entering the establishment. She greeted the proprietor using the Highlander term for grandfather. The owner, his cheekbones tinged by the sun, warmly embraced the girl, their right cheeks meeting as he responded with a smile and a single word unfamiliar to Lumion. Puzzled, he turned to Lugano, seeking an explanation with his eyes. Old Delva said, "It's so good to see you, my little cabbage." Little cabbage. Lumion echoed, taken aback by the term. Lugano, with his pronounced eyebrows, large eyes, and sharp features, inquired with confusion, "Don't you know that there are many descendants of Dirige here?" Positioned on the second-floor staircase, he gestured towards the wall outside. The distant mountain range is the Pyres mountain range. You Dirige folks prefer calling it the Dirige mountain range. At that moment, Lumion grasped the entirety of the situation. Is this south of the Dirige mountain range? Southwest. The Dirige mountain range is a few hours away by train. In between, you'll find vast plains, pastures, and numerous towns and villages, Lugano clarified as he ascended the stairs. As you might know, every autumn, shepherds from Dirige and nearby areas migrate to the southern plains for grazing. Some settle down, while others seek opportunities in the larger surrounding cities, including Port Santa. If you head northeast, Highlander might not be necessary. Many people there are familiar with Intision. I have a cousin who was a widow initially. Later, she met a local while shepherding and married him. She gave up grazing and helped the herdsmen develop businesses related to sheep, cheese, wool, and more. Eventually, they saved enough to start a vineyard. Her husband values her opinions. This might be an example of Fanapotter men. Unfortunately, I'm not a woman, otherwise, I might have converted to Earth Mother. Listening to Lugano's insights, Lumion recalled a piece of information Aurora had once shared. The Dirige mountain range acted as a barrier against the cold winds heading south. Consequently, the Gaia province, situated south of the Dirige mountain range, enjoyed abundant sunlight and warm weather. Even in winter, the plains and pastures thrived with lush grass suitable for grazing. Lumion sensed that this knowledge had become dynamic, forming a network that allowed him to comprehend the geographical and weather characteristics of Port Santa and its northeastern region. Abruptly, another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that most of the Beyonders captured by shepherds like Pierre, who believed in inevitability, hailed from this area? Given the presence of a thriving port and a mountain range rich in mineral deposits, it makes sense that there would be more Beyonders here. If that were the case, perhaps my hunter, provoker, and even pyromaniac Beyonder characteristics might have originated from this region. I'm here now. Why do I smell the scent of inevitability? Lumion responded casually to Lugano's information. How many children did your cousin have? 3, Lugano replied. If she hadn't produced children, would her husband have been so obedient? Lumion, aware of the beliefs of Earth Mother's faith, heard about these matters with the shepherds who frequented the pastures. They held fertility and reproduction in high regard. Definitely not, Lugano affirmed without hesitation. As the conversation unfolded, the trio ascended to the 5th floor, entering a suite at the corridor's end. Lumion strolled to the balcony, casting his gaze towards the rugged mountain range in the distance. There lay a Highlander pasture in Cordu. After nearly 15 minutes of silent contemplation, Lumion returned to his room and began composing letters to Madame Magician and Franca. His intention was to inform Franca of the humanoid sealed artifact, urging her to alert the official Beyonders of the Familiarity Kingdom through 007. A potentially hazardous pathogen capable of madness at any moment was not fit for roaming freely outside. Wow! See? What did I say? Lumion will definitely encounter the source of derangement again, exclaimed Franca as she was about to depart with Jenna when she received the letter. They were heading to Trier's catacombs. In the preceding days, Jenna harbored a desire to revisit Crismonanite Pillar, hoping to uncover something valuable. However, she hesitated to approach recklessly, fearing it might attract the suspicion of the Demonist sect. Residing with Franca offered no guarantee of safety from their watchful eyes. Thanks to Anthony's introduction, she finally secured a mission at a mysticism gathering, providing a valid pretext. Her task involved venturing to a specific family's tomb on the catacomb's 3rd level, retrieving an antique tear catcher for her employer. Chapter 535, Reply. Jenna completed reading Lumion's letter and lapsed into silence for a few moments before remarking, "The origin of the derangement is genuinely formidable." Lumion unknowingly endured its effects for nearly half a month. Luckily, the woman's ailment didn't erupt. Otherwise, everyone on the ship would have descended into madness. Jenna contemplated for a moment, convinced that if she were in Lumion's position, the outcome would be the same, nothing would alter. Hence, sealed artifacts above level 2 wield immense power, but they're not practical for most situations. Their mere existence can bring catastrophe to the surrounding humans. Franca seized the chance to enlighten her companion, who had only been a Beyonder for half a year. She conveyed this information to Madame Judgment, not 007. This decision arose from the unpredictability of the emergency communication methods. What if 007 happened to be occupied and didn't go to that location? Regular communication had to wait until after 10 p.m. Considering the imminent threat of derangement, Franca didn't want to waste valuable time. With Madame Judgment's real-world identity, contacting the official Beyonders of the Familiarity Kingdom was assured, no worries about not locating her. Come nightfall, she would notify 007, ensuring the message reached the right people. With this matter settled, Franca and Jenna reached the catacombs in a rented carriage. Having followed Lumion to the 3rd level, they had drawn valuable information from him. The place was now familiar to them. Soon, they entered a small square illuminated by burning white candles and adorned with 2 sacrificial pillars. Jenna reflected for a moment and, to Franca's confusion, approached the sacrificial pillar representing the eternal blazing sun. She outstretched her arms and reverently declared, "Praise the sun." She was seeking protection. Franca couldn't help but twitch her lips as she observed the scene. Amused, she remarked, "Why are you becoming more and more like Seal, Lumion? Damn it. How do I resemble him?" Jenna retorted instinctively. In terms of faith flexibility, Franca pointed out with a smile. "Like me, I only praise Mr. Fool. I didn't say anything like by steam." Jenna pondered for a moment and admitted, "Because Lumion and I once truly believed in the eternal blazing sun." Suddenly, she halted, her lips moving as she cursed herself. Am I admitting that I do resemble Lumion? Franca had only been teasing. After praising the fool, she left the sacrificial square with Jenna and headed towards the entrance of the 4th level, where the Crismonanite pillar stood. Thanks to Lumion's information, they navigated past the skeletal blockage on the road. In the dim environment, they moved cautiously, guided by the faint candlelight. As Franca walked, an idea crossed her mind. Do you think we have to hold the lit white candles in our hands? Can we hold them above our heads or make a lantern and place them inside? Will this also protect us? Accustomed to Franca's occasional peculiar thoughts, Jenna casually replied, "You can give it a try." After considering the potential consequences of a failed experiment, Franca chuckled dryly. Forget it, forget it. No need to be curious about such things. She looked at Jenna beside her and changed the subject. Why are you dressed like this? Jenna, now in a black dress and a dark bonnet, exuded a beauty that carried a touch of maturity beyond her years. Jenna instinctively scanned the surroundings for any dim yellow candles before whispering, "I'm playing the part of a witch to add a mysterious touch." Clad in a black robe with a hood, she might resemble the witches known to humans, but it could easily raise suspicion from the demonist sect, so Jenna found a compromise. Franca quickly grasped the situation and nodded in approval. "You've put in the effort." Seizing the moment, Jenna inquired, "What about you? Since Gardner's demise, have you not found an opportunity to digest pleasure with someone?" Franca, usually thick-skinned, felt a bit embarrassed by Jenna's words. She coughed twice and replied, "It's not difficult to find someone if I wanted. If it doesn't work out, I'll turn down Browns at an opportune moment and see if she takes offense. Heh, if she truly experiences pleasure, she might invite me to join her." Franca suddenly shut her mouth, wishing she could raise her right hand and slap herself. Why did I disclose all this to Jenna? What a disgrace. Clearing her throat, Franca said, "Besides, this presents an opportunity." Opportunity? Jenna was puzzled. Franca nodded solemnly. Relying solely on the matters in bed and physical pleasure can indeed slowly digest the potion. It also aligns with the negative characteristics of a demoness. However, I keep feeling that the meaning of pleasure shouldn't be limited to this. Taking advantage of the absence of a target for physical pleasure, I want to calm down and slowly experience and explore other possibilities. For instance, captivating a man's heart. Bringing joy merely by being around me. Providing pleasure through interaction, yet beyond his reach. Each encounter becomes a torment, a glimpse into the catastrophe and affliction a demoness brings. Damn it, I despise such women the most. Franca's frustration blazed as she spoke. Jenna was taken aback, her lips pursed, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to contain her laughter. Something along those lines. At any rate, that's the gist, Franca abruptly concluded the conversation. In the dim candlelight, Franca passed by a newly constructed tomb beside an ancient one. A sudden frown creased her forehead, questioning if she had missed an opportunity. If I had sighed and hinted at the stagnation of my digestion due to the absence of a pleasure partner, would Jenna offer sympathy and assistance? Arg, my stubbornness has cost me. But perhaps she'd suggest Lumion. Franca's thoughts raced, but she remained vigilant, especially when she noticed the jumbled bones strewn along the roadside. Finally, she and Jenna reached the Crismonanite pillar, a black marble structure supporting the cave's ceiling. No etchings or signs of erosion adorned its surface. Franca studied it for a moment and remarked, "It's reminiscent of the one in 4th Epic Trier, albeit smaller. More like a tip." Turning to Jenna, she inquired, "Do you sense anything peculiar?" Furrowing her brow, Jenna shook her head slowly. "No. Fainapotter Kingdom, Gaia Province, Port Santa, Solemn Hotel." Lumion swiftly received a response from Madam Magician, "Have you faced the dread of a Grade 1 sealed artifact? Repeating it won't imprint as deeply as experiencing it firsthand. This likely is the power of a high sequence beyonder in the spectator pathway, constantly shaping the thoughts and perceptions of those around. Remember, beware of the spectator. The sealed artifact has other powers. I'm uncertain if it belongs to the evil gods outside. For now, you needn't pursue or capture it. We'll liaise with the Earth Mother Church through Mr. Moon." Reading this, Lumion muttered to himself, "I'd rather not get involved, but it's not my call. Sometimes, my nature thrusts me into things I'd rather avoid." It was just like him and the sealed artifact being on the same voyage, headed for the same destination. Simultaneously, Lumion gleaned a vital detail from Madame Magician's arrangements. Mr. Moon of the Tarot Club had close ties with the Earth Mother Church. After a moment's reflection, Lumion resumed reading the letter. We're also probing Resurrection Island's existence. Mr. Hangman and Madame Hermit are leading the investigation. They have theories but can't confirm yet. If they need your aid, they'll inform you and seek your consent. However, don't search for Resurrection Island now. It's very dangerous. Remember, very dangerous. The death mark is a lingering essence of death. Ordinary humans leave one mark, certain sequences of certain pathways can leave many. Such marks erode and merge with death, lasting longer for those higher in status or with special abilities. As for ordinary low-sequence beyonders, the corresponding death mark won't exist for anything beyond a few years. Setting up a ritual to summon the death mark is nearly impossible. Even a sequence 0 true god wouldn't dare approach the essence of death, let alone with a ritual. I suspect something amiss with the ardent evil spirit Berman summoned. The decline in Berman's mental state may have started with that spirit, not his encounter with Harrison of Resurrection Island. Perhaps, the ardent evil spirit isn't dead. The ardent evil spirit, leaving behind blood traces and easily dispatched by Berman, isn't dead? What an absurd storyline. Even Madame Magician remains clueless about the nature of this creature. Recollecting Berman's encounter, Lumion couldn't detect anything abnormal. This behavior seemed like that of a half-mad individual, forcibly transitioning between pathways. In her closing remarks, Madame Magician cautioned, exercise caution during your investigations in Port Santa. Should you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to seek aid from the Knight of Swords. There's no need for that for now. Lumion replied inwardly. This stemmed from a lack of leads or information. Even if he were to correspond with the Knight of Swords, Lumion wouldn't know what to inquire about or what kind of assistance to request. Chapter 536, One in the Light and One in the Dark. Lumion's immediate priority upon reaching Port Santa was to delve into the events of the previous sea prayer ritual, particularly focusing on the individuals involved in the accident. This investigation would be crucial in uncovering the true identities of the key members of April Fools. However, this phase of his pursuit carried inherent risks of deception and potential traps. Understanding the intricacies of last year's prank was paramount before engaging the minor arcana, Knight of Swords, in any assistance. Lumion didn't find it plausible to enlist aid on such matters. The sealed knowledge surrounding the events in Port Santa made it apparent that unless the Knight of Swords happened to be present, he wouldn't yield much help. Initially, Lumion aimed to gather information about the sea prayer ritual and the previous year's incident, but such details seemed exclusive to this location. Peripheral members of April Fools, involved in minor roles, offered limited perspectives, offering mere snippets of the puzzle. With a flick of his wrist, Lumion transformed Madame Magician's reply into a blazing fireball. Exiting the master bedroom of the suite, he addressed Lugano, who waited in the living room. Let's get ourselves a local identity. You've already used Louis Barry's identity to check into the motel, Lugano reminded Lumion after some thought. Did this mean it's time to depart? Wouldn't that be a waste of an entire week's rent? Lugano's heart ached at the thought of the 10.5 gold rizit. Spending money wasn't an issue, just don't waste it. As a bounty hunter who had lived a tough life for many years, he was quite sensitive to money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to ask Lumion for a job. Any issues? Lumion inquired with a smile. In the October warmth of Port Santa, Lumion sported a straightforward ensemble, light linen shirt, brown pants, a golden straw hat cradled in his grasp. For a moment, Lugano didn't know if he should voice his primary concern, the matter of money. Finally, he decided to broach the subject. Boss, I grabbed a few newspapers from the street. Seems there are rumors in Port Fairham about you taking down the demon warlock. Upon reading this news, Lugano rubbed his eyes several times, wondering if he had read wrongly. When had his boss eradicated the demon warlock? Why don't I know? only the memory of the seemingly bombarded master bedroom stirred skepticism. "It was me," Lumian replied with a slight nod. Lugano momentarily lost the ability to organize his words. After a brief pause, he suppressed his curiosity and feigned understanding. "You've bagged a bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or and some spoils of war. No wonder you've been throwing money around lately." The rent of 20 to 30 Vril d'Or didn't seem extravagant anymore. "All donated," Lumian disclosed matter-of-factly. "Why?" Lugano blurted out. Lumian glanced at him. Lugano immediately shut his mouth and smiled sheepishly. "We need to change our location. Louis Barry's fame in the fog sea makes him an easy target." In that gaze, Lumian conveyed an unspoken message: "Who's in charge here? You or me? Did I need your approval to donate the bounty?" With a subtle smile, Lumian posed the question: "Who said we were relocating?" Lugano, caught off guard, stammered, "Not relocating." Lumian's smile held a cryptic meaning as he shared: "Why else do you think I didn't ask the clergyman from the Church of the Fool, who helped collect the bounty, to conceal my identity?" Louis Barry, the high-profile adventurer, served as a beacon, attracting attention and revealing the landscape of potential threats. Lumian needed an inconspicuous local guise to operate discreetly in the shadows. Lugano, grappling with the complexity of his employer's motives, confessed, I thought you just wanted to be as famous as Gehrman Sparrow in the Five Seas." He sensed there was more beneath the surface. Lumian chuckled. Who among our generation wouldn't want to match Gehrman Sparrow's fame in the Five Seas? The desire for recognition satisfied his vanity, providing a plausible reason for not letting Tice, the Church of the Fool's bishop, conceal his identity completely. A superficial motive, one genuine enough to make people believe, could effectively veil hidden intentions. Lugano, feeling like he couldn't decipher Lumian's true colors or grasp his ultimate goal, sighed inwardly. I'm just a planter, a doctor, and a seasoned bounty hunter. My intelligence can only be considered ordinary." Lumian cast a glance at Ludwig, munching on a potato omelet, and declared, "Let's go." He nudged the coat rack into a blind spot, hanging the golden straw hat, creating the illusion of an inconspicuous figure if one looked from the opposite building. Exiting the Salo Motel, Lumian strolled along the grayish-white stone street toward the lively bars near the harbor. Lugano followed, holding Ludwig's hand. The ancient street boasted mottled houses with white walls and red tiles. Near entrances like Cordu, elderly women chatted in the sun, but they didn't lend a hand in catching lice. Passers-by tread softly, lowering their voices to maintain the tranquility of the scene. In a casual exchange with Francesco, the bartender at the Flying Bird's basement bar, Lumian learned of a cultural phenomenon in Phaenopotter, shaped by the Earth Mother's faith and the significance accorded to family traditions, matriarchal culture. Within each family, the most venerable grandmother, a prolific progenitor, commanded unparalleled respect. As the unquestionable parent, they wielded a certain degree of control over every family member. Even outside the confines of their homes, this reverence persisted, for these grandmothers represented the familial symbol, embodying the Earth Mother. The combination of religious beliefs and societal norms secured a unique status for these elderly grandmothers. Observing this dynamic, Lumian found himself contemplating a question. In Riston province, a married woman, functioning as a de facto parent, held the right to be addressed as Madam and have her name prefixed with N.A. Could this tradition be an influence from Phaenopotter's matriarchal culture just a mountain away? Nomadic herdsmen and traders, traversing vast distances, inevitably brought back tales of their experiences. Ancient practices from the Darij mountain range and its surroundings, spanning over a millennium, undoubtedly left an indelible mark. Navigating the ancient yet serene streets under the brilliant sunlight, Lumian felt a sense of displacement. It was as if he had returned to Cordu during the bustling season when adults toiled in the fields, tended to sheep in the mountains, or embarked on hunting expeditions, leaving only an old woman and young children behind. Trier, third level of the catacombs. Jenna closed her eyes and extended her senses, but the black Chrismonanite pillar remained silent, devoid of any size or motion. Assessing the mirror substitutions, she cautiously approached the enigmatic weather-free pillar, placing her palm against it. The black pillar that supported the cave's ceiling, though cold and metallic, retained the texture of rock. Yet, Jenna's probing mind received nothing beyond this information. "It still doesn't work," she communicated to Franca, shaking her head. In her reflections, Jenna recalled the two instances and sought their commonality when she had heard Crismona's voice, during her advancement and within a special mirror world in 4th Epic Trier. Both times, danger and intense emotions had been common denominators. Jenna whispered, "The danger during my witch advancement was suppressed by the sacrificial square. Is the key intense emotions?" Jenna pondered aloud, delving into memories of painful events that had stirred her emotions, including her mother's death, separation from her brother, and other poignant experiences of suffering. Despite the visible fluctuations in her emotions, the Crismona night pillar remained silent, the illusory sigh elusive. Franca, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, "Must there be a special event to trigger it?" "Perhaps," Jenna replied, biting her lip. "Why don't we try the 4th level?" Lumion mentioned the shadow suspected to have formed after the death of the Demonis Pathways angel. "That should be Crismona." Franca's heart stirred, and she affirmed, "That's right. Moreover, the shadow is controlled by the seal and doesn't have the ability to attack humans." "Yes, the prerequisite is that we strictly adhere to the series of rules in the catacombs." After a brief discussion, the two of them circled around the Crismona night pillar, replaced candles, and proceeded to descend the ancient, mottled stone steps. Under the watchful gaze of realistic dark gray reliefs depicting human heads on both sides of the rock walls, they descended step by step. Breaking the suffocating silence, Franca spoke up, "This place is perfect for ghost stories. The atmosphere is amazing." Jenna glanced at her, teasing, "Are you afraid?" "How is that possible?" Franca retorted stubbornly. Jenna chuckled. "If you weren't afraid, you'd just tell ghost stories to scare me. Now, you're just sighing. It means you mainly want to rely on your voice to boost your courage. It's a waste of your talent not to choose the spectator pathway. Do theater actors have to learn to read people?" Franca was about to argue when they reached the last ancient stone step. Simultaneously, a sense of oppression enveloped them. In the next moment, a yellowish candle flame flickered in their eyes. The candle flame didn't belong to them. It emerged from the distant 4th level of the catacombs. Chapter 537, Charm. Franca and Jenna's initial reaction was to steer clear of the newcomer. In this subterranean maze filled with corpses, they couldn't afford to be complacent with the living. Yet, their circumstances didn't permit avoidance. They had to wield a glowing white candle, a feeble defense against the encroaching darkness of the catacombs. The candle's flame, though, made them conspicuous, a visible beacon in the shadows. True concealment required them to find solace behind the sealed doors of an ancient tomb. The option of becoming invisible or lurking in the shadows was risky, they weren't certain if it meant snuffing out the candle flame. After a silent exchange of glances, Franca and Jenna chose to take a circuitous route, maintaining a safe distance from the distant candlelight. In the oppressive stillness that felt like time itself had halted, the two demonesses cautiously progressed westward, guided by road signs and the black lines on the cave ceiling. As they approached a point parallel to the candle flame, Franca turned her head to peer down the corridor between the ancient tombs. Thanks to her exceptional night vision, she identified the person clutching the burning candle. A man in a black robe, deep black and light hues intermingled in his hair, a gentle profile, pale white skin, and dark brown eyes, distinct from the incisions. Phaenopaterian? Strikingly similar, yet subtly different. Why do I sense familiarity? When have I encountered this person before? Did he leave an impression in the memory recesses of the original owner of my body? Franca felt an inexplicable urge to approach and strike up a conversation. She took a deep breath and suppressed it. In the hushed darkness of the catacombs, approaching strangers recklessly could easily spark unnecessary conflict. Franca had dedicated considerable time to delve into the circumstances surrounding the original body's demise and the person's life experiences. She sought to ensure there were no lingering issues that she needed to be wary about acquaintances from the past. The man in the black robe, having observed the two demonesses and noting their lack of intent to draw near, continued on his path, eventually disappearing behind an ancient tomb. He doesn't look like a college student. Jenna averted her gaze and eliminated an option. If the individual hadn't ventured into the fourth level of the catacombs merely driven by curiosity and excitement, it hints at a clear motive. Is he on a commission search for antiques, paying respects to an ancestor buried on this level, or a beyonder delving into the mysticism and seal composition of the catacombs? Perhaps, like Jenna and myself, he pursues the revelations from the three night pillars. Franca's mind raced through various possibilities. On the fourth level of the catacombs, two more night pillars awaited, Marianne's night pillar and Liu's night pillar. The former, the Pope of the Evernight Goddess Church in the fourth epoch, and the latter, the Blessed of the Ancient Death. Both had met their demise during the War of the Four Emperors inside fourth epoch Trier. Having shared her analysis with Jenna, Franca gestured with her right hand, the one without a candle, and reassured, "Don't worry about his motives. It won't affect our search for Crismona's shadow." I didn't want to bother either. You were the one considering all the possibilities. I sensed that impulse in your heart. Did you truly want to investigate that person just now? Jenna, attuned to Franca's nuances, grasped her companion's thoughts but chose to chuckle, keeping the revelation to herself. At times, Franca could be quite prideful. After walking along the path for nearly 15 minutes, they reached a natural cave named Crazy Mushroom Cave. The entrance was sealed by a dense cluster of pale white mushrooms tinged with black. Why are there so many mushrooms? Franca observed them with curiosity. Before Jenna could respond, she continued, all right. I get it. Now's not the time for exploration and adventure. Damn it, I didn't stop you. Maybe Crismona's shadow is in the mushroom cave. Jenna, feeling stifled since entering the fourth level of the catacombs, vented her discomfort with coarse language, as if confined in a space that oppressed her. Franca was on the verge of responding when her attention fixated on a figure standing at the corner ahead. Clad in a simple and unadorned white robe, the figure boasted smooth black hair, exquisite facial features, and a holy aura. Her beauty transcended the surroundings of darkness, silence, and filth, as if she had emerged from the depths of human imagination. Crismona. The name resonated simultaneously in the minds of Franca and Jenna. They had indeed stumbled upon a shadow suspected to be a high-sequence beyonder, the demoness, Crismona. Regaining her composure, Jenna locked eyes with the figure and attempted to speak in ancient Hermes, hello. The woman's beauty was otherworldly, captivating everyone's attention. A faint smile graced the corners of her mouth. Her allure was fully unleashed. Entranced by that smile, Jenna and Franca found themselves lost, their minds fixated on a singular thought, approach her. Like moths drawn to a flame, fully aware of the dangers that lay in her beauty, yet compelled to draw near. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The two demonesses, eyes filled with fascination, advanced toward the woman in the simple white robe. As they walked on, Jenna couldn't help but instinctively sigh and feel a sense of pity. Why did she sigh when she has such a beautiful smile? Had she encountered something sorrowful? Sigh. Jenna snapped out of her daze, realizing that the woman in the white robe might not be the same as Crismona, who had sighed and protected them. At the very least, she wasn't entirely the same. Her vision cleared instantly, revealing the beautiful figure's soft black hair billowing. Each strand had become unusually thick, and the top had split open, resembling a snake opening its mouth. The pitch-black snake's mouth faced Jenna and Franca, seemingly poised for their approach. Jenna's heart skipped a beat. She swiftly grabbed Franca and whispered, something's amiss. Franca, initially taken aback, struggled for a few seconds before breaking free from her enchantment. Coming to a sudden halt, they watched as the holy figure in the white robe stared blankly for a moment before bifurcating into a fork and vanishing into the darkness. Phew. Franca exhaled, her fear lingering as she remarked, "Why isn't there a rule in the catacombs guidelines that prohibits communication with those who don't hold candles? Perhaps ordinary humans, if they enter the fourth level, will be affected by the environment, unable to suppress their fear and leaving quickly without encountering these shadows." Jenna offered an explanation. Franca glanced at her with frustration and said, "You managed to break free from the female ghost's charm before I did." Jenna recounted the thoughts that had recently crossed her mind. "But I also heard Crismona's sigh and words in fourth epic trier." Franca raised her right hand and touched her face. "Am I really more easily enamored with beauty?" At this point, a sudden puzzlement overcame her. "Actually, I've always found it strange that Crismona Night Pillar stands in the catacombs. As for the other two Night Pillars, one belongs to the Church of Evernight's former Pope, Marianne, and the other is named after the ancient Death's Blessed, Leus. The latter is the Death Consul, which is very compatible with the catacombs. The former should be on the neighboring pathway of death. In other words, they are closely related to death, home, and the dead. Crismona is the demoness of catastrophe, clearly distinct from them. I can understand why there was a giant pillar representing Crismona in fourth epic trier. That's because there's a special mirror world there. It contains the primordial demoness' divine power left behind during the War of the Four Emperors. However, why was Crismona Night Pillar included in the catacombs construction? Back then, an angel who followed the Blood Emperor perished. Why did it have to be her? Jenna shook her head slowly and redirected her gaze to the spot where the holy figure had vanished. She attempted to walk a distance in that direction and suddenly realized that the spot where the white-robed woman had been standing was an ancient tomb. Unlike the other tombs on the fourth floor, its tomb door was open. After departing Ruaquina, home to the Salo Motel, Lumion found an empty alley and casually tossed the lie earring to Lugano. Find someone skilled in crafting false identities. Change your appearance, and don't use your current look. Lumion gestured towards the cafe diagonally opposite. I'll be waiting for you there. Yes, boss. Lugano displayed no sign of worry. Despite being unfamiliar with this city, he had numerous acquaintances residing here. Moreover, he was fluent in Highlander. As Lumion observed the translator guide completing his disguise, returning lie, and heading toward Rue de Bars, he led Ludwig into the cafe, where each table was adorned with a bouquet of flowers. The sun bore down, rendering the passers-by somewhat languid. Unfazed, Lumion, armed with his limited knowledge of Highlander words and gestures, successfully ordered 2 cups of Taurus coffee with milk, a Santa yolk pastry with cream fashioned into a tower, roasted suckling pig, and duck stewed in pear juice. Ludwig was pleased. Sipping his coffee, Lumion surveyed the cafe. He noticed that the 6 or 7 tables were occupied mainly by couples in their 20s, engaged in dates. There was only one middle-aged couple. With Lumion's acute hearing, it wasn't challenging for him to catch snippets of conversations at nearby tables, even though he didn't comprehend most of it. Only a few words stood out. Ocean. Pray. Going aboard. Island. Could they be discussing the sea prayer ritual next month? Lumion mused, shifting his gaze out the window. On the street, 2 young men with long swords on their backs engaged in a heated argument for some reason. Drawing their swords on the spot, they seemed poised for a duel. Chapter 538, Historical Origins. Clang. 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 Even through the glass window, Lumion heard the clash of 2 lads' swords outside. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. They're really fighting? Though duels were popular in Trier, it was rare for them to wield weapons without the formalities. Normally, they'd go through the entire process, determine the type of duel, cold weapons or revolvers, sign a contract, find a recognized witness, and then borrow weapons from the cafe's front desk or the bar counter. Only these duels were legal, avoiding police intervention. But wielding a longsword at the slightest disagreement was either a prelude to riot or a mob vendetta. Such lethal weapons rarely surfaced in real fights. Port Santa, or rather, the Familiarity Kingdom's security is so poor. Lumion was surprised by this. From the Flying Bird to the Salo Motel, he noticed the locals' penchant for carrying blades and swords, reminiscent of scenes from classical novels. It was actually legal. In a maritime colony like Port Fairham, openly carrying such items was unheard of. Even a dagger had to be concealed. For him, though, this was a welcome advantage. Fascinated, Lumion observed the desperate struggle between the two lads through the window, occasionally commenting on their combat techniques in his mind. Suddenly, a group of people jogged over from the street. All women, they wore black cloth hats with white patterns, black lining, and brown leather armor. Dark cloaks adorned with two crossed swords, and brass revolvers strapped to their waists completed their attire. The woman leading the group seemed to be in her late 20s, with thick, naturally curly black hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and plump red lips, quite beautiful. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, she drew a straight sword from her back and called out to the two men fighting on the street with a cold expression. Lumion only understood the word stop. The two lads truly ceased their actions, standing by the street and accepting the reprimand from the group of women, their imposing demeanor fading. After a few minutes, they left separately with their swords, not being apprehended. Lumion took a sip of his Torah's coffee, perplexed by the situation. The language barrier proved quite troublesome. After Ludwig polished off the food on the table at a controlled speed, Lugano, now sporting an unremarkable face, returned. Lumion wasn't in a hurry to inquire if he had found a black market merchant who could craft fake identities. He casually asked, "Is it legal to possess cold weapons in Port Santa?" Lugano lowered his round-rimmed black hat and dropped his voice. "That's right. It's a local custom. The Familiarity Kingdom government respects this tradition. Besides, it's a good thing for them to have more people die in the Gaia province." "Why?" Lumion inquired with interest. Lugano covered his face with his hand, as if afraid of being followed. Observing this, Lumion tossed him the lie earring. Lugano hurried to the washroom and reverted to his original appearance, albeit his facial features becoming more refined. Only then did he relax and explain, "Have you ever heard of the Battle of the Violated Oath?" Lumion, shaped by Aurora's rigorous education, instinctively replied, "The Battle of the Violated Oath that began in the Fifth Epoch in 738? The one where Lemberg, Mason, Seeger, and other small south-central countries were separated from the north of the Familiarity Kingdom, and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom broke off from the Church of Earth Mother?" Lugano was taken aback. Yes. He only had a rough idea. The other party had actually revealed the exact year and final outcome. After a few seconds, Lugano lowered his voice and said, "During the Battle of the Violated Oath, the entire Gaia province, especially those near the Dirige mountain range, attempted to gain independence but failed. Later, in order to guard against the natives, despite high-quality iron and coal mines just south of the Dirige mountains, the Familiarity Kingdom only set up smelting factories and no gun factories. There wasn't a single native in the troops stationed here, they were all assigned to other places. Was there once a widespread belief in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom here?" Lumion couldn't help but glance at Ludwig, who was enjoying dessert. The key to the independence of Lemberg, Mason, Seeger, and other countries in the south-central region was their mainstream faith in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, not the Earth Mother. "I don't know," Lugano honestly shook his head. Undeterred, he pressed on with the matter at hand. "You should already know that the ancient Gaia province mainly comprised four types of people. Firstly, farmers. Secondly, fishermen from places like Port Santa. Thirdly, mountain dwellers who relied on minerals and hunting to survive. Fourthly, the herdsmen you're familiar with. The latter three are fierce, wielding swords fearlessly in conflicts." Lumion nodded. That was indeed the case. Whether fishermen, mountain dwellers, or herdsmen, they all lived in relative poverty. They battled nature's cruelty and faced various dangers beyond human settlements. They even had to be wary of those among them with ill intentions. Swords and blades were necessities, not ornaments. Lumion had heard firsthand from the migrating herdsmen about wolf pack attacks and the brutality of bandits. It had left a deep impression on him. Lugano downed the lemonade he had just ordered and sighed in relief. One of Earth Mother's 3 combat orders is stationed permanently in Gaia Province. They guard against us in the north and Lenberg in the northeast. Simultaneously, they aim to monitor the locals. Heh, encountering combat nuns in Gaia Province and Port Santa isn't uncommon. Their demeanors differ from other women. Lugano's expression shifted to one of leisure and fascination. The team just now were the combat nuns who maintain order. Lumion realized. He teased Lugano with a smile, "They're nuns." Lugano smiled enigmatically and remarked, "The nuns of the Earth Mother Church don't take vows of chastity. Instead, they pledge to have as many children as possible before a certain age. If they're interested in you, they'll be quite proactive. Sometimes, they might even push a bit. The young folks here love showcasing their bravery in front of these nuns. Their courage might catch someone's eye. Pledging to have numerous children before a certain age. It sounds peculiar, aligning with Earth Mother's teachings but reminiscent of another mother. Local customs, governmental involvement, religious doctrines, and primal courtship behaviors has all woven into the folklore of this place where cold weapons rule the streets. Lumion hadn't expected such complexity behind a seemingly trivial matter. Upon reflection, it was rather intriguing. At that moment, Lumion suddenly understood Aurora's words from the past. If I returned to university without life's pressures, I'd study history. Phew. Lumion exhaled slowly and turned to Lugano. Any progress? Lugano, still lost in thoughts about combat nuns, was caught off guard and struggled to snap out of his reverie. You intisions. Lumion clicked his tongue. Only then did Lugano grasp the question. He sheepishly smiled and said, I've made some. I've found a well-connected black market merchant who can help. Would you like to meet them? He's also a descendant of Dirige. Sure. Lumion finished his coffee and stood up. Trier, 4th level of the catacombs. Jenna and Franca each gripped a burning white candle, their eyes fixed on the ancient tomb that lay open, hesitant to advance. No one knew what lay buried inside, and the fear of something terrifying emerging lingered in the air. In the outer world, the 2 demonesses could employ divination to discern the situation. However, in the catacombs, establishing a close connection with the ordinary spirit world was nearly impossible. The outcome was evident. After all, Lumion couldn't enter through spirit world traversal, but he could teleport within its confines. After a brief pause, Franca passed her mirror substitution to Jenna and stepped forward with solemn determination. Relying on her spiritual premonition, she cautiously approached the ancient tomb. As they drew nearer, the dim yellow candlelight revealed a heap of pale white bones in the entrance area, adorned with light greenish-black mold spots. Franca raised the white candle, casting its light into the depths of the tomb. Skeletons lay scattered in disarray, occupying every inch of the ground. In the center, a tilted sarcophagus revealed a multitude of decaying bones. Franca hesitated for a moment before declaring, "It doesn't seem dangerous." Only then did Jenna approach, returning the mirror substitution. Franca continued her observation and remarked, "Nothing of value either." Gems and other items were absent among the burial articles, likely lost during the construction of the catacombs and the opening of these ancient tombs. Everything else had decayed or shattered. Even the murals on the walls bore only faint traces. Jenna observed for a while and said uncertainly, "What about the area where these bones are pressing down? Let me take a look." Franca moved closer, allowing invisible spider silk to spread and entwine the pale white bones at the entrance, aiding in their movement. Suddenly, an irregular mirror fragment, seemingly coated in black paint, materialized in the flames. Jenna and Franca's eyes narrowed. It bore a striking resemblance to the mirror world fragment they had obtained in 4th Epic Trier. Did a special mirror person once die here? Frank amused. Did Crismona's shadow appear here to inform us? But why did she attack us? Jenna shared the perplexity. After a moment of thought, she said, why did the special mirror person die here? Who owns this tomb? Or rather, which ancient family does it belong to? Franca stared for a moment before nodding solemnly. That might be our next investigation. Finding no anomalies, the duo stored away the mirror fragment. Utilizing the formless spider silk of the demoness of pleasure, they meticulously searched the entire tomb but found nothing that identified the tomb owner. Franca sighed and said, well, we'll unravel it when we get back. Let's go acquire an antique tear catcher for the employer now. Chapter 539, Information on the Sea Prayer Ritual. In Port Santa, inside a room featuring a lone card table, Lumion and Lugano, their appearances altered and attire changed, met the black market merchant claiming lineage to Dirige. Seated at the head of the table, he sported a white shirt and a black vest, a glass of pale malt-colored white wine at his fingertips and a slowly burning cigar between them. He did embody the heritage of the Dirige region with slightly sunken eye sockets, slightly curled black hair, and piercing blue eyes reminiscent of a cloudless sky over a towering mountain. His thin cheeks and thick stubble suggested a man in his 30s. Good afternoon, Mr. Valerio, Lugano greeted in Highlander. Valerio, casting a glance at his armed bodyguards, responded with a smile and intonation, flavored with a distinct Dirige accent. It's been a long time since I've returned home. It's a pleasure to see you. Indeed, Mr. Valerio, Lumion replied in intonation, his voice also tinged with a Dirige accent. While shepherds excelled at navigating the perils of the wilderness, an inherent wariness of authorities in settled human areas lingered. Valerio nodded subtly and inquired, did you come from Larnaca? Yes, I just finished attending the trade fair there, Lumion replied smoothly. Having learned about Larnaca from the shepherds in Cordu, Lumion was well aware of the monthly trade fair that transformed the suburbs into a bustling marketplace. Shepherds from far and wide flocked to the event, seizing opportunities to trade lamb, wool, cheese, and other goods. Valerio then delved into the topic of migration and Dirige's folklore. Lumion, well versed in the subject from a shepherd's perspective, provided insightful answers. In the midst of the conversation, he felt a bit disoriented. Recollections of his sister's occasional threats echoed in his mind, if you don't study hard, I'll send you off to be a shepherd. Now, irony had it that he found himself playing the role of a shepherd. After some time, Valerio nodded in satisfaction and took a puff of his cigar. You're quite wise. Grazing in the suburbs doesn't require identification, but settling in the city requires it. I'll get you 2 sets as soon as possible. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. I might not be of much help, but having one more person will give you more ideas. We're all from Dirige, so we naturally have to have each other's backs. Lumion wasn't surprised by the black market merchant's enthusiasm. Uniting the people of one's homeland would create an exploitable force that couldn't be ignored. It was reminiscent of the Savoy mob. In the beginning, the pioneers, mostly Savoyards working as laborers and attendants, paved the way for the big bosses of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce. They expanded operations, safeguarded assets, and contributed immeasurably. As for how many Savoyards might end up living a less than honest life or end up dead on the streets, the wealthy merchants turned a blind eye. Lumion applied the acting techniques learned from Jenna and Anthony Reed's guidance to commend Valerio's noble character. With a smile, Valerio offered a piece of advice. If you want to survive here, it's best to convert to Earth Mother as soon as possible. Find a good lady to marry and have a few children as soon as possible. Only then will you avoid hidden trouble. Is urging marriage and childbearing a tradition in the Phaenopotter kingdom? Lumion criticized and smiled bitterly. Without copper coins, there won't be any good girls. This Dirige proverb echoed in the room, signifying the difficulty for the poor, especially shepherds, to attract fine ladies and start families. This is Phaenopotter, not Dirige, Valerio remarked, taking a sip of his white wine. The good ladies here value robust bodies and bravery. The money can wait after you get married. Perplexed, Lumion questioned, why? Men like that are more suited for reproduction, and they possess the ability to impregnate good ladies, Valerio explained with a smile. This place is different from Darij. The essence of many things lies in fertility and reproduction. Only by understanding this can you truly understand Fanapotter and praise the mother of all things. The black market merchant rose, spreading his feet slightly and raising his hands high. No wonder Fanapotter teems with people in the northern continent. Without their knack for land improvement and food cultivation, sustaining such a population would be impossible. Lumion's thoughts raced as he probed, Mr. Valerio, I heard there's a sea prayer ritual next month. Any chance to make some money? Yes, Valerio replied, taking a seat. Port Santa stays relatively warm in November. When my grandfather first came, he rented a wooden box to store popsicles, gathered a pile of ice from the factory, and covered them up. Then, he waded into the crowd, selling popsicles and ice cubes, earning his first bucket of gold. You can still do it now, but the competition is fiercer. You might even need to rent a bicycle for a larger thermal wooden box to hit more ritual venues. Many ritual venues? Lumion asked. Valerio replied with a smile, this is a grand event for all of Port Santa. Different processes happen in various places. There's the Dance of the Sea at the port, a parade of flower boats across the city, a sea boat race, the vigil ritual in Milo village, and the core sea sacrifice. What's the sea sacrifice? Lumion inquired curiously. Valerio slowly shook his head. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that the governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea board a special boat, head to a certain area beyond the port with sacrifices from fishermen and sea merchants, and perform a unique ritual. The detailed process is known only to those who've been there. The governor of the sea, the maidens of the sea? Lumion kept picking keywords. This perfectly aligned with the situation of a Darij shepherd who had just arrived in Port Santa. Valerio smiled and said, the crucial part of the sea prayer ritual is selecting a man as the governor of the sea and 4 girls as the maidens of the sea. They'll lead a parade through the city on a flower boat before boarding a special fishing boat at the port. Sailing during the Dance of the Sea, they signal the start of the race. Later, they circle the port, entering the oldest local fishing village, Milo, for a night. At 7 a.m. the next morning, they reboard the boat and head to the sea sacrificial ground with the offerings. The chosen governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea. A sea prayer ritual with multiple segments. Lumion repeated the key parts inwardly. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he made a connection. This was very similar to the Lent celebration in the Darij Mountains and the Spring Elf. Though in reality, Lent celebration didn't involve Ava's head being chopped off or blood splattering, the dream scene left a deep impression on Lumion. He instinctively associated the Lent celebration with something sinister and terrifying. Doesn't the sea prayer ritual here resemble the Lent celebration? Upon second thought, Lumion felt that the similarity didn't explain the issue. This was a common process in mysticism, the creation of a specific symbol to represent the sacrificial target to achieve the desired effect. This was evident in many folklore rituals. How are the governor of the sea and the maidens of the sea chosen? Lumion asked curiously. Could it be, like the spring elf, they're elected by all the residents of Port Santa? Could one gain a high reputation and enjoy hidden benefits after the ritual? Valerio took another drag from his cigar. They're chosen by the committee members of the Fisheries Guild, the oldest guild in Port Santa. They keep the specific criteria and whether they want to vote a secret. Even the official members of the Fisheries Guild don't know. With that, the black market merchant grinned. I also aim to become the governor of the sea. They say it comes with many perks, but no one spills the details. How have the previous governors of the sea fared? Lumion was more concerned about this matter. Valerio was taken aback. He thought for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. Each governor of the sea serves only a 1-year term. Once they step down, they seem to be relocated. Anyway, they can't stick around in Port Santa to avoid clashes with the new governor. Heh, they're surely offered hefty compensation and allowed to bring their families. Relocated? Were they truly relocated, or did they face something else? Lumion, drawing from past experiences, couldn't help but think of something ominous and dreadful in the face of such a ritualistic folklore. Regarding the governor of the sea's subsequent experiences during the sea prayer ritual, it did sound peculiar. Lumion thought for a moment and, adopting the tone befitting his current guise, inquired, "What about the maidens of the sea?" They're a hit amongst sea merchants, fishing company shareholders, and fishermen and sailors. Everyone wants to wed the maidens of the sea, a symbol of the sea's blessing. Explore various fishing villages, the fisheries guild, and the homes of sea merchants, and you'll find many influential grandmothers who were once maidens of the sea. Valerio's face brimmed with envy, as if he too harbored dreams of marrying a maiden of the sea and becoming a true sea merchant. This mirrors the hidden benefits of being a spring elf. Lumion suppressed the urge to raise his right hand and stroke his chin. Knowing when to cease, he refrained from pressing further. After depositing 50 gold rizit, he exited Valerio's illegal casino with Lugano. Ludwig didn't come with them. Instead, he was stationed in a nearby family restaurant equipped with a children's entertainment facility, overseen by specialized caretakers and a provided meal. In Fainapotter, numerous industries supported parents in raising children and alleviating stress. Intis and other countries lacked such facilities, and even if they existed, they were accessible only to the elite. Trier, catacombs. Franca and Jenna descended to the third level with their flickering white candles. Feeling a bit less stifled, Franca turned her head and inquired, "What's the name of the tomb we're after?" Jenna didn't hesitate and replied, "The Thorn and Shield Wall Tomb." Chapter 540, Entrustee. Pa. Franca swiftly kicked away the hand bone attempting to block her path, deftly avoiding a trip. "Aren't you tired of this? Can't you try something different?" she cursed, turning her head to inspect the road sign beside her. It indicated they had finally reached their destination. Each level of the catacombs sprawled vast, evident by the multitude of remains it accommodated. The road signs at each node could only display 7 or 8 iconic names and nearby tombs. Franca and Jenna relied on returning to the small sacrificial square and starting anew to locate the Thorns and Shield Wall Tomb. Unlike the 4th-level tomb, mostly sealed off and devoid of corpses and bones along the way, this place was strewn with scattered bones and decaying items, emitting a faint, uncomfortable stench. Jenna glanced at the pile of bones outside and observed a few thin metal plates inlaid on the tomb wall. Their surfaces were blurry, showing signs of severe corrosion. Only the shield wall and thorn symbol could be vaguely discerned. Whether there were other patterns remained impossible to tell. No wonder it's called the Thorns and Shield Wall Tomb. Franca sighed. Simultaneously, illuminated by the dim yellow candlelight, she noticed companion items arranged in a groove on the tomb's inner wall. Some were made of wood, weathered and decayed, while others were glass and porcelain ware, in the form of fragments. The only intact item was a glass bottle, its surface inlaid with carved patterns resembling gold and adorned with a unique golden lid. Perhaps due to the metal's protection, the glass bottle didn't shatter, but it appeared murky and less transparent. "It's exquisite, almost like art," Franca commented, puzzled. Why didn't the catacomb workers take it away? It seemed quite valuable. Perhaps it was placed in this tomb after the catacombs were completed, Jenna speculated. The two demonesses didn't linger on the topic. Jenna retrieved one of the mirror substitutions and handed it to Franca. With a swift leap, Franca vaulted over the seemingly silent but dangerous skeletons, gracefully landing at the entrance of the Thorns and Shield Wall Tomb. After confirming her surroundings and receiving no warnings from her spirituality, Jenna cautiously approached the groove on the side wall along the ground, avoiding the pale white bones. Instinctively, she reached out with her right hand but withdrew it. An old handkerchief from her pocket was produced, shielding her palm from direct contact with the antique tear catcher. The tears in the tear catcher had long dried up. Jenna scrutinized the tear catcher for a moment before stowing it away. She retraced her steps and leaped to Franca's side. "You completed the commission so easily," she whispered uncertainly. It was a stark contrast to the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper she had previously accepted. Franca scoffed and replied, "What kind of difficulty do you want for a 1,000 Voldor commission?" Jenna summarized her experience seriously. "That's true. The challenge lies in understanding the hidden dangers in the third level of the tomb." Solemn Hotel. As Lumion, reverting to Louis Barry, strode into the front hall, his gaze fell upon a vibrant scene. A young brown-haired girl, clad in a red dress adorned with black patterns, swayed gracefully in a corner. From time to time, she paused to refine her dance moves. Lumion's thoughts raced as he approached the front desk. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "What's she doing?" This time, he spoke in Intisian. The grizzled boss, his cheekbones etched with sunburnt marks, appeared taken aback. Responding in Intisian with a Dirige accent, he explained, "She's my granddaughter, Isabella. She's practicing the Dance of the Sea for the performance next month." Dance of the Sea. Dance of the Sea for the sea prayer ritual? Lumion hadn't anticipated this revelation. Instinctively, he smiled and remarked, "That would make many girls jealous, wouldn't it?" The boss grinned. "This isn't like becoming a maiden of the sea. Not many people will be jealous, but participating in the Dance of the Sea performance can indeed make her proud and happy for a long time." As Lumion signaled for Lugano to guide Ludwig back to their room, he casually inquired of the boss, "Did you come from Dirige?" "That's right. I'm a Guillaume," the boss said with a self-deprecating smile. "Ada Guillaume. When I saw your identification this morning, I thought about greeting you in Intisian, but I gave up in the end. You know, Intisians aren't the best bunch. Even among my fellow villagers, I've come across a few with questionable morals." "How long have you been in Port Santa?" Lumion asked with genuine interest, resting his right elbow on the front desk. Ada Sr. pondered seriously. 40 years, I reckon. Probably 40 years. Back then, I was an assistant in a caravan. I met my wife here and decided to stay. She's now a nagging old lady. Always fussing about how to dress when it gets cold or reminding me to head home for dinner, leaving the motel to the assistants. She manages everything so well that I don't have to worry. How great is that? It's rare to encounter such a woman in Dirige. Lumion endured Ada Sr.'s ramblings for a while before cutting to the chase. "I've been invited by a friend to Port Santa to witness the sea prayer ritual. It's quite lively. The entire port will be in euphoria," Ada Sr. praised without hesitation. Lumion cast a glance at Isabella, still engrossed in her practice, and casually remarked, "I heard there was an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual?" "No?" Ada Sr. responded with a puzzled expression. "I watched the flower boat parade, the boat race, and the Dance of the Sea. There were no accidents." Frowning, he fell into deep thought. However, Sandro did mention that the number of shipwrecks has increased significantly this year. "We've encountered more pirates, and our fishing gains haven't been as good as last year's." Was there really an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual? Was it the vigil ritual or the sea sacrifice? Did the old fogies at the Fisheries Guild conceal the problem? "Who's Sandro?" Lumion pressed. Ada Sr. smiled again. "It's my child, Isabella's father. He works as a clerk in the government, and his wife is a teacher at the grammar school." "Is Port Santa's sea prayer ritual genuinely effective? Has its protective power diminished after the April Fool's prank?" Lumion's mind flashed with the information he'd gathered earlier. Of the 3 peripheral April Fool's members involved in the prank, one journeyed to Torres, Gaia Province's capital, to customize a unique golden ring. Another handled the bribery of the Fisheries Guild, sending the lamb along with the golden ring as an offering to the specially prepared ship for the sea sacrifice. The third, disguised as a reporter, shadowed the Fisheries Guild committee members, observing and documenting their reactions. The elderly's mix of shock, terror, and anger upon receiving the news was a source of long-lasting delight for the April Fool's participants. After seeking more details about the sea prayer ritual, Lumion bid farewell to Ol Ada and ascended to his suite upstairs. At 4 p.m. in Trier, Quartier de l'Observatoire, near Place du Purtori. After donning a hooded black robe and transforming her face into the dramatic persona of showy diva, Jenna followed the feedback from her contact and reached a street that specialized in funeral items. Most Trierians passing by appeared fairly ordinary, but a handful sported white masks, brandished blunt scythes, and adorned themselves in black robes. They posed as undead messengers from folklore, sewing white skulls and other artistic elements onto their shoulders. Thanks to their presence and the unique atmosphere of Trier, Jenna, dressed as a warlock with a hood concealing her features, blended seamlessly into the surroundings. She paused in a quiet corner and retrieved the exquisite tear-catcher. Before long, someone resembling her approached and, in a gravelly voice, inquired, "How much for this tear-catcher?" 1,000 Vril d'Or, Jenna responded, her excitement bubbling. This marked her first successfully executed commission. 1,001 Vril d'Or, countered the warlock-dressed man. Upon the secret signal matching, Jenna insisted on charging only 1,000 Vril d'Or. Once the confirmation was mutual, she handed over the tear-catcher, received the reward, and discreetly departed. With the tear-catcher in hand, the hooded figure navigated the nearby streets, taking nearly 15 minutes to circle back to Place du Purtori and approach a street bench at the edge. A man sat there, engrossed in a newspaper. The hooded figure presented the exquisite tear-catcher, adorned with intricate hollowed-out golden patterns, and whispered, "I've completed your commission. Will it offset the money I owe you?" The person on the bench lowered the newspaper, looked up, revealing a clerk with curly black hair, sunken eyes, and thick lips. A crystal-like monocle adorned his right eye. "Monsieur Monette," the hooded figure pressed in confirmation. Monette accepted the tear-catcher, gently tracing the golden patterns with a slow smile playing on his lips. Solemn Hotel, 5th floor suite. Lumion spent the entire afternoon within the confines of his room at the Solemn Hotel. Lounging on a recliner, he swayed gently, engrossed in his ongoing study of Highlander. Now and then, he leafed through travel books detailing the customs of the Familiarity kingdom. As evening approached, Lugano, who had ventured downstairs for a chat, returned to Lumion's room. Leaning in, Lugano lowered his voice and shared, "Boss, there's a madam looking for you." "Madam?" Lumion felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that term, and the muscles in his back tensed. Which madam could this be? After a brief pause, Lumion realized that Lugano was referring to an ordinary madam, not the madam of the Beyonder world. "Which madam, and what brings her here?" Lumion inquired calmly, sitting up and addressing his translator. Lugano shook his head and replied, "She didn't say. Just mentioned having something to entrust to the renowned adventurer, Louis Barry." Lugano emphasized the term renowned adventurer. Chapter 541, Simple Entrustment. How did my reputation spread so quickly? Even if the rumor of me hunting Berman arrived in Port Santa 2 days before the flying bird, the Entrustee would have to take time to determine where I live, the authenticity of the news. Lumion estimated a few days before someone sought his services, and this led his thoughts to the unnatural madam. He stood up and said to Lugano, "Invite that madam in." With those words, Lumion stooped to pick up the distinctive golden straw hat from the small round table. He aimed to make Louis Barry's image more memorable, adding a touch of flair to his persona. In no time, Lugano escorted a woman in her 30s into the room. She wore a loose-fitting white dress adorned with red flowers, accentuating her curves. Port Santa's women, in contrast to the Darige region just across the mountain, favored glamorous and stylish attire, embodying a romantic and liberated aesthetic, reflecting the traditional taste of the Familiarity kingdom. The lady, with long brown hair tied up and a healthy complexion, entered without a maid. Her azure eyes, framed by thick eyelashes, focused on Lumion, who held the golden straw hat. Her red lips moved, and though Lumian couldn't grasp every word, the name Louis Barry was discernible in her pronunciation. Promptly, Lugano initiated the translation. The madam says, "Honorable Monsieur Louis Barry, I've heard about your hunt of the demon warlock. I wonder if you're willing to help my family solve a problem." Lumian's gaze shifted from the jeweled bead bracelet on the lady's wrist to her beautiful and mature face. "What's your name?" "Georgia," the lady replied after Lugano translated. Lumian repeated, acknowledging the lady's name with a smile, "Madam Georgia, what would you like to entrust me with?" Georgia listened attentively to Lugano's translation and spoke in Highlander with a slight local accent. "An evil creature has appeared in my household. I need your help eliminating it." Lumian, though grasping the gist, awaited Lugano's translation by casting his gaze at him. When Lugano conveyed George's words in Intision, Lumian chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, I forgot to invite the beautiful madam to have a seat. The great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow taught us that manners are very important." Gesturing toward the sofa, Lumian settled onto the divan, attempting to caress Ludwig's head, like a godfather. Ludwig quickly shifted his position, avoiding Lumian's attempt to treat him as a child. As Georgia took her place in an armchair, Lumian, shaking his golden straw hat, leaned forward. "Since it's an evil creature, why don't you just find a clergyman of the Earth Mother Church to handle it?" Georgia looked at Lugano and listened attentively. She pursed her thick lips and replied in Highlander, "We don't want the church to know about this. It will damage our family's reputation." "Is that why you are entrusting me, a foreigner who will leave after watching the sea prayer ritual?" "And that's after confirming my ability to deal with that evil creature." Lumian, pondering this choice, shifted his gaze away from Lugano. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Tell me more about that evil creature." After a brief pause, Georgia contemplated and then shared, "It resembles a tailless lizard. It attacked everyone in the household, killing a few maids and valets and devoured their bodies. Our family's bodyguards fired on it and injured it, but they failed to kill it because it has very strong scales. We could only chase it to the basement and lock it up. We thought it would slowly starve to death from hunger and thirst. To our surprise, nearly 2 weeks later, it's still alive and trying to break open the basement door. It doesn't seem very dangerous. They could repel it with ordinary firearms." They didn't mention why the lizard appeared. It appears that this is why they aren't willing to seek out the Church of Earth Mother and the local government to handle it. Lumian thoughtfully compared the few words he understood to the content translated by Lugano and confirmed that the guide hadn't embellished or redacted any content. Lumian then casually inquired, "Were there any casualties among the bodyguards?" Georgia, after the translation, shook her head slowly. "No fatalities. 2 were injured, but nothing severe. Yes, that monster made the entire room feel like it had been dragged into the deep sea, affecting normal movements. As if dragged into the deep sea. There's indeed certain meander phenomena, but it seems relatively weak." Deep sea. Lumian's interest was piqued as he earnestly inquired about the details. After a series of responses, Georgia said gently, "Monsieur Louis Barry, we're willing to pay you 15,000 rizit, but you have to promise not to publicize this matter." 15,000 gold rizit? According to your description, the monster is worth at most 5,000 gold rizit. The remaining 10,000 should be a hush money, right? Lumian smiled and said in broken Highlander, "Sure thing." Rising from his seat, Lumian announced in Intision, "I want to observe the situation at the scene." Georgia stood up and listened to Lugano's translation. She wasn't surprised by Louis Barry's request. Familiar with adventurers and bounty hunters, she understood the importance of assessing the situation firsthand and making thorough preparations. It meant survivability or success for the elites. "Now?" Georgia sought confirmation. Lumian comprehended the word and affirmed in Highlander, "Now." Adorning his golden straw hat, he made his way to the door, supplementing in Intision, "Also, prepare a sumptuous dinner for me, my godson, and my translator." Georgia, slightly taken aback by the translation, watched Lumian's departure. She couldn't shake the feeling that this adventurer possessed a distinct quality compared to those she had encountered before. Port Santa, St. Lana Street. To the northeast of the city stood multi-story villas adorned with gardens, lawns, and stables. George's residence occupied number 21 on this street. The 5-story villa boasted brownish-red outer walls, adorned with statues of angels and saintesses from the Earth Mother Church, along with symbols depicting waves and fishing. Wearing his distinctive golden straw hat and holding Ludwig's hand, the latter carrying a red school bag, Lumion trailed behind Georgia, accompanied by her maid and valet. Together, they entered the villa's hall, which also served as a spacious dance floor beneath a tall, dome ceiling. As Lumion stepped inside, he felt unseen eyes upon him from the circular railings on the upper floors. It's indeed a household with multiple families sharing one roof. There are quite a few people. Lumion mused, choosing not to look up, smiling inwardly. The concealed observers remained hidden. Georgia then summoned 2 legally armed bodyguards, leading Lumion and the entourage down to the second basement where the iron black door stood tightly shut. As if sensing someone approaching, the door slammed as if struck by a powerful force. "It's inside," Georgia stated, pointing at the iron door with a complicated expression. Lumion, understanding without the need for translation, pressed down on his golden straw hat and directed, "Take my godson to the living room for pre-dinner dessert." As he spoke, he strode towards the subterranean iron door without a backward glance. Upon hearing Lugano's translation, Georgia and the maid hastily guided Ludwig back to the surface. A bodyguard caught up to Lumion, his expression serious, and handed him a pewter black key. Without delay, the 2 bodyguards drew their revolvers, positioning themselves to aim at the iron door, preventing the monster from escaping. Lumion methodically inserted the key into the lock, unlocking it. He tossed the key aside and effortlessly pushed the iron door open with one hand. In an instant, the monster's figure came into view. A humanoid lizard, adorned with glistening, robust scales, met Lumion's eyes. Where there were no scales, smooth, sinister snake-like skin was exposed. The monster's eyes were vertical, and they glowed with a nearly transparent light. Its mouth harbored sharp teeth that formed a menacing vortex. Simultaneously, Lumion felt the air around him grow dense, like shackles enveloping him, clearly impeding his normal movements. The moisture gave the sensation of plunging into the deep sea, enduring pressure from all directions. The humanoid lizard lunged forward, and Lumion's body leaned towards the enemy as if pulled by a vortex. Yet, the obvious smile on his lips persisted as he calmly attempted to pivot. Suddenly, a latent power surged within him, allowing him to break free from the air's constraints. Lumion swiftly rotated his body, swinging his right fist from below. Instantly, crimson flames, nearly white, ignited from his fist, spreading to his forearm, resembling a dazzling fire serpent. Bang! The punch struck the humanoid lizard's chest and abdomen, causing the flames to compress. Boom! The humanoid lizard was sent flying, crystalline scales splattering from its chest and abdomen, resulting in a massive wound. Lumion didn't give chase. With one hand in his pocket, he changed his right fist to a palm and gently pushed forward. Crimson, nearly white fireballs materialized before him, whistling into the wound on the lizard's chest and abdomen. Rumble! The monster disintegrated, its flesh and blood splattering across the ground. Lumion observed for a few moments before adjusting his golden straw hat. He turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the surface. The 2 armed and vigilant bodyguards maintained their original posture, still in a daze, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Lumion didn't rouse them as he ascended the stairs. Upon hearing the explosion, Georgia, on the ground, left the lounge with Lugano and approached the staircase. She saw Lumion coming up. "Have you confirmed the situation?" Madame Georgia asked with concern. Lumion replied with a smirk, "It's resolved." Chapter 542, Abnormal Situation. It's resolved? It's already resolved? Georgia suspected that the translator had made a mistake. Instinctively, she asked, "Is there a quick solution, or has it already been resolved?" Lugano cast a sympathetic glance at the beautiful madam, experiencing the same emotions he felt when reading about how his employer had slain the demon warlock. How could a monster confined to the basement by ordinary armed bodyguards compare to Berman, who had a bounty of 600,000 vril d'or? Despite finding it unnecessary, Lugano respectfully conveyed George's words to Lumian. Lumian removed the golden straw hat from his head and said, "You may instruct the servants to clean the basement." Upon hearing Lugano's translation, George's pupils dilated as she looked at Lumian in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a bodyguard guarding the basement ran up. Upon seeing Georgia, he immediately leaned over, lowered his voice, and whispered something to her. Georgia's expression shifted a few times before she smiled and said to Lumian, as expected of the renowned adventurer, "I previously suspected that your hunt for the demon warlock was merely a rumor. Now, I completely believe it. Your might is enough to resound throughout the 5 seas." She paused for a moment and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, we haven't had time to prepare dinner. We might need you to wait in the lounge for a while." "Better to have me wait than a beautiful lady," Lumian replied with a smile. "That's basic courtesy." He followed George's maid into the lounge specially catered for Ludwig to enjoy the pre-dinner dessert. Georgia and her bodyguard descended into the basement. A sense of relief washed over her as she surveyed the blood-stained room, finding no trace of the humanoid lizard. It had completely vanished. Dinner unfolded in a private chamber, exclusive to Lumian, his companions, and Georgia. The lady's maid attended to them, serving dishes and pouring wine. Lumian, intrigued by his surroundings, noted how the expansive mansion accommodated the needs of its diverse occupants. Small private rooms outside the grand banquet hall ensured the privacy of gatherings. The meal was a delight for everyone. Lumian received 15,000 rizet in banknotes, Georgia appeared visibly at ease, Ludwig appreciated the villa's chefs, and Lugano experienced a high-end banquet for the first time. The great adventurer, usually one to boast and joke while not in his monster-hunting cold persona, lightened the atmosphere at the dining table. This pleasant ambience continued until Lumian departed from 21 St. Lana Street alongside Ludwig and Lugano. Lugano, slightly flushed from the white wine, gazed back at the brightly lit building and sighed deeply. "I wonder when I'll have a house this grand, with numerous servants and chefs, and a wife like Georgia." Lumian teased, "Your emphasis is on the last part, isn't it?" Lugano chuckled sheepishly and replied, "Well, based on your description, I might as well have been capable of taking down that humanoid lizard too." It meant he possessed the skills to tackle a mission worth 30,000 vril d'or. With a few more successful missions, Lugano's dream could become a reality. With guns and special bullets prepared in advance, coupled with ample combat experience, a planter is indeed capable, Lumian carefully assessed his guide. He avoided using doctor to refer to Lugano, as this sequence primarily bestowed healing superpowers and didn't offer significant improvement in combat. Lugano was delighted to hear this, sensing a newfound hope in his life. Lumian glanced at him and added with a smile, "However, if you were to accept this commission, the reward might only be 2,000 to 3,000 rizet. The rest accounts for the premium based on the great adventurer's reputation and the hush money for such a renowned figure. That's why you need to hunt down Demon Warlock before you can accept such a lucrative mission." The smile on Lugano's face gradually faded. "If I could hunt down Demon Warlock, my dream would be fulfilled. I wouldn't have to be an adventurer." Lumian paid no mind to the translator's emotional shifts. He glanced back at the large 5-story villa and said thoughtfully, "The matriarch of this family didn't appear even until the end." While it was understandable that the other family members hadn't shown themselves, logically speaking, as the head of the family, the matriarch should have at least expressed her gratitude to the adventurer who had helped them resolve the problem. "That's correct. A woman of George's age shouldn't be the head of such a large family," Lugano acknowledged, sensing the anomaly. He refrained from bringing up the potential absence of a matriarch in the villa. In extended families like this, there were likely more than one older woman who had given birth. If one matriarch passed away, another would soon assume the role. Additionally, the Earth Mother Church was renowned for its adept treatment of illnesses in the northern and southern continents. The Phaenopoder kingdom's average lifespan surpassed that of Loan, Intis, Phaesac, and other nations. Plenty of individuals lived beyond the age of 70, especially with George's family's wealth providing ample medical resources. Lumion averted his gaze and took a few steps. Go to the bar tonight and inquire about George's family. As he spoke, he counted out 1,000 rizit for Lugano. This covers your expenses for your activities during this period, including Ludwig's meal expenses when I'm out. Yes, boss. Lugano appreciated his employer's generosity the most. Near midnight, the doctor returned to the suite at Salo Motel, reeking of alcohol. He addressed Lumion, who was observing Ludwig eat supper. I got the info. Georgia is the wife of Rubio Paco, a shareholder of Port Santa's Fisheries Company and a committee member of the Fisheries Guild. The Paco family's matriarch is Rubio's mother, Martha, committee member of the Fisheries Guild. Lumion instantly focused. This was a person knowledgeable about the complete process of the sea prayer ritual and the accident from last year. What else did you find out? Lumion asked casually. Lugano rambled on for a while before adding, by the way, Martha was once a maiden of the sea. Maiden of the sea. Lumion pondered for a few seconds. She had been sought after by a specific crowd before marrying into the Paco family? He asked, did you find out anything about Martha's recent situation? No. Lugano shook his head. Lumion leaned back in his chair, as if preparing to doze off, not pressing for more information. The next day, he stayed at the Salo Motel, awaiting Valerio's preparations for his local identification documents. As evening approached, his messenger, Penitent Banefell, emerged from the void and handed him a letter. Lumion glanced at the charred corpse, still engulfed in viscous black flames, and casually asked, who sent it? Only 5 people were aware of his messenger's summoning incantation. A woman very close to death and darkness, Banefell replied. Lumion unfolded the letter and read the familiar handwriting. There's a gathering scheduled for 10 tonight. This was from Gila. Before leaving Trier, Lumion had specifically summoned Gila's messenger and informed her of his messenger's summoning method. With his frequent travel and changes in residence, it was impractical to summon Gila's messenger each time he stayed in a motel. Hence, he made such arrangements to convenience her in getting him. Each messenger was intricately bound to its master. Through the mystical connection of the contract, the messenger could track the contracted target regardless of their changing locations. The Research Society has another gathering. Lumion dismissed Banefell and moved to the window of the master bedroom. He peered into the distance, toward the mottled mountain range to the northeast. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the mountains seemed to doze in the burning sky. Lumion silently observed for a moment, then retrieved the silver lie earring and placed it on his left earlobe. In an instant, his hair transformed, turning golden and elongating downward. At 10 p.m., in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the Nation of the Evernight, Lumion, cloaked in a black robe, hood, and a silver-white half-mask with a Muggle label, materialized. He immediately spotted Franca, who wore an assassin's suit and had pulled down her hood. Franca, no longer concealing their amicable relationship, leaned in and lowered her voice. Port Santa didn't have a derangement outbreak, I suppose? I'm not the embodiment of calamity, Lumion replied. He then said to Franca, help me inquire in different teams later if there are any potions, charms, or items that can allow me to master a language in a short period of time, not true mastery, but the kind that allows mastery for a short period. Franca asked in confusion, don't you have a translator? Lumion smiled and said, it's just that I suddenly had an idea. When everyone thinks I don't know Highlander, I can understand what they're talking about. Perhaps it can bring about unexpected gains. Your scheming heart is truly stained. After Franca playfully cursed him, she wanted to praise Aurora's beautiful lips and smile, one that ought to be seen more often, but her rationality made her give up on the idea to avoid triggering Lumion. She glanced at a corner of the palace and said, the team most likely to obtain such items is actually the Academy. However, it's inconvenient for you to ask. It can easily arouse suspicion. Coincidentally, I'm heading to the Academy team today to inquire if anyone knows who the owners of the ancient tombs in Trier's catacombs are. Heh, many of them are considered semi-historians. If no one knows, I'll get 007 to delve into the church's confidential information. Why do you ask? Lumion raised his eyebrows. Franca recounted how she and Jenna had obtained a new mirror world fragment in the catacombs. Lumion listened attentively and scoffed. Aren't you guys too bold? Jenna has been inspired by your courage. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 007 approaching menacingly. Chapter 543, Same Dream. Wearing a lion headgear, 007 intercepted Franca's path, gritting his teeth. Hidden Blade, thanks to your intel, I might be deployed on a mission right now. Huh? Franca didn't quite get it. Deployed on a mission? If you're out, who do I report problems to in Trier? 007 glanced at Muggle, standing silently beside them, and took a deep breath. I might head to Phaenopotter as an assistant to retrieve that sealed artifact. It's Intisloss, and it wouldn't be good for it to end up in the hands of the Phaenopotter kingdom. Will the Phaenopotterians allow you to enforce the law in their country? Isn't transnational cooperation troublesome? Franca roughly understood 007's concerns. 007 pondered for a moment and said, We're still working through the process, but the Phaenopotterians aren't too opposed this time. They want to eliminate the hidden dangers of the sealed artifact ASAP. They have precautions to take and can't spare many to surround and intercept it, so they might as well borrow our strength. The Church of Earth Mother and the Phaenopotter Kingdom need to be vigilant. Are they short on manpower? This is a problem with a single church country. They don't have the resources like a combination of 2 or 3 churches. Wait, that doesn't make sense. The Phaenopotter Kingdom has a royal family, and Beyonders of the Church don't only follow the pathway of their deity. Lumion sensed something amiss from 007's words. This made him feel that the hidden dangers in the Phaenopotter Kingdom were no less than those in countries with multiple deities and churches. Is that so? Franca suddenly had an idea. I have a way to ensure you don't have to be deployed. What way? 007 asked skeptically. Franca smiled and said, If you're on an important mission in Trier, there's no need for you to be deployed. Important mission? 007 repeated in a low voice, suddenly having an ominous feeling. Franca seized the opportunity and said, We've located another mirror world fragment in an ancient tomb on the 4th level of the catacombs. Now, we have a lead to pursue the mirror people in Trier. If you report it and convey that you're conducting an investigation, you likely won't end up in Phaenopotter. 007 stared at Franca, dressed in an assassin's suit, for a moment. He raised his hand to rub his forehead and spoke gravely, Thanks a lot, Hidden Blade. Franca pretended not to catch 007's underlying message and continued, The tomb is situated near the Crazy Mushroom Cave. Its door is wide open, and there are no conspicuous signs. Please gather information from the catacombs about its construction date, its occupants, and the ancient family it belongs to. Only then can we determine why the peculiar mirror people entered and met their demise there. 007 took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You're a perfect boss for me. All you know is to assign me missions. Franca let out a hollow laugh and shifted the topic. Do you have any idea what's happening in the Crazy Mushroom Cave? Mushrooms are somehow thriving in that silent, dark, and tightly sealed place. Moreover, it seems to be the only location in the 4th level catacombs where mushrooms grow. 007 nodded gently and replied, I have some knowledge about that. Once upon a time, I was quite intrigued by the Mushroom Cave. I conducted an investigation and discovered that it was initially quite ordinary, a naturally formed cave among the ancient tombs. When the catacombs were completed, some of the ancient corpses were relocated there. Within a few weeks, it became overrun with mushrooms and sealed off. The Beyonder powers brought about by the seal's formal formation combined with the problem of certain ancient corpses created such a crazy mushroom cave? Lumion analyzed the reason thoughtfully. Observing Muggle's attentive silence, 007 nodded courteously and turned to head towards the sanctuary team. Franca couldn't help but chuckle. He's so polite to you. If only he knew that most of his troubles and fatigue stemmed from you, his expression would be quite the sight. Lumion chuckled in response. But the mirror people situation has nothing to do with me. As they conversed, they strolled toward the corner where the academy team congregated. Midway, Lumion suddenly turned to Franca. Do you think any member of the research society, especially those in Trier, might have been replaced by the mirror people? That's impossible. Don't scare me. Franca sounded alarmed. Lumion fought the urge to pout, not wanting to destroy his sister's beautiful image. What's impossible? Any Trier citizen could be replaced by the mirror people, even if they're part of a secret organization. Moreover, most in the research society are Beyonders with a strong spirit of exploration. Their encounters with Beyonder incidents are more frequent than regular folks. Franca nodded seriously, acknowledging the potential risk couldn't be disregarded. As a review committee member, you should liaise with Madame Gila and the others, observe discreetly, Lumion reminded her. There lingered uncertainty about whether the mirror people of transmigrators retain their pre-transmigration memories. If they did, they could bypass the committee's safeguards easily. Their interactions within the research society could go undetected unless they caused harm, staying concealed. Understood, Franca responded with solemnity. At that moment, many familiar members of Lumion's team gathered in the corner, including Professor, Associate Professor, Headmaster, Periodic Table, Bear, Griffin, and Isotope. Some wore different disguises than before, though Lumion had grown accustomed to their diverse outfits. They were individuals who wouldn't attend a masquerade ball in the same attire twice. Regardless, their general body shape, language, and chest labels helped others accurately identify them. After exchanging greetings, Lumion and Franca each took a seat. After a few minutes, Franca raised her hand and said, "Is anyone selling language comprehension type items? I know someone who's going overseas and wants to acquire some." Upon hearing her request, some chuckled, while others pursed their lips. The former wanted to inquire if her friend was herself, while the latter recalled the key member of April Fools who had caused numerous catastrophes in the research society. Bear, encased in a brown bear hide, spoke in ancient Faesac in a muffled voice, "I have a language comprehension charm that achieves a similar effect." Language comprehension charm? Franca asked with interest. Having been fluent in ancient Faesac for many years, she had become relatively proficient in Loan, Highlander, and other languages of the northern continent. However, she lacked knowledge of the southern continent's languages. The Academy team member with the code name Bear glanced at Hidden Blade with his coffee-colored eyes. Yes, its essence is to temporarily strengthen and alter the body of heart and mind, improving understanding, reasoning, and communication. It also imparts a portion of the corresponding language's knowledge. Using one lasts 7 days. Currently, language comprehension charms are divided into 3 types. The lowest level is for all ancient Phaeacian languages. Creating them is the least difficult. You only need. Bear paused, making a conversion based on the current exchange rate. 1,000 Vril d'Or. The middle level covers all ordinary languages. It costs 2,000 Vril d'Or. At the highest level, you can temporarily master a designated supernatural language. 5,000 Vril d'Or. Hidden Blade, which one do you want? Franca listened attentively, sensing a subtle expression of pity and regret in Bear's gaze. Is he pitying me for daring to drink the witch potion back then? Franca wondered silently. Without looking at Muggle, she made the decision. 3 lowest level language comprehension charms, 1 mid-level. Can I get a discount? She believed Lumion would eventually track down Ahsoka in the southern continent. It was better to prepare a mid-level language comprehension charm now. No. Bear shook his head. All right, Franca said, lacking talent for bargaining. She habitually asked for a discount to avoid potential future regret. After Franca paid and settled on the delivery method, Professor, adorned with a black butterfly mask, surveyed the area. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. "Associate Professor, I and a few warlocks I know have been having strange dreams lately. In these dreams, there's a wilderness with many indistinct figures wandering around. Have any of you had one too?" She directed her inquiry towards the other warlocks and the academy team. Wilderness. Wandering figures. Could this be related to some Madam's Permitha? Lumion, concealed behind a silver-white half-mask, furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed unlikely that a warlock would dream of Permitha. Why would they? Observing other warlocks expressing that they had similar dreams, but the frequency and clarity decreased over time, Lumion, acting as Aurora, nodded and posed a question instead of providing an answer. "When did you guys start having this dream? Could it be an abnormality caused by the hidden sage?" Professor had clearly made confirmation on this matter. "The two of us and some friends started after the night of the terrifying storm in Trier, last month." She knew that Muggle was also in Trier and knew the exact night she referred to. The sudden, terrifying downpour occurred the night the hostile ritual was activated. Could it be influenced by the leaked power of the seal? Is there a high-level power of the mystery prior pathway sealed inside? Or were the fallen monks of the Deep Valley Cloister connected to the hidden sage? Did this evil god secretly do something that left some power in the real world? Lumion pondered and then said, "I heard something happened to Trier's Deep Valley Cloister that night, and the Savant Pathway and the Mystery Prior Pathway are neighboring pathways." Professor, Associate Professor, and the others turned their gaze to Muggle. They hadn't expected their companion, who had recently moved to Trier, to possess such secretive knowledge about the local area. Lumion continued slowly, "Shouldn't we inquire with people from the Savant Pathway and see if they had similar dreams?" "Good idea." Franca silently praised. Chapter 544, Threat. Professor agreed with Lumion's suggestion, believing it could help verify certain things. Both Professor and Associate Professor went to another team and found Stonemason, who was known for crafting mystical items. Dressed in a doctor's white coat with a saucepan over his head, Stonemason's azure eyes focused on the Academy warlocks through two specially dug holes. He nodded and said, "Recently, I've also been having strange dreams related to a wilderness. However, in addition to the endless wilderness and wandering figures, there are also some peculiar scenes in my dreams. As expected, it affects the neighboring pathways of Mystery Prior and Savant." Lumion nodded slightly as Professor pressed further, "What scenes are they?" Stonemason's voice echoed within the saucepan. "I see scenes of primitive humans independently creating fire for the first time. Ancient humans making sacrifices to the sky and land. There were many similar scenes, but they were very vague. I was in a dream and couldn't scrutinize them carefully. I can't remember the exact situations clearly. According to the Savant Pathways Beyonders, this is a fragment of civilization." Upon hearing Stonemason's response, Lumion's forehead twitched imperceptibly. It reminded him of the moment he heard a peculiar sound accompanying scenes while wearing the mystery prying eye in 4th Epic Trier. As the scenes unfolded, a chorus of voices echoed one name, Celestial Master. Was what I received a fragment of a civilization? The Eye of Truth correspond to the Mystery Prior Pathway. Upon their use, they activated the powers of neighboring pathways, revealing corresponding sounds? But there is a prerequisite, a special environment. 4th Epic Trier holds remnants of advanced powers from the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. Celestial Master, the term is similar to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings which influences Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways. Meanwhile, Celestial Master correlates with the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. Lumion fell into deep thought after his initial shock. Franca glanced at him, perplexed by his limited participation in the discussion. After a moment, Lumion snapped out of his daze. Considering Professor, Stonemason, and others' speculations, he carefully stated, The sudden downpour in Trier is an outward manifestation of a catastrophe, much like the Deep Valley Cloister. I suspect that a high-level power leaked during the catastrophe, affecting Beyonders from 2 neighboring pathways. The impact is more pronounced for those in Trier but relatively minor for those outside. At this point, Lumion smirked. I've observed that warlocks outside Trier experienced significant decreases in the frequency and clarity of their wilderness dreams. Strangely, none of the warlocks in Trier mentioned this. Bear in a brown bearskin suit nodded approvingly. Professor and others concurred with Lumion's hypothesis, relieved that the situation was indeed improving. They couldn't help but marvel at Muggle's remarkable growth after surviving the April Fool's trap. Franca then inquired about the owner of the ancient tomb beside the crazy mushroom cave in Trier's catacombs. No one knew the answer. The warlocks in Trier offered to assist in the investigation, but there were no guarantees of finding anything. Franca had already entrusted this matter to 007. Her current focus was on uncovering any mirror people who might have infiltrated the curly-haired baboons' research society, thanks to Lumion's teachings. After agreeing on the reward, she left the academy team and headed towards Hela. After discussing the mirror people situation with Hela, Lumion emerged from the corner where the academy team was located, ready to gather mysticism knowledge from the death domain with the purgatory team. Franca immediately approached Lumion, lowered her voice, and asked with a smile, "What were you thinking when Stonemason recounted his dream? It seemed like you had thought of something important. Hadn't I shared what I saw and heard after using the Eye of Truth underground? That shouldn't be the case. I won't forget sharing matters involving the Celestial Master with Franca." Lumion's heart suddenly stirred, feeling that his spirituality was hindering this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "It's rather complicated and involves high-level powers. I'll write to Madam Magician later and see if I can share it with you." "All right," Franca said eagerly. "Don't forget." Her curiosity was piqued. At that moment, Hela, still dressed as a Black Widow, approached Lumion and asked, "Any progress in tracking Ultraman and Bard?" "Not at the moment. I'm still compiling the necessary information," Lumion replied truthfully. Hela nodded slightly and replied, "If you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to me or Gandalf." The primary objective for most members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society was to eliminate the April Fool's traitors. Got it. Lumion had no plans to confront the key members of April Fools on his own. Undoubtedly, it was optimal for him to carry out the final execution. Upon returning to the real world, Lumion noticed that night was falling. He set out a stack of late-night snacks for Ludwig and summoned Madam Magician's messenger. After freshening up, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and snuffing out the wall lamp, he settled into bed. Just then, a sense of alertness surged through him. He sat up suddenly, focusing on a specific spot in the room. Outside the window, a faint crimson glow shimmered. In one corner, a shadow swiftly expanded, reaching up to the ceiling, forming a silhouette resembling 2 goat horns. It was as if a devil had emerged from the dark abyss. Lumion's eyebrows twitched as he stared at the colossal black shadow. The devil-like shadow resonated with a deep and imposing voice. "Lowly human, you must answer my question truthfully." It spoke in Intisian. Lumion cracked his neck gently and asked, "What's the question?" The devilish figure rumbled in a deep tone, "What did the Paco family's Georgia hire you to do?" Lumion chuckled. "What do human affairs have to do with a devil like you? I'm a professional adventurer. I won't betray my employer." The devilish shadow growled, "Then I'll use your blood as the answer." Before it completed its sentence, its aura surged, and the crimson moonlight in the room instantly succumbed to darkness, shrouding the space in a chilling aura. The corners of Lumion's mouth curled up. With a swift press of his left hand, he catapulted from the bed like a cheetah, propelling himself towards the ceiling. Overhead, darkness enveloped him, resembling an abyssal reflection. In a sudden twist, Lumion's body turned pitch black, almost 0 in thickness. He morphed into a shadow creature and seamlessly melded into the darkness. Within the dimly illuminated fishnet of shadows, Lumion spotted the devil. Standing just over a meter tall, the creature was child-sized, yet its skin was creased like that of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Its disproportionately large head featured protruding eyes, presenting a grotesque visage that was beyond Lumien's knowledge of creatures. In the form of a shadow, Lumien swam toward it, aiming to ensnare the peculiar creature that manifested the devil's projection. He planned on pulling it out of the darkness and controlling it with the spell of Harumph. Many of Lumien's abilities were constrained in the shadow creature form. The short, malevolent creature with wrinkled skin appeared defenseless against the shadow's entanglement, surprising Lumien, who had anticipated fierce resistance. Without hesitation, he prepared to depart, leaving the shadow to detain its captive. Just then, the darkness surrounding him brightened, illuminated by the light from the sky. Instinctively, Lumien looked up and witnessed the pure darkness rapidly dissolving, unveiling a colossal star hanging in the void. The star bore a faint blue hue, resembling a demonic eye. In an instant, Lumien felt his blood freeze, involuntarily snapping out of his shadow creature form. The big-headed shorty, adorned with wrinkles, seized the chance to break free from its constraints, swiftly merging into the pale blue starlight and disappearing from sight. After a moment, Lumien fully recovered. He stared at the now normal room, sinking into contemplation. What in the world was that thing? It seemed so weak, yet it came to intimidate me. Nevertheless, the blinking star held an air of peculiarity. Why not just send the star to frighten me right away? After suppressing me, it didn't seize the opportunity to attack. Even though I regained some mobility upon escaping the shadows, I was still relatively slow. Lumien mused silently. While he couldn't grasp the full picture, certain details became apparent. No wonder Georgia didn't casually enlist a foreign adventurer with beyonder powers to handle the humanoid lizard. Someone lurking in the shadows would interrogate me about the entire matter in the future. Only a renowned adventurer like Lewis Barry, capable of hunting demon warlocks, can resist it. Heh, earning 15,000 rizit isn't a walk in the park. The one in the shadows knows Lewis Barry isn't weak, so they didn't dare to attack directly. Instead, they dispatched a small monster with unique abilities to intimidate me, hoping to extract information. Why not go to George's house and ask? Their family doesn't seem to possess any superpowers. Is this an internal conflict within the Fisheries Company and the Fisheries Guild? Yes, it's an opportunity to interact more deeply with the Paco family and understand the core process of the sea prayer ritual. Shaking his head, Lumien reclined on the bed and resumed his slumber. Around 8 a.m. The next day, Lugano, who had gone out to buy breakfast, rushed back and said to Lumien, "Boss, those combat nuns are looking for you." Chapter 545, Order. Combat nuns? Amidst Lumien's surprise, he felt a sudden sense of order return to society. In any country on the northern continent, wild beyonders were unwelcome. They faced control and even apprehension. This wasn't like colonies such as Port Farum, where renowned adventurers could freely roam the streets and boast about their experiences without the concern of official beyonders knocking on their doors. "Boss, is there any danger?" Lugano nervously inquired, his perpetual fear evident as a wild beyonder. Lumien chuckled, responding confidently, "That depends on their attitude." The implication was that the nuns were the ones facing danger. Lumien teased, "Aren't you excited about the combat nuns? Shouldn't you be thrilled that they're here?" Imagination isn't the same as reality. Seeing his boss showing no intention of teleporting away with him, Lugano nervously descended and extended an invitation to the combat nuns. The leader was the same one Lumien had encountered before. Most of her naturally curly, thick black hair was neatly tucked into a black hat with white patterns. Her bright and lively light blue eyes, along with her thick eyebrows, bestowed upon her a unique and captivating charm. The woman in leather armor gazed at Lumien and inquired gently, "Are you the adventurer Lewis Barry?" Lumien nodded. "Who might you be?" The strikingly beautiful combat nun replied with a smile, "I'm Sister Noelia of the Fertility Order, in charge of a combat team. Praise the earth, praise the mother of all things." Noelia raised her hands to the sky, her feet slightly apart. Observing that Noelia and the other combat nuns of the Fertility Order were not as judgmental as he expected, not viewing wild beyonders as inherently evil creatures, Lumion smiled. "Madam, what brings you here?" Noelia smiled and explained, "You're a great adventurer who hunted demon warlock. If we hadn't known you were in Port Santa, we might not have bothered. However, now that we are aware, we must come and speak with you, reminding you to abide by the corresponding order." "What order?" Lumion inquired, anticipating the answer while holding the golden straw hat. The demeanor of these combat nuns made him wonder if they were official beyonders. They didn't directly arrest him, nor did they use stern warnings. Is this the distinction between the Church of Earth Mother and other churches? Emphasizing motherhood and respecting life? Noelia's red lips formed a beautiful smile as she spoke. "In other cities, we would issue a direct warning, bringing you under our control. If you dare to resist, you could be apprehended or even eliminated. However, this is Port Santa, and many sea merchants here have a genuine need to resist pirates and protect their goods. We lack the manpower to safeguard them all, so we've tacitly agreed to allow them to hire beyonder bodyguards. Monsieur Louis Barry, you are free to roam Port Santa, but you must adhere to 3 rules. Firstly, you cannot venture inland without our permission. To reach other cities, you need our approval. Secondly, you cannot perform any rituals in Port Santa, consume potions for advancement, or engage in mysticism experiments. Thirdly, you must refrain from using your abilities to cause chaos or catastrophe. Of course, if you return to Port Santa in the future, you'll need to register with us first. It's a reasonable request, and coming from the ruling church, it's not excessive at all. It's even simpler and easier than obtaining a firearm permit in Port Ferrum or other places. Of course, not applying for identification in Port Ferrum isn't a big deal. No one will report it, and there won't be any issues if you don't directly encounter the officials." Lumion nodded gently and replied, "Sure thing." At this moment, Lumion's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but chuckle. But Port Santa isn't entirely safe. "I encountered a monster last night." He briefly recounted how the little monster had disguised itself as a devil to intimidate him. While he didn't conceal that he had accepted George's commission, he refrained from specifying the details. Noelia listened attentively and responded without surprise, "We'll handle it. Try not to get involved in the Fisheries Guild's matters in the future. Their internal issues will be resolved internally." Does this mean that the Earth Mother Church refrains from interfering with the internal strife of the Fisheries Guild, allowing them complete autonomy? Lumion smiled and said, "I'll do my best to avoid participation, but I'll reserve the right to defend myself and counterattack." Noelia didn't offer any further comments. Her smile faded as she led the combat nuns to the door. In just 2 or 3 steps, she smoothly drew a straight sword from her back, half-turned, and slashed at Lumion. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, occurring in the blink of an eye. Lumion stared at the sword beam, neither dodging nor raising his hand to block. With a swoosh, the straight sword grazed the tip of his nose and pointed to the ground. Noelia smiled radiantly and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a great adventurer. Your foresight, judgment, and courage are exceptional. She then turned around and addressed the combat nuns who followed her. This is a true man. Those who only know how to flaunt their muscles and swing their swords can only be called male beasts. As they spoke, the combat nuns exited Lumion's rented suite. Lumion raised his right hand and stroked his chin, feeling a strange sensation. The sight of women openly scrutinizing men made him uncomfortable. After watching Noelia and the nuns leave, Lugano lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, did a little monster really come to warn you last night?" "That's right. If you were the one who completed George's commission, it might not be just a warning." Lumion put on the golden straw hat and casually remarked as he walked towards the door, "We have an obligation to remind our employer that someone is secretly spying on their family." Lugano was taken aback for a moment before understanding Lumion's intentions. He grabbed Ludwig and followed closely behind. 21, St. Lana Street, in the activity room of a suite on the 5th floor. Lumion encountered Georgia once again. Dressed in a vibrant dress adorned with intricate patterns, the lady glanced at the boy, whose appetite exceeded her imagination, before turning her gaze to the adventurer, Louis Barry. "What brings you here?" Lugano translated professionally. "Last night, a monster came to intimidate me, but I chased it away." Lumion briefly recounted the monster's appearance and behavior. Upon hearing Lugano's account, Georgia displayed no obvious surprise. After a few seconds of contemplation, she said, "Wait a moment." Leaving the maid and valet behind, she disappeared into an inner room. After a few minutes, she reappeared, arm in arm with a man. The man seemed to be in his 40s, tall and gaunt, his eyes a nearly translucent blue. His grayish-black, slightly curly hair cascaded over his shoulders like an artist's. His appearance couldn't be described as particularly good or bad, yet he possessed an unforgettable quality. "This is my husband, Rubio Paco," Georgia introduced. "The shareholder of the Fisheries Company and a committee member of the Fisheries Guild." Lumion had gathered information about the Paco family through Lugano over the past 2 days. Rubio's father had initially been a prosperous fisherman who shared a boat with others. After marrying Martha, who had once been a maiden of the sea, he gradually established himself. Not only did he manage the Fisheries Company for a time, but he also ascended to become a committee member of the oldest local guild, the Fisheries Guild. Shortly after the sea prayer ritual last year, the old gentleman passed away. With strong support from matriarch Marta, Rubio inherited his father's status and became the youngest committee member of the Fisheries Guild. However, he no longer held a specific position at Port Santa Fisheries Company. He only held on to the shareholders' voting rights and dividends. This middle-aged man had once been rebellious. He was expected to comply with his parents' arrangements and marry a maiden of the sea. However, he remained single until his early 30s and then married Georgia, the daughter of a textile merchant. If it were any other prominent family, the matriarch would have surely intervened and perhaps even banished Rubio. Yet, Martha indulged him and eventually chose to compromise. Before Lugano could commence with the translation, Rubio spoke in less fluent Intijan, "We can communicate directly. When I was young, I often took a boat out to sea and visited places like Port Ferrum. Monsieur Rubio, I don't think there's a need for communication, and I don't intend to find out why the monster came looking for me. I'm just here to inform you about this." Lumion glanced at the puzzled Georgia and suspected that Rubio had switched to Intijan not out of politeness but to keep his wife in the dark about something. Rubio nodded gently and said, "I understand your concerns. I merely wish to entrust you with another mission." "What mission?" Lumion asked with a smile. Rubio calmly replied, "My mother, Martha, hails from Milo Village. Recently, she wishes to return and meet the current governor of the sea to request his permission to seek treatment at the Church of Earth Mother. Yes, my mother hasn't been in good health recently. She can't get out of bed." "Martha is still alive?" Lumion was slightly surprised. Experienced as he was, he deduced that the monster might have been transformed by Martha, based on the absence of the matriarch, the Paco family's reluctance to expose the humanoid lizard, and the fact that she was once a maiden of the sea. The sea prayer ritual wasn't just an honor for the maidens of the sea. Perhaps there was also hidden corruption that might erupt at some point in time. But now, from what Rubio had said, Martha was still alive. Previously, she had only been seriously ill. Where did that humanoid lizard come from? Lumion suppressed his puzzlement and asked in confusion, "Why does Madame Martha need the governor of the sea's permission to seek treatment?" Rubio's expression shifted, a mix of disgust and resistance evident in his words. "All maidens of the sea have to follow the orders of the governor of the sea when dealing with church-related matters. Failing to do so would be blasphemous to the sea prayer ritual." Chapter 546, Monitor. Following the governor of the sea's orders holds more weight than reverence for the church. The Earth Mother Church appears indifferent. Lumion chose not to push further. He nodded subtly and stated, I'll take on this commission without expecting compensation, but I do have a request. What might that be? Rubio asked cautiously. A cunning smile formed on Lumien's lips. I'm here to witness the sea prayer ritual, but I've heard only a select few can observe its core segments. I seek such an opportunity. Rubio remained silent for a prolonged moment. Georgia, unable to contain her curiosity, questioned her husband and Highlander about the conversation and his concerns. Lugano seized the chance to approach Lumien and translated the couple's exchange. Lumien's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly upon hearing they were genuinely considering allowing him to pose as a sailor and board the special sacrificial ship. Is Rubio Paco truly considering my request? I'm merely offering an outrageous deal to test if I can glean details about the sea prayer ritual. I don't intend to leverage this seemingly straightforward task to gain access to the last 2 segments of the ritual. It remained a secret harbored by the Fisheries Guild for over a millennium, the wellspring of their power and prestige. As these thoughts raced through Lumien's mind, he strongly suspected that the commission to send Madame Martha to Milo Village to meet the current governor of the sea carried a high risk. It wasn't a task for any random beyonder. Therefore, Rubio Paco was reluctant to let go of Louis Berry, the proven adventurer. But where could the danger lie? This is Port Santa, not the islands on the sea or the remote towns of the southern continent. Which beyonder would dare to attack me on the streets in broad daylight? Aren't they afraid of being captured by the combat nuns and turned into fertilizer for the land? One can't underestimate the power of an Orthodox church. Unless someone possesses a special ability, like Loki's, to kill me undetected on the bustling streets, or if a saint with godhood personally takes action, aiming to end the battle before the Church of Earth Mother reacts. But it can't be that exaggerated. It's such a trivial matter. As Lumien pondered, Rubio and Georgia reached a conclusion. The former said to Lumien, I cannot permit your participation in the last 2 segments of the sea prayer ritual. It is a blasphemy against the sea. Those involved will face expulsion from Port Santa, including their family. However, I am willing to allow you to conceal yourself in Milo Village in advance and witness the ancient performances during the vigil ritual. So, I can't directly witness the vigil ritual, but I can partake in the accompanying folklore performance. Did Ultraman, Bard, and Mad Lady use a similar method to approach the core of the sea prayer ritual and complete the most crucial part of the prank? Lumien noticed that Rubio had already made a significant concession and no longer insisted. He smiled and replied, Deal. Without waiting for a response, he kindly suggested, Let's send Madame Martha to Milo Village today, shall we? We mustn't delay when it comes to illnesses. Get her treatment as soon as possible. Rubio hesitated for a moment before saying, My mother is already asleep. She's been resting a lot lately. Forcing her awake will impact her body and mind. How about tomorrow morning? Is some advanced preparation needed? Lumien nodded thoughtfully. No problem. He cast a quick glance at Lugano, and his heart skipped a beat. Monsieur Rubio, my interpreter is, in fact, an excellent doctor. Moreover, he doesn't adhere to the beliefs of the Earth Mother, nor is he affiliated with any church. If he were to treat your mother, you probably wouldn't need to seek the governor of the sea's permission in advance. Lumien emphasized the word doctor. Without hesitation, Rubio Paco shook his head and said, We trust the church's doctors more. My mother is my most important family. I don't want her to take any unnecessary risks. What he implied was that he couldn't vouch for the medical skills of the interpreter. He couldn't use the Paco family's matriarch as an experiment. Lumien was actually looking forward to sending Madame Martha to Milo Village because it meant he might meet the current governor of the sea and have a chance to learn something. He had only suggested that Lugano treat the matriarch to test Rubio. The result of the probe revealed many hidden secrets in this matter. Having agreed to escort Madame Martha and her maid to the governor of the sea at 9 a.m. the following day, Lumien led Ludwig and Lugano out of the main house at 21, St. Lana Street. Georgia walked them all the way to the door. Lumien nonchalantly remarked, Does the governor of the sea have to reside in Milo Village? With Lugano's translation, Georgia nodded slightly and said, "The governor of the sea resides in the building where the vigil ritual is held every night. He can move freely during the day, but he can't leave Port Santa." "The building where the vigil ritual is held?" "The essence of the vigil ritual is to allow a quasi-governor of the sea to enter the residence and replace the former governor of the sea, waiting to be officially appointed by the sea the next day," Lumian speculated, combining his mysticism knowledge. He smiled and asked, "What are the perks of being governor of the sea?" After hearing the translation, Georgia fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Among the fishmongers, the merchants, he's already the true governor in their eyes." It wasn't an answer, just a whisper of truth. Lumian nodded without pressing further. He led Ludwig and Lugano through the iron gates. After taking a few steps along the verdant path in the forest, he suddenly looked up. On a branch stood a gray-feathered myna. Lumian gave it a cursory glance and continued on, his steps brisk towards the waiting carriage. After a while, the myna flapped its wings and flew up. After circling a few times, it circled a house 2 streets away before dipping down towards an open window. It landed on a middle-aged man's forearm and spoke in precise Highlander, "Lewis Barry is back at the Paco house. He stayed nearly half an hour." The middle-aged man, dressed in gray clothes with disheveled brown hair, resembling a suburban farmer, fed the myna a few self-made rice grains and said, "Observe further and see if Rubio Paco and Georgia will go out today." After the myna flew out of the window, the middle-aged man exhaled and turned around. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he saw someone sitting in the only armchair. The man had black hair and green eyes, wearing a white shirt, a black vest, dark pants, and a golden straw hat. "Lewis Barry. Adventurer Lewis Barry." The middle-aged man's back arched slightly, and his feet parted slightly, but he took no further action. Lumian leaned back in his chair and engaged in casual conversation and intition, as if he had been expected. "What did you have your bird spy on?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before speaking in somewhat awkward intition, "Watch if anyone enters or exits Paco's house, and see if there's anything unusual there." "Very honest." Lumian nodded approvingly. "Who asked you to do it?" He was pleased that the other party knew some intition. Otherwise, he could only rely on key words to communicate or capture him to have Lugano translate. "Juan Oro," the middle-aged man replied without hesitation. "Juan Oro. The president of the Fisheries Guild and the former village chief of Milo Village?" Lumian smiled and said, "I'm surprised you're so forthright." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "I don't think I'm stronger than Demon Warlock and can defeat you." "That's right. Those who understand the situation and themselves can live longer." Lumian crossed his right foot over his left leg. "Why is Juan Oro monitoring the Paco family?" "I don't know, and there's no need for me to know. I'll receive a reward as long as I pass on what I see," the middle-aged man replied sincerely. Lumian gazed at him for a few seconds before saying, "Did you send that little monster last night?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. "What little monster? What happened last night?" Lumian chuckled and stood up without explaining. "What's your name?" he asked as he walked towards the door. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, "Sanchez." Lumian opened the door, walked out, and disappeared from Sanchez's sight. Upon his return to Salem Hotel, Lumian noticed a folded letter resting on the master bedroom's desk. Skillfully unfurling it, he found the distinct handwriting of Madame Magician. "You can share those matters with the Two of Cups, but avoid delving into excessive detail. I refrain from elaborating on the voices you heard and the fragments of civilization you glimpsed earlier as they remain too advanced for your understanding. Simply remember not to heed random sounds or sights in an ancient ruin like Fourth Epoch Trier. Also, caution your warlock associates, it's acceptable to occasionally take in the hidden sage's indoctrination, but they mustn't fully believe in him. His state is precarious." After incinerating the letter, Lumian contemplated for a moment and decided to teleport back to Trier to inform Franca in person and avert any potential mishaps. Trier, nestled within the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, apartment 702 at 9 Rue Orosai. As Lumion materialized, Franca and Jenna were engrossed in perusing a stack of ancient information from an unknown source. "Hey, could you teleport outside and knock? It's quite startling when you suddenly appear like that." Franca nearly tensed the formless spider silk she'd permanently set up in the room. Lumion chuckled and remarked, with a witch's spiritual perception, "What's the difference between me teleporting outside the door and appearing in the living room? Why the sudden return?" Franca paused before asking, "Madam Magician said you could share about that matter? What's going on?" Jenna queried, looking puzzled. She stood up and prepared to leave. "Yes," Lumion replied to Franca's question, but he made no attempt to stop Jenna from leaving. Nor did Franca intervene. Once Jenna had retreated to her bedroom, Lumion turned to Franca and disclosed, "When they discussed the wilderness dream, it made me recall the voices and visions I encountered in 4th Epic Trier. They're connected to the Celestial Master." Chapter 547, Source of Familiarity. Is this related to the Celestial Master? Franca's interest piqued. Confusion enveloped her. "In the 4th Epic Trier, what did you see or hear that we didn't?" Everyone had been together unless it was before they met, but Jenna should have been aware. Without pausing for Lumion's response, Franca contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Could it be the after-effects of using the Eye of Truth?" She recalled Lumion's abnormal behavior during that time. "Yes, that's right." Lumion nodded, pulled up a chair, and settled down. He described the collision of two rocks, sparks flying, and the ensuing blaze that engulfed dry leaves and withered branches, amid echoing voices chanting "Celestial Master." The more Franca listened, the more her focus intensified. Uncharacteristically, she refrained from interrupting. As she listened, her gaze gradually shifted, seemingly lost in reminiscence and distant thought. Once Lumion finished recounting, Franca remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, frozen like a mechanical doll paused mid-action. After several seconds, she abruptly straightened up, pinched her nose, and forced a smile. "As anticipated, the Celestial Master is part of our world. The fragments of civilization you received bear a striking resemblance to some aspects of my country's history, yet there are differences. Could it be the true history concealed beneath the surface? The Celestial Master is attempting to interfere and breach into this world, wielding significant influence over the mystery prior and savant pathways, much like the way the Celestial were the affects seers, apprentices, and marauders. Could the depravity among some of the monks in the Deep Valley Cloister and the peculiar state of the hidden sage be linked to the Celestial Master?" Franca's thoughts crystallized as she spoke, her eyes sparkling like a serene lake. "That's my hunch too," Lumion concurred with Franca. Franca rose and paced, seemingly alone, contemplating how to follow this trail and unveil the truth behind the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's transmigration. After a few minutes, she muttered to herself, "The connection between the two worlds is stronger than I expected. It's not just through the river Styx. We should still be able to find many traces of the interaction between the two worlds." Franca halted her pacing and fixed her gaze on Lumion. "When we grow stronger and amass enough gold, I want you to summon Shintu again, the Armored Shadow. He should possess some insight into the Celestial Master." "All right," Lumion agreed. Franca lapsed into silence once more, her mind retracing an unknown memory. A few moments later, she produced 4 brass metal plates and handed them to Lumion. "The language comprehension charms you wanted. The one with the most intricate patterns allows you to understand the languages of the southern continent. The others are for the ancient Fasak language family. The activation incantation is the word knowledge in ancient Hermes." She and the bear had completed the delivery through Madame Gila's messenger. The other party proved quite efficient. After Lumion handed Franca the money, he teleported out of Trier and back to Port Santa. In the hushed aftermath, Jenna cautiously opened the bedroom door and stuck her head out. "Has Lumion left?" "Yes," Franca replied, her emotions subdued. Jenna glanced at her but didn't press for more information. Instead, she redirected the conversation to the stack of information related to the underground tomb. Late at night, Franca returned to her room. Glancing at the small analyzer, the accompanying typewriter, and the radio transceiver, she didn't sit down to chat as usual. Instead, she climbed into bed. Sitting in the middle of the bed, leaning against the pillow, hugging her legs and curling up, Franca's gaze unfocused on the crimson moon and stars outside the window. Lumien's words today plunged her into nostalgia, but the more her emotions fluctuated, the less she wanted to reveal vulnerability. She endured it, pretending to have recovered. Only when solitude enveloped her, as the night fell silent and the seemingly eternal stars adorned the sky, did she shed her thick armor and sink deep into her emotions. After an indeterminate amount of time, Franca lowered her head, burying her face between her knees. That night, she delved into a multitude of dreams. Broad shoulders carried her as a child, a touch of white hair at the temples, dishes not particularly delicious but always suited her tastes. Pure emotions of her youth, memories of being the atmosphere-livening machine, and her broad-minded self all danced in fragmented sequences. As her 2 decades unfolded in her dreams, she unknowingly opened her eyes, feeling the coldness on her face. Reluctant to move, she lingered in the moment. Suddenly, a recollection struck her. Back on the 4th level of the catacombs, she and Jenna had encountered a man who seemed strangely familiar. Initially, she believed that the original owner of her body had encountered him. Now, the reason for his familiarity became clear. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from her home country before transmigration. Despite altering his appearance to thwart immediate recognition, Franca was now certain that his facial features differed from those she had encountered in this world. Softer, less chiseled. With a mix of fear and excitement, Franca sat up and pondered, could it be that, aside from us transmigrating souls, there are others who physically transmigrated? Or has someone mastered the ability to freely traverse between both worlds? After breakfast, Lumien stepped into the master bedroom's washroom and retrieved a low-level language comprehension charm from his traveler's bag. Knowledge, he whispered in ancient Hermes. The brass-like charm ignited with bluish-green flames and swiftly vanished. Instantly, Lumien felt an abnormal clarity in his mind, as if an avalanche of additional knowledge had flooded in, unveiling the structural origins and connections of numerous words. Today's agenda, a visit to the oldest fishing village, perhaps meeting the governor of the sea. Mastering Highlander in secret seemed imperative to avoid missing crucial clues. The charm's effects would last for 7 days. Leaving the bedroom, Lumien took Ludwig and Lugano to 21, St. Lana Street in a rental carriage, where they met Martha, the matriarch of the Paco family. Martha didn't look like she was in her 60s, with only faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, appearing more in her early 50s based on her eyes, nose, mouth, and brows. Her features retained a unique charm. At that moment, the old lady with grayish-black hair and light blue eyes wore a black, widow-like dress and a dark, old-style bonnet. Pale-faced, she was supported by 2 young maids as they boarded a 4-wheeled, 4-seater carriage. "Monsieur Barry, I'll be relying on you," Rubio Paco nodded at Lumien beside the carriage. He was to accompany his mother to Milo Village to meet the governor of the sea. Lumien directed Ludwig to Georgia. "Please keep an eye on him until I return from Milo Village." Rubio translated this time. Georgia smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll make sure there's plenty of food." She had already realized that this boy had the appetite of 2 or 3 adults, but as the godson of a great adventurer, it was understandable that he was special. Lumien wasn't concerned about Ludwig's treatment in the Paco household. He feigned his understanding of Highlander and waited for Lugano's translation before saying, "A meal every 2 hours." With that, he sat on the right side of the carriage driver and didn't enter the carriage. Seeing this, Lugano had no choice but to choose the seat to the left of the carriage driver. Before doing so, he diligently translated Lumien's final instructions. Although he didn't know what would happen if Ludwig starved, he felt that it wouldn't be good, so he emphasized it twice. As the carriage set off, Georgia processed the translation. "A meal every 2 hours? 2 hours?" The Paco family's carriage rolled along the grayish-white stone-paved street. Lumien leaned against the carriage wall, retracted his right leg, and stepped on the edge of the carriage driver's seat. Lugano glanced at him, feeling a bit uneasy. A seasoned bounty hunter, Lugano sensed something awry in this seemingly ordinary mission that prompted Rubio to assist his employer in hiding in Milo Village. His heart raced as he observed armed pedestrians on the street, fearing an imminent attack from the crowd. Under the October sun still blazing in Port Santa, the streets, damp from the previous night's heavy rain, hadn't completely dried. Lugano yearned to reach Milo Village quickly. Glancing at Lumion, he noticed that Lumion had narrowed his eyes. Lowering his straw hat, Lumion seemed to be peacefully napping, showing no signs of nervousness. Phew. With a powerhouse like him around, there shouldn't be a problem. Lugano silently reassured himself. The carriage headed north, leaving Port Santa and reaching a village nestled against the Dirige mountain range, overlooking the Azure Sea. Fishing boats set off, accompanied by the resonant singing and chirping of seabirds. Milo Village's buildings exuded a historic feel. Brown, yellow, and beige stone brick outer walls, blackened at the lower half, gave them character. Though the wooden components had been replaced, weeds still clung. A small cathedral belonging to Earth Mother stood near the mountain, and facing the fishing village dock was the governor of the sea's residence. The 4-story building, with a white backing and gray bricks, resembled a cathedral and a sacrificial ground more than a human residence. As they arrived safely at their destination, Lugano sighed in relief and jumped off the carriage. 2 maids supported Madame Martha as they headed toward the Governor of the Seas building, accompanied by Rubio Paco. Suddenly, Lugano heard his employer's voice. "Take a look at what's wrong with that old lady." Lugano glanced at Lumion, who had appeared beside him, wearing a golden straw hat. He raised his hand and gently tapped his forehead, activating his spirit vision. Observing Madame Martha's back for a few seconds after she entered the Governor of the Sea's residence, he frowned and said, "Most notably is the excessive loss of blood and weak vitality." Lugano hesitated before concluding, "It doesn't look like illness. It looks more like an injury." Chapter 548, Governor of the Sea. Injured? Injured by the humanoid lizard? Lumion made a casual guess after hearing Lugano's judgment. He stood by the carriage, his gaze naturally surveying the surroundings of the Governor of the Sea's residence. The location was close to the fishing village's docks, with boats sailing into the sea and fishing nets secured to the reefs. Around nearby houses, women were busy processing seafood, turning them into salted fish and jerky. Children ran along various village roads, playing games. Though different from Cordu, the essence of the scene remained similar. In front of the Governor of the Sea's residence stretched a sizable square where Lumion and the others awaited Madame Martha, Rubio Paco, and their emergence. Children gathered in a corner, arranging numerous shells and engaging in an acting game. The eldest, dressed in a linen shirt, declared, "I'm the Governor of the Sea." "I'll be the guard." "I'm the mother," the other children replied. The youngest hopped around, asking, "What about me? What about me?" The child playing the role of the Governor of the Sea pondered for a moment and said, "You can be the Child of the Sea." "Child of the Sea? What's that?" Lumion, though not looking, listened intently to the children's discussion. These kids may not understand many terms, but their lack of confidentiality made them unwitting carriers of information. The adults in Milo Village wouldn't be overly vigilant against such young children, who might inadvertently reveal details remembered in their daily games. Recalling his experiences in Cordu, Lumion recognized the value of sounding out children and playing games with them. It was a subtle way to glean insights into family matters. After absorbing the children's discussions and gauging the time, Lumion adjusted his golden straw hat and headed straight for the Governor of the Sea's residence. Lugano was taken aback and swiftly followed Lumion. 2 guards in brownish-green shirts and pants, each armed with a rifle, blocked the entrance of the cathedral and sacrificial ground, fixing their gaze on Lumion. "Halt!" the guards shouted. Undeterred, Lumion continued forward, speaking in Intijan nonchalantly, "I don't understand what you're saying." With a swoosh, the two guards raised their rifles, aiming at the outsider in the golden straw hat. Lugano hurriedly translated, "They won't let you in." Ignoring his guide, Lumion neither sped up nor slowed down as he approached the white building with gray bricks. A cold glint flickered in the blue eyes of the two guards as they squeezed their triggers. At that moment, the outsider in the golden straw hat vanished from their sight. He melded into the sunlit shadows of the governor's residence. In the next instant, Lumion reappeared from a shadow in the foyer behind them and continued walking. It was as if the distance between them had been erased. The two guards, with keen senses, quickly turned around, peering behind them. However, Lumion had already entered the building, leaving the foyer. Outside, Lugano stood in a daze, uncertain whether to take the risk of following and acting as a translator or to prioritize his own safety. After passing through the foyer, Lumion suddenly noticed the space ahead darkening. The dome, just over 10 meters tall, emanated an inaccessible aura. Aquablue walls adorned with various reliefs caught his eye. Unlike the typical statues of angels and saints, these depicted objects from the sea: starfish, corals, numerous fish, lobsters, and crabs. Simultaneously, Lumion sensed the reliefs coming to life, casting a dangerous gaze at him. No, they weren't alive. The building itself seemed alive, instinctively rejecting intruders and exerting layers of pressure. Lumion's steps instantly became heavy, as if burdened by hundreds of kilograms of food. Within his field of vision, Martha, the Paco family's matriarch, knelt diagonally on the ground with her legs crossed. Rubio Paco stood at a distance. The two maids also knelt, their backs turned towards the entrance hall, as if unwilling to look at a certain important figure. Directly opposite the high dome lay a carpet made of fish skin. A young man in a retro white robe reclined on it, propping himself up with his elbows as he quietly observed Martha. 4 other beautiful women adorned the carpet. One knelt behind the lad, serving as his cushion. Another peeled late-ripened grapes and delicately fed them to the lad. The remaining 2 held trays with alcohol, food, and towels, each standing in a separate spot. Their pregnant bellies were unmistakably visible, radiating a maternal glow. Upon Lumion's sudden entrance, the lad appeared alarmed, sitting up straight and seeking solace in the embrace of the woman behind him. Sensing the abnormality, Rubio turned around and saw the adventurer he had hired, Louis Barry. His pupils dilated slightly as he urgently spoke in Intijan, "Why did you come in?" Only then did Lumion pause and smile. "I'm a professional adventurer. You've been inside for too long. I'm worried something might happen." As he spoke, Lumion sensed dangerous gazes from various parts of the building. Rubio fell silent for a moment before saying, "Don't worry. Just wait outside for us to come out." "All right," Lumion chuckled, turned around, and sauntered into the foyer, acting as if the dangerous gazes didn't exist. Back in the foyer, he faced the 2 guards and their rifles without giving them a glance as he walked past. The expressions of the guards shifted, but they refrained from firing, allowing Lumion to exit the governor of the sea's residence. Lugano breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he wouldn't be hunted down by the people of Milo Village. Despite being a beyonder, facing more than one armed soldier still made him uneasy. Glancing at Lumion, he hesitated to ask why his employer insisted on barging in. Lumion settled back beside the carriage driver, tucking in his legs with one bent and the other extended, allowing his right arm to rest on it. After nearly 10 minutes, Rubio Paco and his mother, Martha, emerged from the cathedral-like building. Rubio took a deep look at Lumion and said, "Let's go. The governor of the sea has agreed to let my mother receive treatment at the church." "Is that lad the current governor of the sea?" He looked weak and appeared panicked. "How can he protect Port Santa's fishermen and sea merchants for a year? Or does he lack abilities but possess a special symbol? Did the April Fool's prank cause an accident at last year's sea prayer ritual? This governor of the sea might have failed to receive the sea's boon or appointment, but the Fisheries Guild members conceal the matter to avoid causing panic, treating him as the real governor of the sea. He must know about what happened back then." Lumion nodded thoughtfully. He smiled and asked Rubio and Intision, then, should we thank Earth Mother for her love and care or the governor's approval? Rubio didn't respond and followed his mother, Martha, into the carriage. Lugano hurriedly took a seat on the other side of the carriage driver, watching as the horse circled around and changed direction, gradually departing from the governor of the sea's residence. Phew! Lugano sighed from the bottom of his heart. This commission doesn't seem dangerous. Apart from his employer insisting on barging into the governor of the sea's residence, there were no surprises. Lumion chuckled and remarked, "That's because I'm here. If it were just you, those hidden observers might have already come knocking." Lugano fell silent, observing as his employer pointed at the governor of the sea's mansion, resembling a cathedral, and uttered a phrase in Highlander word by word. "What will happen if blown up?" Lugano shuddered, his hair standing on end. He glanced at the astonished carriage driver and advised his employer in Intision, "You'll probably be hunted down by the entire Port Santa." Lumion smiled and averted his gaze, remaining silent. Only then did Lugano realize his employer was testing someone. Why else would he use Highlander, a language he hadn't mastered yet? He was testing the reactions of the carriage driver and Madame Martha in the carriage. Listening to Martha and Rubio's conversation, Lumion noted the mother and son barely spoke during the journey, perhaps due to Martha's poor health, with occasional moans of pain. As the carriage left Milo Village, the driver suddenly pulled the reins, stopping the horses. An old man with a black cane had appeared in front of the carriage. With dark and white hair, eyes as blue as the sea, and wearing common fisherman's clothes, the wrinkled face of the old man could have killed a mosquito with its folds. "Mr. Oro," the carriage driver whispered, his expression tense, uncertain how to react. "Juan Oro?" Lumion thought. The president of the Fisheries Guild and the former village chief of Milo Village? Supported by a young man resembling him, Juan Oro approached the Paco family's carriage with his cane. In the carriage, Rubio and Martha remained silent. At that moment, a revolver appeared on Juan Oro's forehead, pressing the cold muzzle against his flesh. Lumion raised his chin slightly and looked at the president of the Fisheries Guild. With a calm expression, he asked, "Who allowed you to approach this carriage?" Chapter 549, True Purpose. The young man supporting Juan Oro glanced up at Lumion, who sat beside the carriage driver with one leg bent, the other propped up. His eyes blazed with undisguised anger. The carriage driver jumped in fright and desperately tried to distance himself from Lumion. However, with a horse in front of him and Lugano on his left, dodging proved impossible in his haste. Lugano swallowed hard, blaming his employer for being overly aggressive. Is he trying to imitate Gehrman Sparrow? But his employer hadn't exhibited such madness before. Instead, he seemed intelligent. Juan Oro, an elderly man with mottled black hair, seemed oblivious to the revolver pointed at his forehead. He turned his head, stepped aside from the firearm, and continued forward. Observing this, Lumion pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A yellow bullet shot from the revolver, heading straight for the side of Juan Oro's head. At some point, a palm intercepted the bullet, causing it to decelerate and spin. The bullet landed in the palm, feeling as if it had fallen into a thick swamp. The wide, bronzed hand belonged to the young man supporting Juan Oro. He glared at Lumion, his lips curling in disdain. Then, he bellowed, "Have you lost your mind?" Before he could finish, fiery crimson orbs, nearly white in hue, materialized right in front of him, barely a meter away. They surrounded him in a blaze. Almost instantly, Lumion felt as though he'd been ripped from reality. The carriage disappeared from beneath him, the ground vanished from his sight, and he found himself in an endless void of darkness. The crimson fireballs, almost white, were controlled by an unseen force and changed direction, hurtling down from their original path. Rumble! They collided with the roadside dozens of meters away, carving deep, massive craters. The horses, startled, reared up, neighing in terror. The carriage driver instinctively pulled at the reins, struggling to calm the panicked animals. the illusion Lumion experienced dissolved with the explosion. He saw Juan Oro and the lad again. Juan Oro, deeply wrinkled with his beard and hair standing on end, lifted his black cane and growled in a low voice, "Have you had enough?" Lumion grinned and raised his revolver once more, aiming it at the president of the Fisheries Guild. At that moment, Rubio Paco's voice echoed from the rear carriage. "Let them through," he spoke in Intijan. Only then did Lumion lower his arm and offer a smile in Intijan. "My employer says you're free to pass." He acted as if he couldn't comprehend Juan Oro and the lad's Highlander. Juan Oro observed him for a moment before shifting his attention. Using his cane, he circled around to the side of the carriage. The lad supporting him shot a glare at Lumion, but he was at a loss for cuss words since Lumion couldn't understand. Juan Oro glanced at the window and calmly inquired, "Martha, I heard you're not feeling well?" "Yes," the old lady weakly replied through the glass. Juan Oro nodded. "Has the governor given you permission to seek treatment? Do you need my help in pleading your case?" "He's already given permission," Rubio replied on behalf of his mother. "That's good." Juan Oro nodded slightly and didn't press further. He turned and slowly walked toward the building housing the governor of the sea's residence, using his cane as a crutch. The young man supporting him shot a final glare at Lumion before refocusing on the old man. Lumion adjusted his posture, acting as if nothing had transpired. He said to Lugano, "The carriage can continue forward." Lugano snapped out of his daze and quickly directed the startled carriage driver to soothe the horses and exit Milo Village as soon as possible. Without any issues, they made their way back to 21, St. Lana Street. Lumion retrieved Ludwig, his mouth still glistening with oil, from Georgia and smiled at Rubio Paco. "Remember your promise. Otherwise." He smiled and left the statement hanging. "Don't worry," Rubio replied in Intijan. After Louis Barry, his godson, and the interpreter departed, Georgia sighed in relief and glanced at her husband. "I've never seen a child eat so much. He must be abnormal. Otherwise, Louis Barry wouldn't have let him stay with us so easily," Rubio responded, unfazed. Aquina Street, Solemn Hotel. After shutting the door, Lugano couldn't resist asking Lumion, why were you so aggressive?" "He's the president of the Port Santa Fisheries Guild, a big shot. And, we're in Milo Village." He suspected his employer had some hidden agenda. Lumion gave his guide a glance and grinned. "Why else? When making a scene in public, it's unlikely both parties can go all out. It's the perfect chance to test them, see what they're made of. Trying it under the cover of night, when no one cares about the Earth Mother Church's authority and the Fanapotter government? That would be way too risky. If Lumion had discovered that Juan Oro had godlike powers, he'd need to act quickly and call for backup." "Ah, I see." Lugano had an epiphany. His employer's craziness was just a facade. Every radical move had an ulterior motive. But why is he in Port Santa? Is he planning something during the sea prayer ritual? Why target people from the Fisheries Guild? That sounds very dangerous. Should I resign early and forget about the remaining paycheck? Lumion observed the silent interpreter and strolled over to a reclining chair in the living room, settling in with a smile. He leaned back and relaxed. What he'd told Lugano was just one layer of the motivations behind his recent actions, the most surface-level one. Most importantly, Lumion aimed to send a clear message with his radical actions. He was in Port Santa to investigate the sea prayer ritual, unafraid of the Fisheries Guild or Milo Village. He possessed the strength and courage to back it up. Breaking into the governor of the sea's residence or casually pointing a gun at Juan Oro's head and firing, all of it was to convey this information. Lumion believed there were dissatisfied people in Port Santa regarding the Fisheries Guild's sea prayer ritual. After all, the primary beneficiaries were fishermen, sea merchants, and those in related industries, not representative of the entire Port Santa population. For instance, even though the Church of Earth Mother and the Port Santa government had allowed the Fisheries Guild autonomy and excluded outsiders from involvement, someone bold enough to investigate, regardless of consequences, might tempt others. Could they silently or even covertly support this person to stir up trouble for their benefit? Likewise, the beneficiaries wouldn't be united. Some gaining meant others losing. The powerful had jealous rivals. While not wanting the sea prayer ritual to end, they likely desired those in power to suffer and vacate their positions. Lumion, by setting up a flag to investigate the sea prayer ritual and displaying decisiveness, steadfastness, and strength, didn't need to painstakingly gather clues. From his residence, he could receive various pieces of information, openly and covertly, and compare them to determine authenticity. For an outsider with limited time, this was the fastest and most effective way to uncover the entire sea prayer ritual process and the truth about last year's accident. For the key member of April Fools lurking in the shadows, possibly setting a trap, this was a strategic move to draw attention to adventurer Lewis Berry and raise suspicion. In due time, armed with the acquired information and discovered clues, Lumion had a chance to expose them through their own trap. Of course, the main drawback of this plan was its relative danger. Putting himself in the spotlight was a risk, but in the pursuit of prey, risks were inevitable. Moreover, Lumion had plenty of allies. As these thoughts raced through Lumion's mind, he realized that becoming a conspirer had given him a clearer understanding of the situation and the conflicts between various groups. Using a term favored by Aurora, he developed a deeper insight into conspiracies. The most brilliant conspiracy is an open conspiracy. This became a key principle for his future acting. Around 2 p.m., Lumion spotted his messenger, Penitent Banefell, emerging from the void and handing him a letter. Puzzled, he asked, "Who's it from?" Haven't those he needed to communicate with already been reached? "It's from the tall Demoness," Banefell replied. "What's up with Franca again?" Lumion took the letter and began reading. The man she and Jenna encountered on the 4th level of the catacombs is suspected to be from the world where the Celestial Master resides, the world before her transmigration. Lumion's pupils dilated slightly. This was different from the members of the curly-haired baboons research society. They had transmigrated through their souls, but these individuals had brought their bodies over. In the midst of his surprise, Lumion pondered a crucial question. Why would someone like that venture into the 4th level of the catacombs? Was it because the Samaritan women's spring lay sealed there, along with the river Styx's overflowing water that bridged the two worlds? Had similar individuals entered our world before? If so, why hadn't they left any trace like Emperor Roselle and the other transmigrators? Franca and Jenna's expedition to the 4th level of the catacombs appears laden with coincidences. Not only did they uncover a new mirror world fragment, but they also encountered such a person. After penning a letter to Franca, Lumion was about to request Lugano to translate today's newspapers when footsteps echoed from the corridor. His eyebrows twitched as he pulled up an armchair, facing the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, a knock resounded on their suite's door. "Who is it?" Lugano inquired. A mature and gentle voice floated from beyond the door. "I'm Noelia of the Fertility Order." Upon hearing this name, Lumion leaned back slightly and offered a smile. He sensed that his digestion of the Conspirer potion had progressed a bit further. Chapter 550, Effects of the Sea Prayer Ritual. Lumion hesitated, embodying the character of the adventurer, Lewis Berry, grappling with the unfamiliarity of Highlander. Once Lugano finished translating Noelia's words, he nodded gently, sporting a welcoming smile as he spoke in Intijan, "Come in, please." Simultaneously, he rose from his seat. Lugano, who had already reached the door, opened it. The figure outside indeed proved to be Noelia, the combat nun of the Fertility Order. Contrary to expectation, she wasn't cloaked in black or adorned with religious headwear. Her thick, black, curly hair flowed over her brown leather armor, and her lively light blue eyes exuded energy. Lumion noticed the pair of straight swords strapped to Noelia's back and the revolver at her waist. Smiling, he stepped forward. "Thank you for your assistance." Previously dependent on Lugano's translation, Noelia replied in Intijan, "How did you know I was here to help?" Lumion didn't conceal his intentions for today's performance. He raised his hand, pointing at his head, indicating deduction. Of course, his gratitude stemmed from her aid in digesting the conspirer potion. Noelia's thick eyebrows twitched approvingly as she nodded. Then, she turned her gaze to Lugano and Ludwig, as if seeking Lumien's opinion on whether to have them leave. Lugano's expression made it clear he preferred not to be part of it. Sparing Lugano, Lumien gestured for him to take Ludwig outside, perhaps for street snacks. After the two departed the suite, Lumien remarked to Noelia, "You actually know Intision. You didn't say a word of it earlier." Noelia replied with a smile, "We often take turns guarding the mountain passes in the southern foothills of the Pyres mountain range." The Pyres range, termed by the Phaenopoder kingdom, referred to the Dirige mountain range. Shepherds frequently traversed it, entering the plains and pastures of Gaia and other provinces. Without awaiting Lumien's further inquiry, Noelia tucked her hair behind her ear and grinned. "It's impolite to have a lady standing and chatting with you." Only then did Lumien invite Noelia to sit on the divan while he chose the armchair. Noelia gazed at him and continued, "Port Santa's sea prayer ritual dates back to the late 4th epoch. It's over 1,000 years old and can be considered ancient. The church once purged it, relocating all relevant insiders and purifying all participants. However, less than 100 years later, someone here began secretly conducting the sea prayer ritual again." She didn't explain why she shared this history, it seemed like she was merely recounting. "They didn't continue purging it afterward?" Lumien inquired. Noelia pursed her red lips and replied with a solemn expression, "In this matter, the brass's orders are often contradictory. Sometimes, they let our fertility order handle it, other times, they signal us to observe for a while. All of this has been permitted by a second-in-command blessed." Lumien, drawing knowledge from Madame Magician, the curly-haired baboons research society, and other sources, had come to understand that the Earth Mother Church operated on two major systems, favored and blessed. Favored referred to beyonders of the Earth and Moon pathways among clergymen. Meanwhile, blessed encompassed beyonders of other pathways favored by the Earth Mother. Orders from a favored required at least one second-in-command blessed to be valid. Without this, they risked being considered products of the influence of evil gods and demons. Lumien found the Earth Mother Church's intricate system perplexing, seemingly designed to guard against the favored. Nevertheless, he believed that there must be a reason behind such complexity. Having undergone numerous experiences, he became increasingly aware that seemingly inconspicuous rules in the mystical world often held lessons etched in blood. After a moment of contemplation, Lumien inquired, "Are you a favored or a blessed?" "I'm a blessed," Noelia replied without delving into the specifics of her pathway. Lumien nodded slightly, indicating for her to continue. Noelia smiled and sighed. After a long period of repetition, we eventually reached an unspoken agreement to allow the sea prayer ritual. At the very least, it brought prosperity to Port Santa without causing social chaos or significant disruptions beyond the participants. That decision was made ages ago, and while ancient dossiers provide a rough understanding, the exact reasons convincing matriarchs, presidents, and archbishops remain elusive. Essentially, the sea prayer ritual has evolved into a traditional folklore in Port Santa, fostering prosperity in maritime trade and fisheries. Crossing her arms over her chest, Noelia intoned with piety, "Life's precious embrace, the harvest's grace." Lumien, intrigued, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Why did you change the prayer gesture? Is there a problem?" Noelia opened her eyes and grinned. This was a gesture frequently used in the past, but as Earth Mother regained some lost authority, we adopted a new posture for formal occasions. She rose, positioning her legs slightly apart, hands raised high, and passionately explained to Louis Berry as if preaching. "The feet connect to the benevolent earth, and the palms reach towards the spiritual sky. In the middle resides the light of life. This is the domain of the mother of all things. One can regain some of their lost authority." Lumien was puzzled, but that wasn't the focal point. Noelia settled back into her seat and continued, "While we haven't deciphered the core process of the sea prayer ritual, years of surveillance have yielded some insights. The governor of the sea, who successfully gains the sea's favor, wields the power to control this stretch of the sea, preventing shipwrecks. However, this seemingly comes at the cost of their lives and something more. Simultaneously, the ritual triggers rapid reproduction and thriving life in the area, ensuring fishermen a bountiful harvest. It also intertwines with fate. Families with maidens of the sea in their lineage tend to experience good fortune, not just due to preferential treatment. The sea prayer ritual's effects are intricate, wielding the power of the sea domain and influencing fate, reproduction, and abundance. Lumion struggled to grasp the reasons behind these occurrences. Noelia peered into Lumion's face, her eyes bright yet gentle, and said, "The committee members of the Fisheries Guild, some villagers from Milo Village, and participants in the core process of the sea prayer ritual have all acquired mystical powers. We once confronted the little devils you encountered. When pursuing certain criminals, we discovered them transformed into lizard-like monsters. Humanoid lizards? Similar to the Paco families?" Lumion hadn't anticipated obtaining any clues from Noelia. Noelia smiled. "Later, we found a commonality among those who can transform into lizard-like monsters." "What is it?" Lumion couldn't conceal his curiosity. Noelia replied with a faint smile, "Their mothers were once maidens of the sea." "Maidens of the sea's children? Child of the sea? Which of Rubio's siblings did I kill?" Not only did he transform into a humanoid lizard, but he also went mad and severely injured his mother? Lumion swiftly connected the dots, sensing he had grasped the essence of the Paco family's commission. Yet, confusion crept in. If this information is known to families with maidens of the sea, why would the Paco family conceal it from Juan Oro and other committee members in the Fisheries Guild? Noelia didn't seek his thoughts and teased, "After confirming the link between the lizard-like monsters and the sea prayer ritual, we intentionally alerted the Fisheries Guild committee members. Since then, no such criminals have surfaced. They show discipline and restraint. This is why, at times, I understand why the brass tacitly permit the sea prayer ritual in Port Santa. The participants are more obedient and easily controlled compared to adventurers like you." Noelia implied, "I just advised you to stay away from the Fisheries Guild." Yet, the next day, you stormed into the governor of the sea's residence, pointing a gun at Juan Oro's head. That's much more troublesome than those involved with the sea prayer ritual. Lumion smiled, choosing not to comment. Noelia pondered for a moment, locking eyes with him. "I'm not sure why you're investigating the sea prayer ritual, and I don't want to know. What I can say is, if your actions endanger all of Port Santa, we will step in and expel you. With that condition, we might offer some assistance." Lumion picked up the straw hat beside him and pressed it against his chest. "It would be an honor." Noelia left the Earth Mother Church's objectives in this matter unspoken, and Lumion chose not to delve into it. The combat nun of the Fertility Order rose, making her way toward the door. With her left hand on the handle, she abruptly turned around, her eyes sparkling as she asked with a smile, "Do you want to have a child here?" Lumion was taken aback. "Madam, aren't you changing the subject too quickly?" Noelia's eyes held a maternal glint as she said with pity, "According to our assessment, the sea prayer ritual is at least as dangerous as a saint or a grade 1 sealed artifact when fully utilized for a short period. I don't know what you're up to, but once you're involved in this matter, you can't escape just because you want to. Before that, have you considered leaving a descendant for yourself? I can help you. Are your Earth Mother Church's combat nuns' way of inviting someone to a one-night stand so special?" Lumion was momentarily speechless. Noelia spoke sincerely, "Descendants are the continuation of our lives. Flowers wither and fall to the ground, only to bloom into a more brilliant scenery the next year. Are you really not considering having a descendant?" "Not for now," Lumion replied with a cold expression. Noelia expressed regret, "Whenever you think it through, come to me." With that, she opened the door and walked out.